When did your gut feeling of something's not right here save you? Someone came into my work that gave me the I'm in danger feeling. I work in a place where 60% of my customers are children and I naturally get very protective of them, but you can't call the police because someone is creeping you out. He kept getting close to children, but not doing anything, or even making them uncomfortable, so there still wasn't anything I could do. He leaves and I shrug it off. Another customer soon comes in and gives me the same feeling, so I'm thinking I'm just anxious today. He's talking about Donkey Kong and stuff. Casual conversation. Then he says I'm best friends with Martin Bryant, the spree killer from the 1996 Port Arthur massacre, who is in solitary confinement and can't even interact with whoever has to throw his food at him, so I'm getting a bit nervous now. Then the first creepy guy comes in, and the one I was talking to says I know him, we went to prison together. So immediately I start having a panic attack and have to end the conversation as quick as possible so I can contact the manager to say I need someone else to come into the store. I was there alone and they immediately call the police. Turns out they were both registered sex offenders. Neither were allowed anywhere near my work because it's too close to the CBD, and they're legally now allowed near anywhere that could have children there. Point I actually recently went to court for this, waited hours to go in, and he pleaded guilty at the very last second. Bastard. Point edit. I offered way too many details and now I'm super uncomfortable with everyone guessing where I work. I've had terrible experiences with people finding out where I work, and I'm a bit spooked. Not me but my dad. I was too stupid to listen to him. Point I used to live on the roughest council estate in my hometown when I was very young. Very dangerous for anyone, let alone kids, so for that reason my parents rarely let me outside unless I was with other kids being supervised or within sight of my parents. This story is regarding the latter one. I wanted to go to the nearby park, but my dad said no as there were some rough people over there and that I could only play outside on the steps to our flat building, which I agreed to although I had no intention of doing that, lol. As soon as I went outside I went right to the park and began playing. I kept glancing over at the two people and noticed them constantly looking over at me, which made me nervous, but I was like 5 years old so cared more about fun than my own safety anyway. The two people approached me. They'd been drinking and cornered me by a fence. When I tried to run they grabbed a hold of me when out of nowhere where I heard my dad shouting at them. He ran over, and it's the only time I ever saw him get physical with anybody, but he handed theirs to them whilst screaming obscenities at them for putting their hands on his son. He grabbed a hold of my arm and dragged me back home, all whilst swearing at me for being so stupid. I got a good hiding over that and was grounded for weeks. Years later I asked him about it and he told me that he just knew that I would go to the park so followed me to keep an eye on me. He didn't expect anything to happen to me, but when it did he went mental. This happened about 12 years ago. There were missing women in the area, but the city I lived in was begin adult entertainment, and the workers typically have a transient lifestyle, so we weren't sure if it was just rumors. I should also mention this is a border town. Anyways, I went out for a meal with cowhawkers after shutting the bar down. This was around the time a smoking bylaw came into effect and you could no longer smoke under awnings. After I finished eating, I went out for a smoke by myself. It is about 3 AM at this point. The awning ended adjacent to the parking lot, and there was a car with out-of-country plates on it from across the border. The restaurant was also a motel, so there was a second story where there were rooms. As I'm smoking, this creepy guy from inside follows me out. It was winter, and he was sitting at the bar alone drinking a milkshake. Not weird in and of itself, but something was off about him. He begins to approach me, making unwavering eye contact, and starts saying really weird stuff. I figured since I was getting the cold shoulder inside, I should come stand out in the cold. This was 12 years ago, so I can't remember much detail on what he was saying, but every hair on my body stood up. I knew something was really wrong. And as he reached into his pockets and continued walking towards me, I became acutely aware of how close I was to what I now guessed was this man's car. He wasn't large or physically imposing, but I couldn't see his hands, and something about how he looked at me, it was like looking into the eyes of a predator. Cliché, I know, but I had no doubt he was planning on abducting me. I just knew. It was a primal sense of I have to do something. My back is against the wall, his car in the empty parking lot to my right, and this creep edging closer and closer, blocking my path into the restaurant door, which is about 70 feet away across the patio point. He is no longer speaking, and is approaching, almost within arm's reach. I knew I had to fight him, or I would end up in his trunk. Seconds before I'm about to kick him in the balls, you could hear the footsteps of someone coming down the steps from the hotel. At that exact moment he took a giant step back and took his hands out of his pockets. It confirmed every horrible suspicion I had. An innocent person wouldn't react that way. I flicked my smoke and ran inside. A bunch of bouncers from the bar were eating, and I told them as quickly as I could what happened. Within the 20 seconds it took to explain, the man and his car were gone. To this day, I know if that person didn't come down those stairs at that exact moment, he likely would have tased me and put me in the trunk of his car. Edit for clarity. Oh, can I write my partner's story? It's so much better than mine. This is a bit of a novel, so there's a super condensed TLDR at the end. I'm a type 1 diabetic with gastroparesis and chronic vomiting disorder. When I get sick, I get really sick. Back in early January I got a stomach bug from my daughter. After not being able to hold down even water for a few hours and my blood sugar spiking upwards with insulin not even touching them, my partner and I Ubered to the closest hospital. I was given 4th fluids and antiemetics plus 4th insulin for a few hours, and then told that had gotten me through the peak of my illness, and sent me home. As soon as I got home, and the meds wore off, I was back in the exact same spot. So 3 days later we go back to the exact same song and dance. As the doc was telling me she was going to send me home, I was leaning over the side of the bed and puking into a bag my partner was holding. She had to raise her voice to be heard above my retching to tell me, I think you're fine and I'm sending you home. I begged her to keep me longer for treatment. I told her I wasn't comfortable with that and felt unsafe going home like that. She basically told me that was too bad and that they needed the bay for someone with an emergency and not the tummy flu. I don't actually remember much after that. I remember going home and asking my partner to kill me because it hurt so bad and no one would help me. I remember paramedics in my house. I remember being in emerg and suddenly not being able to breathe after 9 failed attempts to get and forth into my dehydrated veins. Then I just remember my partner saying, this is too much, I need to call your mom. I'm sorry, and then I woke up 2 days later in the IQ point. So I guess, after we got home from the second visit I was still uncontrollably vomiting and heaving. My blood sugar wouldn't budge a single mole. So was wetting down my hair with washcloths in bed while I was puking into a giant mixing bowl. He says he went to empty it for me and noticed solid pieces in the stomach bile and had a terrible feeling about it. I hadn't eaten anything or even had more than a few sips of water for the past week. There shouldn't have been anything solid. So he ended up calling 911 for me. When the paramedics got there, they said I was so sick they would have to take me to the closest hospital, the same one that kept sending me home. So he lied to the EMTs. Told them my endocrinologist was at a different hospital, so they'd have to take me there. He saved my life that night, without question. My body had gone into complete DKA and was starting to eat my internal organs for energy. The solid bits in my puke, pieces of my stomach lining, apparently. If it wasn't for him, I would stayed home that night and most likely died in my sleep. His gut feeling told him I needed help, and he was right. TLDR. So realized I was sicker than we thought and called 911 apparently just in time. Not me, but my sister. I wish it had saved my sister, but here we go. TLDR at the end. My sister had been going through a rough patch of alcoholism and a looming divorce, already separated. She brought a guy home she had met at a gas station where she was having trouble pumping her gas. He offered to help her, got her number, etc. When she brought him home, I got defensive, and every single nerve was on high alert. I asked him how he knew my sister, and what he was doing here. He didn't answer immediately. We sat down in the kitchen where he sat next to me. I was battling the nausea and adrenaline rush when he reached and puts his hand on my thigh and asks if I'm scared of him because he's black. Side note, my sister and brother are both adopted from Africa, so they're black. I told him no, and to not touch me. He then reaches for my arm, and I pull away, clearly uncomfortable. I tell him I'm going to watch TV, and go sit on the couch. After 4 months of my sister dating him moving in, my sister paying for a new car in her name for him, multiple expensive purchases, smoking in the house, leasing an apartment for him, and being antisocial in general during family get-togethers, Christmas and New Year's, my sister starts coming home with burns and bruises. She's traumatized and hurting. She also chose this time to start detoxing. She was in a pattern of drinking heavily to numb the pain, drinking to escape, being beaten and rapped, and detoxing. My sister and he go to Vegas where they're in a nice hotel on the strip. Radio silence for 3 days. Then my ex-brother-in-law calls my mom and tells her to get ready for my sister. The boyfriend had taken her to Vegas, beaten her, rapped her, choked her out to the point of losing consciousness, and she was in a position where she couldn't move if she wanted to. My mother cared for my sister for a week while she couldn't get up to bathe, couldn't eat, had massive bruising everywhere, and was reliving the trauma. 6 months after she brought him home, my sister's co-worker has run a background check and done some digging. This guy has multiple molestation counts, multiple counts of predatory stalking, and some small robbery charges. My sister goes to rehab for a couple months, tries to lose him, and a couple weeks after this, an officer comes and asks my sister to identify a body, a female. We don't have any information other than she was associating with the boyfriend. Everyone is thinking the same thing. He killed her as a happy ending. My sister went to an intensive rehab in a city 3 hours away, lost the guy, and she is now sober for 3 or 4 months. Unfortunately, she has PTSD, anxiety attacks, and she is paranoid. She cannot be home alone, or she freaks out. TLDR, alcoholic's sister brings home a strange guy. Turns out he was a predatory stalker and abused my sister in every way. Sister gets sober, but now has PTSD. This actually happened to me this week, and it saved my life. For reference, I'm 32. Monday night I head to bed like normal. I'm tired from a shitty day at work, and just crash on the bed hoping to sleep off the stress of the day. As I'm dozing off, my heart starts to race like crazy. I start getting cold sweats, and feel this burning pain in my chest like a really bad case of heartburn. My wife is in a deep sleep next to me, so I slowly get out of bed and guzzle some Pepto hoping it'll stop the burning. The pain starts to get more severe, and I'm in my gut feeling this is not just normal heartburn. I wake up my wife as I'm starting to feel pain up in my jaw, and we rush to the ER. Wife is drowsy AF, so I drive thinking this is the strangest heartburn ever and it just won't go away. Gets me in fast, and they do an EKG to bring safe. Doc says he doesn't see any signs of a heart attack, but forwards the results to a cardiologist. Just to be safe, 20 minutes go by where they get in fourth going, draw blood and then shoot me some morphine for the pain. Suddenly the cardiologist comes in with a concerned look on his face. Jarl, this is highly unusual considering your age and health, as your heart is overall very healthy. Your cholesterol is fine and nothing looks concerning from your overall health, but you're having a heart attack. So we need to take you up to the catheter lab to clear the blockage and put a stent in. Your EKG looked overall normal, but for one area that, as soon as I saw it, I knew was a blockage. I don't want to think what would have happened if I had stayed home and tried to sleep off the pain. It was caught early enough that no permanent damage was done to my heart, and now I get to be on blood thinners and other meds for at least a year. I'm home now and don't feel much different, but all the cardiologist and his team can conclude is genetics and the radiation treatment I had at 4 for cancer possibly with my heart. And my dad was happy to mention to the cardiologist while he was visiting me in the hospital that his grandfather had died at 34 from a heart attack. Thanks Dad, that would have been valuable information to know prior to all of this. This is a story that has been continuously told to me about the time my grandmother saved me when I was a very young kid, like first grade elementary school. My grandmother was shopping with her sister, and at some point during the day she had that feeling that something wasn't right. So she decided to reach out to my mother and see if everything was okay with her, as well as my 2 aunts. When they all confirmed that they were okay, she decided to go to my elementary school to check up on me. When she got to the school, she went right to the classroom and opened the door. She looked around and saw me in a horrible state. My eyes were watery, my breathing was constricted, my nose was a running stream of mucus. You get the idea. The reason this was all happening was because I was, and still am, severely allergic to peanuts, and that day we had a substitute teacher who was unaware and decided our class would be making some kind of food that had peanut butter in it. The whole classroom was filled with the scent of peanut butter anyway. My grandmother immediately grabbed me, took me outside into the fresh air, where I was able to slowly regain my health, and then took me home for the rest of the day. Later on, my mother had a conniption with the school as to why this sort of thing had happened under their watch. From that day on, the school took extra precaution with my allergy and nothing like that ever happened again. I don't know if it was divine intervention or what, but had my grandmother not had that feeling, I don't know what would have happened to me. Thank God I had her and her sixth sense. I used to work at Tavanna when I was 18. Most of my retail horror stories come from there, unfortunately. The one that stands out for this particularly is the one time I had to call security to literally stand outside the store to keep me safe. If any of you are familiar with Tavanna, there would be a sample cart outside of the store where you could try some of the seasonal/popular teas. This attracted a lot of homeless population as it was free. There was always a lot of "please limit your tasting to 1 cup, and I'm gonna have to ask you not to fill up your thermos." I always was polite to everyone, unless they gave me a reason not to be. So this one day, there was a guy that came up and grabbed a sample. I think we had a total of 5 teas to sample, and he was trying each one, which wasn't uncommon. He said hi, was making small talk, and asking how my day was going. He was clearly homeless, but he was polite, so I didn't mind and wasn't too concerned. What started creeping me out was his face. He had on all black clothes and his hood up, but his mouth was always in the biggest, widest smile. He would make direct eye contact with me when he was talking, and he started asking me very personal questions and overall just lingering far too long. It made me feel like I needed to have someone else in there, as I was by myself and no other customers were inside. Soon he leaves, and a customer with her 2 daughters comes in. Luckily they are there for 20-ish minutes, but I can see him lingering outside the store and walking around near the entrance. He comes back in, and while I'm helping her, continued to ask me very personal questions, which I didn't answer, as well as inching closer to the counter. She caught on and stayed while I grabbed something from the back and called security. Soon after, a guard showed up and had him leave, which resulted in hot tea being poured on the floor, and when he came back he said he was well known as Mr. Smiley and liked to harass young girls. Overall the worst day in retail, and if that customer hadn't been in there I have no idea what would have happened. I was 17 and my friend Martin was 18. We decided to go clubbing in a city 20 miles away from where we lived. There was no public transport after about 11 p.m, so we decided to find an all-night club. When we arrived, we went to a park first to sit down and try to decide what to do. A couple in their late 30s/early 40s came into the park down and sat on a nearby bench. Eventually the man introduced himself as Frank and asked if we'd like any drugs. I said yes, because I thought he meant he had some on him right there. However, he said they were back at his house. I didn't want to go to some complete stranger's house in a strange city late at night, but Martin insisted, saying that Frank was sound. We started walking, and I soon realized that Frank's house wasn't even nearby. We walked 4 miles, through streets and housing estates and all different kinds of areas. Along the way Frank's girlfriend was quietly whispering to me that Frank is a really dodgy drug dealer who beats people up, and her family are worried about her being with him. Eventually, I realized that I'd feel safer out in the street than in a house with them, so I sat down and refused to go any further. Frank pointed at a house across the street and said it was his, but I refused to move. Martin went into Frank's house while I sat outside waiting. Martin was taking a really long time, so eventually I went to the house to ask him to hurry up. Frank grabbed my arm and tried to drag me in, but I held onto the door frame and tried to fight him off. Martin heard the commotion and came to the door. He agreed to leave, and we started walking away. Frank followed us for a while, trying to persuade us to come back. He even tried to get us to go into a dark secluded area with him along the way, but we ignored him and kept walking, and eventually he gave up. Martin told me that Frank had loads of weapons and weird bondage and such stuff in the house, and that it was a good job I hadn't gone in, because he thinks Frank was planning to do something to us. He said Frank had been behaving weirdly and insisting that Martin find some way to make me go inside. I've wondered occasionally what might have happened to us if I'd gone in. It seems weird that people in their 40s would want to invite two random teenagers round to their house for innocent fun. I think we dodged a bullet there. 1. I must thank my mum for my older brother had this friend who he knew since he was a little kid. He was a bit odd, but friendly. He wasn't that much older than me, and I would sometimes spend time with him, his brother and my brother. We'd all play together on the trampoline at my house. This boy really seemed to like me, which felt heartwarming, because my older brother was, and still is, cold and uncaring. I used to think this guy sitting on me and messing around was just playful, but my older brother soon fell out with him, so we rarely saw him. He used to make fun of him because he thought he was gay, since he would wear ballet tutus and did things like drama class. We saw him a few times when his mum would come to our house, and he would always seem interested in where my younger brother was. He was very young at the time. My mum always found that it was a bit weird how this guy went from being all over me to now being all over my little brother, especially since the age gap was so much larger this time, and because he was a young man. About 1 or 2 years ago I was on Skype at 2 AM with my friend. My mum came in, and I thought she was just gonna tell me to go to bed because I was making noise, but she had this looks of horror and anger in her eyes. She said she had to show me something and walked over to me, holding up her phone. It was a news report about how that same boy from my childhood, now a man, had been found guilty of downloading, selling, and making pornographic photos of children. When I had just turned 6 years old, I was kidnapped off my front lawn. I was running in the grass barefoot and the stereotypical unmarked white van rolls up. Out jump several large men from the back, and one of them out of the passenger door to grab me, while the rest thwart my guardian's attempt to snag me before the driver waypoint. When I was put into the cab there was a metal grate logger dog cage separating me and the back, and there was no center console, so I was sitting on the floor between the driver and passenger seats. The guy that was driving kept reaching down to touch my legs. The seats were atop metal box-like frames, and I smashed his hands against the metal as hard as I could with my feet. When he reached for me, I was in their possession for 11 days. The house was filled with a heavy haze that I now as an adult recognize as burning bud, and there was always people filing in and out. They gave me baby formula to drink like milk, and not much else. I don't remember a lot of the finer details as it was more than 15 years ago, and I honestly have a lot of repressed memories about this happening. What I do remember plenty of was me hiding in various cubby holes in the house, like under the bed and in closets, and the guy that was driving the van was always the one dragging me out of my hiding spots by my feet. One day, when it was quiet and most of the people had filed out, I noticed one of those old corded phones on the wall. I always had trouble with numbers, but I had memorized our house phone number by then. I dragged a chair and some stuff over to the wall and climbed on top of it and dialed the number. I heard my guardian answer the phone and I asked if it was them. They seemed panicked and excited when they heard my voice on the line. I don't remember exactly how they found me because I was too young to have any concept of where I was, and I'm not sure if they could track phone lines like that back in the day, but somehow that phone call saved me and got me out of there. This thread has shown me that I have no gut sense of danger. In my life I've picked up 3 different hitchhikers that seemed like nice guys. The first one was when I was a teen. There was a guy holding a suitcase and walking down the road which was miles from anything. I pulled over and he asked me to take him to the bus stop. So I have him direct me to the bus stop, and he's like, "Why are you picking people up after midnight off the side of the road?" I just told him I'd hate to be stuck on the side of the road after midnight. Then he asked me if I was afraid of being murdered, and I was like, "Nah dude, I doubt the average guy's gonna murder me." He then directs me to a bus stop on the side of the road no more than half a mile up the road from where he had been hiking. except I didn't see the bus stop. It was in the middle of a long stretch of road, and I've never seen a public bus in my hometown. The second one was when around 19 and a dude asked me to give him a ride to his car from the Walmart parking lot after midnight. My wife obviously wanted me to say no, but I'm like, I'd sure hate to be stuck in a Walmart parking lot after midnight. So I give this dude a ride a mile down the road to a gas station, where he asks me to give him enough money for a gas can and gas for his car, and I probably would have, but I had like $5 to my name. He says he's got to go inside and then gets real defensive about us ditching him, and I'm like, nah dude, I ain't leaving you. Then when he goes inside, my wife says we should definitely leave the weirdo, and I reason that just cause he looks rough doesn't necessarily reflect on his character, and maybe he's only out so late cause he's a night owl like us. He gets back in the car with no gas and asks us to take him to his car across the road in a dark parking lot of an abandoned car dealership. I'm like, I don't know dude, that's pretty dark and you can just walk over there, right? So he's like, never mind, just take me back to Walmart. So I do, and then that was that point. The third was maybe 8 months ago. There was a dude needing a ride at Walmart, not at midnight this time, and he's wearing dog tags and spouting a bunch of army buzzwords saying he needs a ride cause his commander hasn't paid him or something. Obviously it's a little fishy, but I'm like, I'd hate to be too desperate for a ride that I had to make up an elaborate story to convince people to help out. So naturally I give him a ride. He sees my post truck and goes, whoa, this is your ride? HMM. And acts like he doesn't want to get in. I'm like, it's just ugly but it still works. Do you want a ride or not? So he reluctantly gets in and then has me take him to some weird abandoned looking junkyard on the backside of town. It's like a metal scrap yard, but he goes in and comes back out after a few minimums and says his car was towed and they were impounding it in this scrap shop, but his commander is going to help him get it out. I'm like, man, I'd sure hate to have my car impounded and not have money. So I ask how much he needs and he refuses to take money. Then he's just like, okay, take me back to Walmart. So I drive him back to Walmart trying to figure out his deal. He turned down food, cash, and booze offers and got out at Walmart without ever actually asking for anything. Still not really sure what that was all about. Everyone has told me these were definitely shady experiences I had, but I didn't feel shit. My gut instinct is to just die, I guess. It was quite a few years ago, and I was pregnant and fairly far along. Traffic was bad on the freeway, so I decided to stop off at the mall to look for baby stuff. As I pulled in to park, I started to feel sort of off, but figured a long drive plus my big belly was to blame. I got out of the car, locked it and turned to walk to the entrance, but was hit with a really odd scared prickly feeling of something was wrong. I immediately thought it was the baby and decided I needed to go inside, possibly for help, or at least call family. As soon as I stepped towards the doors, the feeling intensified so much I opted to get back in the car and find help elsewhere. As I drove away, the feelings lessened and were gone. When I got back on the freeway, I made it home a while later, and as I walked in to tell my husband my odd story, I see the news on TV. There was a shooting at the mall I had driven to. Not more than 5 minutes or so after I turned to go back to my car, a gunfight had erupted between rival gangs inside and was totally focused around the entrance I would have walked through at about the same time. I tried to tell my husband I had been there, but I couldn't say it clearly to make him understand I was right there. I swore then never to underestimate these feelings and taught my kids the same. It has saved me from bad situations on more than one occasion, and I consider it a gift that shouldn't be ignored, no matter how it appears to others. I was renting a room from my mom's old tenant. He had bought a house after living in the granny unit behind the house she was renting. He was a super easygoing guy, and everything worked perfect between us. We would usually blaze in the AM, and then I'd go out for the day, or whatever. One morning we had our usual J and watched some ridiculousness. We had some laughs, and he mentioned how intense his new meds were. I left to go play some basketball and came back hours later. I walked in and noticed him lying on his stomach with his head on his hands and feet in the air watching surf videos on his computer. Not weird at all. I went out for the rest of the day and came home around 9 PM, and he was in same position, but seemed to be sleeping. I went to bed that night and had this bizarre nightmare. This weird tall black shadow had swooped down from the sky and wrapped this massive wings around me. The figure's claws wrapped around my ribs and I felt them dig into my sides. I woke up with pain in my sides and was completely creeped out. Went to kitchen and grabbed some water. Noticed my roommate was in the exact same position. I slowly drank water while trying to watch his breathing out of the corner of my eye. I noticed his body was completely still. Tried calling his name a couple times and no response. Went and checked on him. He was cold. He had passed away from an overdose due to his meds, Klonopin. Probably slaughtered the spelling. Called the cops and he pronounced dead. No idea what the figure was in my dreams, but death was in the house that night. Fully realize this doesn't exactly fit the topic, but close enough. I'll never forget that dream. R.I.P. Big Dog. When I was 19 I went to a trip to the beach, but it was a really wild beach in Brazil. I went with family and had already spent 10 days or so exploring the surrounding areas and trails that led to other deserted beaches. Anyways, one afternoon I decided to hit one of the deserted beaches because it was super nice and the waves were awesome to body surf. I asked my brothers if they wanted to come with me, but they said they had eaten too much and we are gonna take a nap, so I decided to go alone anyways. So I crossed one of the not deserted beaches and I notice a big older man behind me kind of staring at me while walking in the same direction as me. I thought no big deal and kept heading to the trail. When I entered the trail I felt uneasy and started wondering. I'm a skinny 56-kilogram kid in the middle of the jungle, heading to a deserted beach and a strange guy was following me. Suddenly I realized that if that guy wanted to do something to me, I was pretty much faked. So I bolted ahead. I had been doing that trail every day for the last 10 days. So I was really up my game on the climbs and detours of the trail and hid in a little overhead bush atop the main trail and waited with a big rock in hand. 2 or so minutes later, sure enough the big guy appears panting looking for me. He mumbles something and turns back. I wait for like 5 minutes and keep going. I was scared he would be waiting for me on the way back. So I went to the deserted beach. There I found a couple of surfers. So I told them what happened. And after swimming a little we got back together. I'm pretty sure that guy would have done something bad to me. My wife and I were on our way into the Sequoia Mountains for our normal summer vacation, but the first time with a 7-month-old. So there were lots of feeding/changing stops along the way that we had never made before. We had always stopped in an Uber just below the base of the mountains. The town is small and rural, but very safe. However, it had no park, and we wanted to let the little guy sit and roll and crawl after we had changed and nursed him. So we check Google Maps and find a little park 15 miles away, also in a town called Orange Cove. We drive to the little park, talking along the way, not really paying attention to our surroundings, because in our minds, everything on the way during this trip is just safe rural farm town. We stop at the park and I start to notice things more subconsciously than anything. On the way down the street, 3 running dogs had followed our car most of the way. The park is super rundown with lots of graffiti, but that's not so bad. However, the playground equipment is all broken and the grass is knee high, as if no city caretakers have been down that street in a long time. It's on the right side as the street dead ends, with only one way in or out. And there's a large dumpster on the street sitting sideways by the curb. Like I said, this all registers subconsciously, and we walk to a tagged and falling apart bench and change his diaper. My wife moves to sit and start nursing him, still talking and laughing, while I'm feeling more and more uneasy. As she sits, I start to really look at the tagging on the bench. There's your normal gang signs and Venus drawings, but interspersed is some pretty graphic depictions of cop killings, along with some RIP and dates. I'm about to suggest she finishes the nursing in the car when a truck with 2 dudes drives up, passes the dumpster, and then backs into the curb right up against the back of the dumpster, completely concealing the truck from the main road that intersects with the dead-end road we were on. It was then that I realized exactly why that dumpster was placed the way it was. I touch my wife's shoulder and say, "Babe, let's go." Something about my tone stopped her mid-sentence, and she immediately started following me back to the car. I open the door for her and say, "Keep him in your lap." Normally she would totally object to even the slightest hint at not putting our 7-month-old in the car seat, as would I, but she just nodded and jumped into the car, holding our boy. I walk quickly around and get in the driver's seat. As soon as I close the door, I breathed a sigh of relief. We turn the car around and start driving back down the dead-end road towards the main road, as all the dogs once again surround our car and run with it. The truck has started following us, and this time we notice almost every house on both sides of the road with the residents outside their homes, or leaning on their fences near the street, just staring at us. I couldn't even race out of there, or I ran over the dogs. After what seemed like an eternity, we finally hit the main street. I look in the rear view, and the truck has stopped in the middle of the dead-end road, just watching us. We turn onto the main street and just keep going. We looked it up, and apparently this little town Orange Cove, surrounded by farmland, is one of the highest in the state for gang activity. More than likely, we stumbled into a burial, and they just didn't want us there. I don't think they would have done much more than they did, which was just to basically escort us out, but I really didn't want to stay to find out. Not me, but my uncle for my dad, if that makes sense. My dad was a freshman in high school in the mid-80s. His family was fairly poor and worked blue-collar jobs, so him and his brothers would walk home from school. My uncle always found that my father would come home out of breath, like he was running from someone. He felt like something was up, and so the next few days my dad kept coming home out of breath sweating. To get to their house there was one big fence you had to hop if you took the fastest way. My uncle didn't think he'd run home, because let's be honest, very few high school teens do not like running. He could tell something was off, and since my dad was so stubborn he kept saying that everything was fine and there wasn't anything to worry about. The next day my uncle hid at the base of the fence after school and waited for my dad to come running and hop the fence, and that is what my dad did. He was being chased by the school's well-known bullies, and my uncle, who was 6'5", 265 at the time, tackled the first of the 3 kids and asked them why they were chasing his brother. Turns out these kids had taken his lunch money from the past month every day and kept threatening my dad to kill him if he didn't provide for their lunches. After they tell my uncle that, he takes his brother's lunch money back and beats the head of the group senseless, turns to the other 2 and says, "This will happen to all 3 of you if you don't leave my brother alone." Every day after that my dad walked home and didn't have to be chased or scared. They bullies even apologized to my dad and his family after. Okay, Reddit, I'll do it. I have never ever told this to people besides myself. So when I was around 6, 7-ish years old, I'd be obsessed with animals, especially horses. So little me, mom, dad, we go to this very far away place that one of my mom's coworkers live, which looks like a little ranch, and their neighbor has a horse. So I find a way to get away from my parents and I start to observe the horse, and my mom's coworker neighbor just shows up. He's the typical white man, old enough to be my grandfather, but not that old. And he starts to talk to me and lures me to his cabin behind his house. As I go there I start to see so many toys, but no kids. I enter and it looks like his mini little heaven and amazing place with toys, bubblegum machines, candy, but he starts to touch my hair and gives me the shivers. Okay, I must say I always hated people touching my hair, so I get the feeling that something is getting really weird and it isn't right. And I say to him I need to go to the bathroom. He points to me where it is, and soon as he turns his back, and I believe he was looking for Candace or sorta, I don't know. At this point I was scared for some reason. I ran off through the front door of his cabin, and he screams, "Hey, what you're doing?" Till this day I never ran so fast like this. Went back to my parents. I never said shit, because I was completely blank-minded and too scared. That's basically it. 4 years passed from the event and a little boy went missing in that area. The faking bastard buried him down the house. I still get the creeps when I think it could be me, and guilty because if I had told my parents the incident, this boy could be alive today. I was 15, home alone on a farm out in the country. Closest neighbor is a bit over half a mile away. It's the summer, so I'm wearing a top, not with a big cleavage or anything, and a thin skirt. Thin fabric but not see though, and it's a long skirt, to the ground long. This is relevant later. Someone knock on the door. Our guest entrance that's closest when you enter into the courtyard. I go open to see who it is and what they want. There is a man that looks like framing Santa. He wanted to sell air photos of the farm. He looked nice. I mean, he did look like Santa. Just a friendly, pleasant old man. He was friendly and polite and nice, and the dumb as that is me told him I was home alone when he asked for my parents, and he smiled warmly, and I just got so goddamn terrified I almost pissed myself. I felt completely naked when he looked at me. Naked, exposed, and so scared. There were literally nothing off with him, at least that I can put my finger on and explain, but I just knew. I knew he meant me harm. I knew I was in great danger. I honestly think he might have raped and murdered me if it wasn't for the fact that my family had a dog. We had an unusually large German Shepherd. She was not allowed in the nicer dining room that was next to the guest entrance, and if she entered, her claws clicking in the floor always gave her away. This time though, the entire exchange with this man lasted for only 30 seconds or so, but I swear she felt my terror, and she completely silent and soundless came sneaking in and rushed past me. I instinctively grabbed her collar. She wasn't growling, she wasn't making a sound, she didn't have any obvious threatening body language, and she didn't pause for a second to scare him off. She was completely focused, and she went straight for his throat. She was coming to kill the threat, not to warn him. Grabbing her in the air was completely out of instinct/reflex. I didn't even notice her coming before she was jumping for him next to me. I kept her next to me for the rest of the interaction. She was standing in that worryingly still state and intensely staring at him the entire time. You know, the one when they are completely still and focused, but ready to explode in a fraction of a second. Had I let go of the collar, she would have been on him in a second. Or if he had moved too quickly or in the wrong way, I think. When my parents came home and I told them about it, started crying hysterically from the fear. They were very concerned and confused about me being that afraid over a polite man that looked like Santa and didn't do or say anything even slightly off. But I'm convinced that I would not have survived that encounter had I not had a very large and very protective dog there with me. God, just recalling it makes my eyes tear and my heart race from the fear. That man was evil. I have no other way to explain it. He was evil, and he enjoyed hurting people. I could just feel it in my bones. My skin crawled when he looked at me. It didn't save me, but it might have saved someone else. I was walking home one night, and in the middle of a parking lot I was passing by was a car with its lights on. I could see two people sitting next to each other, yelling at each other, and playing loud music. I could sort of see the car shaking a bit, and the two people appeared to be playfully fighting or something. I thought nothing of it and walked by, as this is not unusual in my neighborhood. As I was walking away, I just got this feeling something wasn't right. I stopped walking, looked back, and just watched for a bit to see what was really going on. Note that I couldn't see much as the car's headlights were on and shone almost directly into my face. I must have stared at it for at least 2 minutes when suddenly a car door opens and I see a woman dropping to the ground. This wasn't a playful fight. She was being assaulted. I ran to safety as quickly as I could and called the police. I stopped a pedestrian for help, found out what the assaulter's license plate said, and described everything I saw as it was happening to the policeman I was talking to. In the meantime, the assaulter drags her unconscious body back in the car and drives off. Later that night, I get a phone call saying that the assaulter was arrested and the girl got the medical attention she needed from an ambulance. I don't know what that man would have done to that woman if no one did anything about it, but it was a relief to hear the woman was alright. It didn't really save me, but I like to think it helped someone else. In my first year of college, I was waiting outside a frat party with a friend of mine. His girlfriend had gone out with some of her girlfriends, and when they were done for the night we were going to walk them home. His girlfriend came out to greet us with a couple of her friends, but then went back inside to find one more girl. We were waiting outside talking to some of my buddy's friends when two dudes, clearly not college students, walked past. After they passed one of the girls, said a guy smacked her as lightly, but at this point the guys had passed, so I decided to just keep an eye out. A few minutes later, one of the girls, she was pretty inebriated, decided she was just going to walk home. since she lived pretty close to where we were, and my buddy's girlfriend was taking a while. As she started to leave, the same guys who had walked past earlier came walking back up the street the other way. I spotted them and kept my eye on them, and they approached the lone drunk girl who was walking home. They started walking with her, and her body language very clearly showed she was intimidated, and then one of the guys grabbed her arm. That was more than enough for me, and so I yelled her name and briskly walked up to them. For context, I'm a 6 feet 2 inches 190-pound dude. She seemed scared, so I said let's wait inside and we'll all walk home as a group. The guys followed behind me saying things like come on man and what the fuck man, but I just placed myself between them and her and walked her back to the frat so she could wait inside with the security of the bouncers. Went up to the bouncer and told them what happened. And when the two dudes saw that they dipped, it really shook me up, as those guys had clearly been walking back and forth on that street looking for drunk girls to prey on. Edit. I forgot to say, after a few minutes everyone in our group came out and we all got home safe. The bouncers were also on the lookout in case the guys came back again. I never knew the difference between gut feelings and fear because I get scared really fast and I always think the worst of situations. But now I do. My partner and I recently moved to a new town. We didn't know anyone here and didn't have any family here. We moved here for work. He had this coworker that randomly added me on Facebook. I hadn't even met him yet, but I didn't think too much of it, just being happy that we met at least one new person in town. Then he asked us to go camping with him. We were enthusiastic and happy to meet new people. But he became very pushy. We were really busy with work and didn't really have time soon. He kept texting us. If I didn't answer him, he would text my partner and the other way around. We met up with him once. He said he'd bring his high school friend, but he showed up alone, which is fine. But it was really awkward and I could immediately feel this is not my kind of person. He asked to go camping multiple times and said he'd bring his high school friends. We had to cancel a few times and his high school friend did too. My partner and I figured we needed to go at least once to just calm him down, since he was pushing himself up on us. He kept texting, saying that he wanted to pick up our stuff the night before, even though we lived far away from him. We weren't allowed to bring our own car. He wanted to go somewhere where no one else would be. His high school friend cancelled again. He kept saying I needed to bring my swimsuit, and he didn't want us to buy any food. We wouldn't have any mobile service where he wanted to go. All the alarm bells in my head went off, and we decided not to go. Months later we made more friends here. We were at a bar with some of my partner's co-workers when we heard that he pushes himself up on everyone, forcing his friendship up on everyone. I have no idea if anything would have happened at all during the camping trip, but I felt so incredibly unsafe that I'm glad I cancelled. This is a little bit off topic, since it didn't actually save me from anything, because nothing bad really happened. But anyway, we used to live in a really quiet neighborhood. We lived there for 11 years, and through most of that we never locked the doors, except if we were leaving town. Towards the last few years we lived in the house, there started to be some issues in the neighborhood with robberies. A garage door was sometimes unlocked because my sister or brother would forget to lock it or even close it. My brother is so bad at that and would just leave the door completely open. You could see the garage door from the street, and one time when we weren't home someone stole my sister's motorcycle from the garage. Another time me and my mom were home when someone opened the front door. Now our dog is really territorial and started barking like crazy, so the person slammed the door shut and ran. Other times we had seen people trespassing. One night I was alone at home. My mom was somewhere and I was alone with the dog when I got a really bad feeling. Now I don't know if this was just me being a stupid teenager, but it felt serious. To this day I've never had a feeling like that. When I was alone at home I always kept the door locked during the night, and I went to check it was locked. It wasn't, and I locked it again. I got a knife from the kitchen and I slept on the living room sofa with the light on. I don't know if something bad would have happened, but it just didn't feel right that night. When I was 23, one of my girlfriends and I went out and drank a little too much. After last call, we knew we were too drunk to drive, so decided to go to a strip club to sober up. Really, it seemed like a much better idea when we were drunk. While we were sitting there, I ordered a club soda, and she ordered a soda. Some creepy guys came over and started talking to us, and they were trying to buy us drinks and get us to party. I firmly shut them down, as did she. We are pretty sobered up and decide to head home. She finished her soda and we left. While she was driving us home, she started to pass out. Not like sleepy pass out, but like out of nowhere pass out. I literally had to climb into her lap on the highway to get us back to my apartment. When we got there, I called my boyfriend out to help me her inside. She was unconscious for the next 10 hours. When she woke up the next day, she went to call her boyfriend, but her phone wouldn't turn on. She went to check the battery and it was gone. The night before, at some point she went to the bathroom and left her phone and drink unattended and didn't tell me. They roofied her soda and took the battery out of her phone and put the back on again. Thank God my mother ingrained in me to keep my drink in my hands at all times when around people I don't know. I still feel guilty I didn't notice, and this was 12 years ago. Thankfully, everyone was okay. I'm a nurse. I was floated to the ER. We had patients lined up in the hallways, no more rooms available. Patients were coming and going for tests. I was in a holding area in the ER where it's 2 nurses for 10 patients. We didn't even have a PCA to help that day, so needless to say it's crazy busy. I had 2 patients off the floor, one for a test and the other for dialysis. When you have a patient coming back from dialysis, the dialysis nurse should always reach you and give report. Secondly, the transporter is always supposed to tell you when the patient is back, so you can check on them. Apparently the dialysis nurse couldn't reach my phone and didn't bother to find another way to reach me, and on top of that the transporter failed to tell me my patient was back. Recipe for disaster. Prepped and ready. Point: I was giving meds to a new patient in a room. I was smack in the middle of scanning medications and answering questions when all of a sudden I had a weird feeling I should check to see if my patients were back. I can't explain it. I stopped scanning, told the patient I would be right back, and I left the room and walked down the hall. I was going to check my father patient first when I walked by and saw my dialysis patient left in the hallway unconscious and drooling. After a hard sternal rub with no response, I called a code. We ran the code and figured out her blood sugar tanked after dialysis. Her sugar was in the 30s, a number that could kill someone. We brought her back and she recovered without injury. I had to write her incident report and tell my supervisor, but I don't know if anything came of it. I still have anxiety thinking about what would have happened if I hadn't left that room. Took a road trip to LA last year from BC. We rented an Airbnb in Pasadena for the entirety of our time in LA, which was about 5 days or so. Point: we finally arrive at the Airbnb pretty late. It was 8 or 9 p.m. The hosts meet us to show us into the suite. The ad looked wonderful. Private pool house, lots of solid ratings. The woman was very friendly, but the man was extremely aggressive in showing us around. He didn't speak English and his aggressiveness was slightly off-putting, but we figured it was just a cultural difference. They were Asian, that we weren't completely used to. They leave and we settle in. We take a look around, and everything seems okay, but we are kind of disappointed. Everything just seems hastily put together. The cupboards didn't match, the dishes and whatnot were all unique, i.e. nothing was a set. It was like they renovated their house and put all the old crap in this place. The floors were dirty, the bathroom was dirty, and inside the shower the windowsill wasn't actually housed, it just sat loose in the frame. There was nothing stopping someone from literally taking the window out and climbing in through the gap in the wall. Point: then out of nowhere, the man came back, rushed in and did something. To this day I have no idea what he did. He puttered around for a few minutes before leaving again. Point: we are both exhausted and just want to relax, so we walk out to the end of the driveway and light up a joint. I forgot to mention that there are 2 dogs that live outside in their backyard, and they were aggressive. They barked whenever they heard the door to the suite open. Their yard was gated off, but the door to our suite was right next to the gate to their property, so the dogs would run up to the gate and bark like mad whenever we went in or out. It was extremely unnerving, and we both love dogs anyways. We come back Dogs go nuts, and we go inside. They stop barking, thank God. By now, my partner starts voicing her disappointment. I'm exhausted, so I get frustrated, but I understand. I feel it too, but I just want us to look past it and get a good night's sleep so we can enjoy our trip. I should mention that up until now, neither of us had brought up all the things that seemed off about this place. We agree to just give it the night and we'll feel better in the morning. Then we go into the bedroom. I sit on the bed and find out that there's plastic wrapping on the mattress. A bit weird, but they probably just want to preserve the mattress. And then my partner notices the dogs. They're literally sitting outside our window, watching us. We felt like prisoners at this point. I mentioned that I need to voice a couple of concerns. I didn't want to freak her out, but I felt like everything was adding up, and it was becoming too much of a coincidence. Firstly, the dogs. They're creeping us both out. We feel like they were trained to guard the visitors. Secondly, the mattress. It was super weird for the plastic to still be on it. Preserving it is a stretch of an excuse, but I can't think of any other reason why they'd have it, except then the window. That's really fucking unsettling. We felt completely vulnerable to anyone or anything that knew it was just a gaping hole. The hastiness of it all. It really seemed like they just threw the place together and put a price tag on it. This last thing was the kicker. The door to the bedroom locked automatically when it closed from the outside. What's more, it swung shut unless there was a door stopper underneath the room right outside the bedroom, the bathroom. So theoretically, someone could jump in through the window, shut the bedroom door and lock whoever was in there inside. We were both freaking out at this point. My thoughts? This dude comes in late at night, locks us in the bedroom, chops us up into little pieces, bags us up with the plastic wrap, and disposes of us in the commercial-sized dumpster at the end of their driveway. Maybe it was the weed. Okay, it was probably the weed, but I shit you not, the sense of relief we felt when we stepped into the motel we found after leaving the Airbnb that night was unmatched, and we've never regretted our decision to leave, despite losing out on several $100s for the Airbnb stay. Sorry if this was a chaotic read. I'm currently about to close up my work, so it was pretty rushed. When I went out at 12 AM as a single mom for baby formula with my son, and some guy asked me how to get to the town down the street. We live right near a very largely populated Mexican area. We are the mushroom capital of the world, and that town, again, very close, is predominantly Mexican populated. He barely spoke English, so I had to give him instructions in Spanish, and I thought it was strange that he would ask where that place was, given that he may live there or definitely know where it was, and it was literally 3 minutes away. So I made a point to notice his car. Then I noticed it following me. I made 4 turns, and still saw him hanging back, even when there were a few cars behind me and in front of him. He looked like he was following me, and it didn't feel right, but I didn't want to go straight home. I remembered when I worked at Applebee's years ago in high school, and they had cameras at the to-go spots directly in front of the spots, which showed them at the bar, so employees could bring out the food. I parked in there quickly. He was turning at the light, so I had maybe 30 seconds. I grabbed my son and headed inside. I went to the bar, looked at the monitor, sitting right there so anyone could see, and saw him pull in right next to my car. I asked for the manager and told him what was going on. The manager called the police and blocked his car from backing out with his giant Suburban. The manager locked down the restaurant until the cops came. When they did, I saw them arrest the dude, so I was able to talk to the officer. They said he was originally subject to search because he had a warrant and was driving on a suspended license, but more importantly, they found an overpass bag in the trunk with a ton of those zip-tie police handcuff things, some sedatives, a small taser, a knife, 2 shovels, and a thing of Clorox wipes. I don't know what the fuck that was all for, but I'm glad I got that feeling and didn't go directly home. Don't know if it saved us, but certainly feel like it did. Me and my partner were on an all-inclusive holiday in Egypt, Sharm. We decided to do one of the excursions where we'd be picked up and taken out to the desert to do all sorts of activities throughout the afternoon into the evening. This included things like quad biking, camel riding, stargazing, dinner under the stars, etc. Needless to say, it was going to cost a fair amount, so we wanted to make sure we wouldn't be the only guests going. They said there were a few couples from our hotel going, so we decided to go for it. Fast forward to getting picked up, and it's just us there waiting. We figure people could have dropped out or something. Van arrives and one of the guys from the hotel excursion team joins us in getting in. We ask about the other couples and he says we are the only ones that booked. About 5 minutes through the journey I noticed two Arabic speaking guys staring at my partner and speaking in Arabic. My partner had noticed too, and she felt very uncomfortable. At this point the excursion guy from our hotel brings up that he won't be joining us, he's just getting dropped off at another hotel. Point my partner gives me that worried look to say, get us out of this. So I fake illness to get them to get us back to the hotel. The two guys who were speaking Arabic looked very disappointed by this. Having said all this, there's no way to know if anything bad would have happened, but I've learned, if you're in unfamiliar territory and you get that feeling, escape. As a testament to our hotel though, we'd taken a walk round that took us away from reception. So they'd registered us at the checkpoint at the top of the hotel, but hadn't seen us enter reception. About 20 minutes after getting back to the room, 3 security guards and a first aid turned up at our door to ensure we were okay. Point in hindsight, I'm incredibly glad we didn't go on that excursion. On a Friday night it's not uncommon for me to go out with friends. I live stupidly far from the main city, so I usually catch the last service train and sleep in my car until morning. I'm rested enough to drive. One particular night, I did just that. I arrived at the end station car park, walked to my car, fetched the blanket from the back seat, rolled down the window slightly, and dropped back my seat to nap. Now all was well and good for a solid hour until I heard some commotion in the distance. It seemed to be someone knocking / thudding on cars coupled with a woman's cries for help / choking noises. They kept getting closer and closer, and she was screaming repeatedly phrases along the lines of somebody help. Sure enough, it was this young couple in a heated domestic. He absolutely had the upper hand here by strength and stature. He wasn't huge, but he was threatening, claiming that he would kill her and anyone that came to help. Point now I'm not by any means a frail nor small lady. I'd give most people a fair go strength-wise and have been in enough scrapes to know I'd usually come out mildly injured, if not mostly alright. So the first instinct was to go out and help this woman, at least let her stay in my car until I could call the police. But there was this nagging intuition telling me not to leave the car. In fact, it was more than that. It was telling me not to be seen nor heard. So like the coward I am, I hid under the blanket, switched my phone to silent and dialed the police. I waited it out until they arrived. She was badly injured, and he had bolted. That was that point the day after I was phoned to provide a statement as a witness, but she ended up dropping the charges and nothing ever came of it. However, I did discover some startling info. As it turns out, the man was a renowned martial arts champion within the community. He was quite capable, so I'm told, of dealing great damage. We have no doubt that he would have put a even fatigued Viking woman on the ground, if not in the ground. The officers assured me that staying hidden in the car was the best action I could have taken, even if nearly every other part of me was telling me to do something else. About 3 years ago I was 15 and at my friend's house. We'd gotten high before, and I had just woken up at 3 AM. I absolutely hate staying overnight at people's houses, not the gut feeling, and so I made the very intelligent decision of walking myself home. It was only a 1.5 miles tops, but it was mainly down a long straight dark road passing some fields. I'm going to try and describe this as best I can. To get onto this long road I had to leave my friend's road and turn right towards a roundabout. When I get to the roundabout I turn right, so there is no need to cross or anything for most of my journey. I get onto the main road heading towards the roundabout, and I see this dark figure behind me. It being 3 AM and me having watched too many creepy videos in my past, I instantly sheet myself. I think I'm probably overreacting, and so decide to do a little test, similar to the 3 right/left turns test for someone following you. I cross the road and decide to go a long way around the roundabout. If he was by chance taking the same path I was, he would just stayed on the regular road. I hope I've explained that okay. He crosses shortly after me, and I get a little sigh of relief, to be honest. I thought that he must have been taking one of the two other routes available from this side. FFW to the long road, and I take a quick peek behind me. Guess who was getting very close to me? About 10 meters if that. I shat myself and rang 999. The woman on the line was watching me on a map, as in the road I was on, and was clearly local to me, as she knew there would be a little hill bit followed by a string of different streets. She talks to me and keeps me calm. She instructed me that the moment I get out of eyesight to sprint like hell away from this guy and weave myself around to my house. I did exactly that. Point I'd get a fair distance away, and I decide the smartest thing to do would be to hide behind a few cars that were parked just outside of my road. I wasn't able to see him, but I instantly hear one of the most terrifying sounds I've ever heard. I'm not sure what happened exactly, but this man just started screaming and shouting mostly gibberish. I thought I was able to make out the word where, but I wasn't sure. The woman on the line heard all of this and instantly sent police to my location. They pick him up, and he was an ex-police officer and registered sex offender. I still thank myself that woman stayed on the line to a scared 15-year-old boy for 20 minutes. I honestly felt like I was wasting police time at some point. Not my gut feeling per se, but my dad's. We were making a 3-hour drive from hometown to my sister's college graduation. We stop at a McDonald's for lunch, since we were making good time and my sister's graduation started at like 2 or something, and we were already pretty close. Point I was in 8th or 9th grade at the time, making my younger brother in the 7th or 8th grade. At this time in my life, my batshit crazy grandmother, referred to as BSC from here out, drive a nice red Corvette, and she had asked my parents if my brother and I could ride with her the rest of the way to my graduation. My parents had told her before we left our house that she couldn't. She had been in a couple of accidents, but not any since I had been 5 or 6. My parents said hell no and told her not to ask again. Point now we were leading a caravan of family on a really busy highway where the speed limit is 75 but everyone really goes 80 minimum. So my grandma lost us and my dad pulled over onto the side of the road and his sister, my aunt, pulled over behind him. My dad is keeping an eye in the rearview mirror and finally spots her, and as soon as he did, all I heard was "shit goddamn it," and he lurched the car forward, much to everyone else's complaints, and my aunt just followed along. And it's a good thing that my dad did that, because as soon as he had seen BSC, she had seen him and crossed 3 lanes of traffic to get from the far left lane, going 85, maybe 90 miles an hour, to the far right lane, where she put her blinker on, slammed on her brakes, and got rear-ended by an unsuspecting elderly couple, older than her, who were towing their RV, right where my dad and my aunt had previously been parked next to. My dad just had this gut feeling, and immediately acted on it, and saved us from getting hit in the process. But wait, there's more. The trunk of BSC's car was up, and into her front seat. My brother and I would have been non-existent if she had gotten her way. Point she tried to blame the couple for the accident because she used her blinker. Yeah, that didn't fly. My dad gave the couple his number and told them to call him if she tried to manipulate the insurance company or any other authority, and that he'd be their witness because it was in no way their fault. We all left her there and went to my sister's graduation, and my brother and I never set foot into a car she drove ever again. Was walking home one night after babysitting my niece and nephew, so my sister could have a night out after not leaving the house for 3 weeks. About 11 PM, and the town I live in is very quiet, rural and violence free pretty much, aside from the odd drunken bout. Point anytime I walk the way I was going, I walk through the churchyard as it's quicker than going along the road. No street lights, which never bothered me before, but this night I just had that don't go that way. I've been attacked by a few drunken idiots before, but they happen to be outside of pubs that time, so I stay away from them whenever I get that feeling. I passed the gate, I heard a few quiet whispers and then nothing. So I look over the wall adjacent to the pavement to see if I spot anything. Nothing. So I carried on and had that burning feeling in the back of my skull and picked up the pace point. Then I heard fast and heavy footsteps from the other side of the wall and immediately started running. And when I got clear of the wall I looked behind me and saw two people who were in my year in school laughing their ass off. So I did the typical British fuck off you wankers and went home. Next morning I woke up early and decided to go to the shop, which was on the other side of the churchyard, and it was blocked off by police tape and I saw an officer standing there blocking the way. Asked him what had happened, and there was an attack there at roughly 11:30 when they got the call. A man after a night out had been attacked and stabbed in the walkway by two late teens. My heart sunk as I knew who done it. A few days later they were arrested and pleaded guilty for robbing that guy for drug money, and when he resisted, they stabbed him. Been listening to that feeling ever since. I was about 11 and living in an apartment complex that I had just moved into with my mother and younger brother, aged 8 at the time. After my parents divorced, we lived downstairs and the man in question lived upstairs. He was always back, nice I guess you could say. He always said hello to me, tried to make small talk, smiled as I walked by, etc. Normal friendly stuff. But something about him was off. I noticed that he had started watching me from his balcony when I was outside playing. He would just stare down at me and smile and yell random questions at me while I was riding my scooter and such. Like he would ask my name, what apartment I was in, how old I was, who I lived with, etc., all of which I answered dishonestly or not at all. This visibly frustrated him, but he never expressed that to me verbally. Then, one day, I was carrying in groceries from my mom's car into our apartment, alone, while my mom was in the apartment with my brother, and he stood in the doorway of the complex, which was my only pathway back home, and stared at me while grinning. I was uncomfortable, but said a polite back hello, and asked if he would mind moving to let me through. Instead, he reached his arms out and asked to carry the groceries inside of my apartment instead. I politely declined and asked to be let through again. Still, he persisted. I backed away from him and towards my mom's car. I closed her trunk, opened the door in case I needed to lock myself inside, and asked if he would please just move. He finally moved to allow the smallest space for me to fit through, which would have basically forced me to touch him had I not been carrying groceries. But I used the groceries as coverage and pushed the bags against him so I didn't touch him, and then I bolted to my apartment. Once there, I closed the door behind me and told my mom what had happened. Furious, we reported him to the landlord. Turns out that he was a registered sex offender and wasn't even on that apartment's lease, meaning that he was living there only in more ways than one. Him and his girlfriend were evicted immediately, and I haven't seen him since. The saddest part to me is that his girlfriend had a daughter just a few years younger than me. I hope to God he never hurt her. Sorry this is so long. TLDR at the bottom. For months I had been sick. I was 19 to 20. Completely wiped out, tired, gastric problems, anxiety, etc. I went to doctor after doctor, specialists, and GPs, and all of them would run tests to have everything come back normal, but I knew something was wrong. I had never experienced feeling so bad for so long. My family thought I was going crazy, that I was making up my issues to get out of going to things and shit like that, because it had gone on for all these months with no doctor finding anything. I actually had a family member tell me it was depression manifesting itself into physical symptoms. I was depressed, but only because I knew something was wrong and no one could figure out what it was. Anyway, fast forward 4 months from when it started happening. It had snowed a bunch, and I was outside shoveling our driveway with my boyfriend. I felt like I was going to die. Literally, die. I told him I had to go inside and lay down immediately. I laid down, and a friend of ours came over to go to dinner with us as planned. We go to the restaurant and I feel like a total zombie. I can barely walk. I'm not hungry at all. I feel like I have the worst flu of my life at this point. We get home, and the feeling intensifies. I can't fall asleep. I keep going into the bathroom feeling like I'm going to puke. It's one of these puke times that I feel the biggest rush of anxiety I've ever felt. It gripped my chest. I had been going into the bathroom with the main light off, just using the little toilet room light instead. but this anxiety wave hit me so hard it made me turn on a light to splash some water on my face. I happen to look up into the mirror. It's the middle of the night at this point, and I look yellow. Bright faking yellow point. I woke up my boyfriend and said I needed to go to the hospital. He freaked out because he could clearly see that I'm the color of gold at this point. Even the whites of my eyes were yellow point. We got to the hospital where they took one look at me and put me in a room right away. Turned out one of the very first things they had tested me for was mono, and mono has a very large false negative rate. So I had been walking around, going to school, going to work with mono for months without knowing it. It turned out that the mono caused lots of problems. I had hemolytic anemia, which was chewing up my liver, which was causing the jaundice, the yellowing of everything. The mono also triggered cold agglutins in my blood, which meant my body was shredding my red blood cells to bits, thinking they were harming me. I was in the hospital for a week. Had to have a blood transfusion. Had to have a PICC line put in because my fourth came out halfway through my hospital stay and they couldn't find another place to put it back in. I was completely gold until a day or two before I went home. I looked like a lizard person. All in all, it took years for me to get back to normal after that. I honestly don't know what would have happened had I not had that grip of pure anxiety and turned that light on. TLDR, I was sick for months with mono without having doctor confirmation. Wave of anxiety made me turn on the light in the bathroom one night when I felt very sick to see I was yellow. Turns out I was in liver failure with jaundice, which made me go to the hospital. Stayed in the hospital for a week. Took years to recover, but could have died, so I thank that evolutionary anxiety for kicking my ass into getting to the hospital. I parked off campus when I was visiting my best friend's dorm on a snowy day. I lived off campus far away. I asked him if he could drive me to my car, but he told me since I had a campus card I could take the bus that loops around campus. I went to the bus stop and ended up getting on a TARC bus, city transportation. I realized my mistake pretty early on, and I was just hoping it would loop back around. After being on for about 25 minutes I didn't want to go any further, so I got off. I had my skateboard in my backpack that had my laptop. I thought maybe if I found 4th Street I could ride my skateboard all the back to campus, but I got lost. It was verging on 1 AM and the streets were pretty empty. I decided I was pretty faked, so I looked at my phone so I could call my friend, and I was on 1%. Panic struck me and I called him with haste. I quickly spewed off what street I was on and told him to pick me up because I was lost and my phone was dead. Then it died. I knew to only stay on the street I was on, and I just stood on the corner. I had no idea if my friends were going to pick me up, but I knew I had to stay there. 2 men in their late 20s early 30s walked past me, and I felt very uneasy about it. They walked about 40 feet past me, and then they turned around and came back. At this point I was majorly on edge. I had my skateboard in my hands, and I was mentally ready to use it as a weapon. They started talking to me, but it was such good slang I honestly didn't understand a single word. I just kind of nodded and agreed. They started occasionally asking me questions while just standing there together waiting, presumably for the perfect moment where no cars were in sight. At this point I was praying to God I wouldn't get stabbed. Finally, after standing there for what seemed like an eternity waiting to get jumped, I saw my friend's car. He looked at me and say, "Hey, looks like you made some friends." Lol. I speed walked to the car and thanked him for saving my life. The moral of the story is, when your friend asks for a ride, just give him one. It could be life or death. This happened when I was 12. It was winter, and I lived in a quiet neighborhood. My friend and I were always enthusiastic about ghosts and stuff, and I had a dark and creepy forest down the street of my house that led to a huge field. I always could sense when something was wrong, and because of that, I've probably avoided a lot of bad things. So anyways, me and my friend decided to go and investigate the woods and try to find creepy stuff. We walked not that far in when I suddenly had a really bad feeling. Now, any other time I get that feeling, it's not really that bad, so I assume there wasn't really too much danger, but this time I really felt like something bad was going to happen. I told my friend that we should go and that something didn't feel right. Of course he said no dude, it's fine, let's keep going. At that moment, the feeling got 10 times worse. I knew that if we kept going, that we could possibly get like kidnapped, injured, or maybe even worse. I always try to stay positive and to always keep going, but this time, I couldn't. After about 10 minutes of convincing, we both left. As we started walking away, my friend turned around, and I didn't know, because he was behind me. I suddenly hear him say, "Dude, do you see that?" I turned around and looked in the direction he was pointing at. I didn't see anything. I told him that it was probably his imagination and that nothing was there. He said, "No dude, seriously look." I turned around so he'd stop. Then I saw it point. There was someone behind a tree. I saw him move. He looked at me with a terrified look, and I nodded at him. We both sprinted out of the woods as fast as we could, and I swear I heard more footsteps behind us. I've always been kind of out of shape, so my friend was of course faster than me. I was running as fast as I could, and I heard a voice yelling at us. We got out of the forest and turned around. We saw him looking at us from the trees. He turned around and went back into the dark forest. I never went there again. Finally my turn. I'm 16 at this time, going for some urban exploration with two friends. One is 16, John, and the other is 17, Adam. John is very adventurous like me, but minus the actual instinctual side. Adam is mostly paranoid when out and about. This happened junior year of high school on a Saturday near sundown about 6. We were on our bikes following some train tracks until I noticed an empty road parallel to the tracks and suggest riding on it. We follow the trail a good few yards until it turns. Unsurprisingly, when Adam sees the trail leads to an abandoned junkyard, he objects to us going in. After myself and John finally convince Adam to enter. This property has no keep out signs or really anything to ward off trespassers. We ride around a little bit to take in the sights and overall just chat. A little ways and Adam gets a phone call from his mom, so we stop behind some random building and look around. On a dare, I try to open a random truck. It's locked. Then keep walking past to take in the sights an old junkyard had to offer. I think my spidey senses kicked in or something, because I just happened to turn around and notice John's ears perk up, like he hears something he didn't before, and I was right. John begins freaking out, saying he hears a wind up music box coming from the entrance, coincidentally our way out. Of course I laugh it off. Thinking nothing of such a random noise, I keep walking forward and notice something odd. An abandoned junkyard with rusty cars and an old looking building has newish looking bikes that none of us own, parked behind some cars just in front of us. Of course my quick thinking, I put 2 and 2 together and think something's up. See, I'm not a fighter. Heck, I'm a very scrawny guy who has a long chain of keys as more intimidation than a weapon, and John is slow, really slow and unarmed. Adam may be small, but he has gotten into a few fights and can probably handle himself. Either way, it would be 3 versus 2 who can't fight and 1 trying to protect us. So we speed up Adam's call and try going around the building, as the path we took luckily goes in a loop around in case the music box player was getting closer. We ride our bikes fast, and when we get out from behind the building we lowered our defenses as there is no one there. I thanked heavens and laughed it off as paranoia. John realized he scared us over a nearby church when he sees one across the street. Odd how we saw no one entering, but oh well. We continue exploring and find a fence with a hole in it. Suddenly my gut just turns on its side and I had an urge to leave the junkyard overall that I couldn't explain. Of course, in order to decide on leaving or going through a hole in a fence, we argued again. However, this time I took Adam's side when he said let's get foe. So we slowly get back on our bikes and begin head out. On the way out, just past the fence to enter the property, I see a car and the driver, but I think fast again. This is no ordinary car. It's a Mercedes-Benz, and the driver is wearing a suit. At first I looked the other way when he passed us. However, as soon as he passed us, I asked John and Adam, "Guys, what rich guy goes into a junkyard at this time of day, or any time of day for that matter?" The answer struck us like a bullet to the soul. At the same time, it has to be a gangster / mafia dude. With our luck, that mofo went into the junkyard, turned around, and got right on our tails. Lucky for us the train tracks were still next to us, so we did the only logical thing. Sadly there is a bit of a massive hole between the road and the tracks that extends from one set of tree line to the next, so we jumped it. I managed to bust my seat in the process, but as pain aside my adrenaline is rushing for some unholy reason I'm enjoying it, while John and Adam are freaking the fuck out. Thank God there was no gun pulled on us. We ride the dirt path next to the rails and see a train catch up to us. I think this might be the first time in mentioning this cause it was so long ago, and I just wanted to forget the whole experience. But after reading a post here something dug itself out of my clouded memory box. Years back when I was single, and before Uber or any of those rideshare apps existed, I used to be a party girl. Smoke weed. Throw hotel parties that went on for 3 days with endless amounts of drugs. Even went to parties with people I just met. 95% of the time it was a legit person who would be at a party with 30 to 100 people having a good time. Mind you, I didn't have a license back then either. I don't remember too much, but I met this guy, we'll just call him Mac. I think it was at a friend's party, and talked for a bit, to find we had a few things in common. That one interaction I felt sent off sparks. I was a dumb girl back then who thought even a wink would fall head over heels for even the douches without realizing they are dicks until later on. But I felt as that dumb girl he was different. Few weeks pass, I'm working finishing up, and have to be at work early in the morning the next day. Mac texted me, just as soon as I'm about to clock out at 10 PM. Mind you, he would text short replies, like he'd try making small talk over text, like how's your day, and what are you up to? He would respond back with good and K but nothing more, so it did turn me to not text him until he texted first. Dumb girl rule. He invited me to hang out with him and a few of his friends, also naming one of our mutual friends as well. I told him how I feel it's already late to hang, and I need to go home and sleep for work in the morning. The moment I sent this, the moment he calls my phone, he starts whining and begging I'd come out, how there's drinks, weed, etc. Just to shut him up I said fine, thinking our mutual friend is known for not staying out till late, and I can catch a ride home with her if I'd ask. He picks me up right from work. Yep, in my uniform still. No time for freshening up. You know that feeling, I know. We drive in the direction, that is toward his house, and just past the turn we usually take. He looks to me and says it's at my friend's place. It's close. I was alarmed in any way. However, I didn't really know Mac too much to place my full trust in yet. Only met 4 times now. But like I said, at the moment I wasn't aware. He turns on a dirt point road that's just off of this side street from the main road we were on. Like I saw trailers and thought, oh, it's at a trailer. Cool, I guess. He keeps driving up to it, passing all the trailers. Somehow this road leads for another half a mile or so to a hidden little batch of trees with a canal from what I remember. No other houses or trailers in sight. We pull in. Now red flags are going off when I see no other cars, no other people. I open up the door just before he turns off his car. He grabbed my wrist and said, come on, we are just gonna have fun. This scared the shit out of me. I screamed and swooped down from the car to grab dirt from my other hand and threw right toward him. He was dumb enough to let go, and adrenaline just kicked and I ran right to the trailers we were at before. I heard him coming up the dirt road and just thought fuck it, and hid behind something that basically was a barricade behind someone's trailer, hiding me until I knew it was clear. I waited there what felt like hours. Surprised no one from that trailer came out. I had a phone at the time, but it was at 5% after just getting into Mac's car. So I had no phone. Ended up walking home once I knew the coast was clear. Ended up being back home by 3 AM. Fast forward to now where I'm 26. With my man of almost 6 years now. Mac is supposedly in jail for a lot of different charges apparently. Drug possession I know is one. Haven't spoke to anyone I used to party with in years. Moved on. Also, before anyone asks, no, I didn't want to report it to police because I didn't think of it as a big issue at the time. Recently had a bad feeling and chose to ignore it, which ended very badly, but not as badly as it could have. I work on a horse farm, and every day I bring in all the horses from their paddocks in the morning so that they can have breakfast in their stalls. One morning it was raining lightly and had been raining all night. All the horses were very eager to come in to eat, as their stalls obviously are dry and clean, and much more comfortable than standing around in this drizzle. From this one large pasture I typically brought in 3 horses at a time. Usually for safety we stick to 2 horses at a time, 1 in each hand, but an experienced handler with horses and trust will sometimes tempt fate with 3 or 4. We all typically agree this is stupid, but we do it anyways. So this morning the rain means that the ground is slippery and muddy, and I get this feeling in my gut and my heart that tells me not to try to bring in 3 horses at a time, like I just know they're gonna get loose from me or something. But I also know I'll get done faster and get myself out of the wet sooner if I bring in 3 at a time. And again, all the horses are clamoring to come in. I'm an idiot. I got halters on 3 horses when a 4th decided to rush the gate, which spooked the horses I was holding, all in very close proximity to me, 1 on each side and 1 directly behind me, and all 4 of them ran over top of me. It was my first time being trampled, and in the moment that it happened I remember feeling a sense of overwhelming dread, because you know how heavy those suckers are, and 2 of the 4 had a full set of shoes. It was like it happened in slow motion, and just like my gut told me it would. I felt hooves on my back and shoulders and I thought I was going to die or get paralyzed. Thankfully, the ground was so soft that I just sunk into the mud where they stepped on me and didn't suffer any injuries at all except for some really minor bruising. The horses were all fine too and ran straight to their stalls, thank God. I have never led more than 2 at a time since that day, and now I always listen to that gut feeling. Better safe than sorry, even if it does take longer to do it the safer way. I had known a dude for 2 years online before his job moved him to my state. I asked him to tell me when he was settled in and we could hang out. One night he texts me saying he's settled and asks me what I'm doing. I told him I was going to grab coffee with a friend at a particular coffee shop known here for being open late at night. He immediately texted back and said he happened to be there by chance and said he'd stay a little later to see me. He asks me how long and I say half an hour. He says cool, I'll wait. So me and my friend get there much earlier than I stated because she took less time to get ready than I thought she would. We come in from the front entrance, there's a back entrance, and I look around the first half of the coffee shop and don't see him. I'm thinking oh hey, he might be in the back walled portion. I look and he's nowhere to be found. I think maybe he's in the bathroom. Just right when that thought crossed my mind he walks in through the back entrance and doesn't initially see me. He finally spots me, and the second we made eye contact I got a really weird chill that I ignored because I had been fighting a cold. I thought it was super weird he had lied about being there, but dismissed it as though he probably just wanted to really meet me, but didn't want to invite himself, so I didn't even acknowledge it. We say hi, and I leave my friend as she's run into some other people we know. Me and him are talking like old friends and the evening's going fine. After about an hour my friend comes to get me, and without hesitation he says he can drive me home. My friend looked at me and asked if that'd be fine, and I said yes, because I was so caught off guard. Before me and him leave I go to the bathroom and leave my half-finished coffee on the table. I come back and he's just staring at my cup, and I got that weird chill again. I ended up telling him I was ready to leave, and he kept pressuring me to drink the coffee, at one point saying it'd be a waste of good coffee. I felt uncomfortable and retorted saying if he felt it's a waste he could drink it, and he vehemently refused. Long story short, I ended up at a friend's house because I didn't want this guy knowing where I lived, and I felt stuck taking a ride. My friend and I watched him lingering in the apartment parking lot for 15 minutes and get out, open his trunk twice. He got arrested last year for date rap. To this day I'm almost positive he put something in my coffee. Back in undergrad I lived in a house with 4 other girls. There was a week where every evening, and also at random hours of the day, I would see this van parked across the street for several hours at a time. My room had a large front-facing window on the first floor, so I was particularly creeped out. Being in a college town, and having lived in that house for about a year at that time, I was fairly aware of who my neighbors were. That van did not belong. I noticed there was an older couple sitting in the van and they would never get out. It took a few days for my roommates to get creeped out about that van. I'm a professional warrior, so they figured it was someone's new car or maybe a visitor. I had heard stories from teachers about some college women abducted from their own home a few decades prior, and I was terrified that was what was going to happen. So anyway, one night we got home pretty late and the van was at our house again. We all just got fed up with it, and a few of my roommates were a bit drunk, and called our neighbors, a house full of guys our age, and had them come over / scope it out. They agreed it was creepy. They stood outside with us as we stared down the couple in the van, but couple in the van didn't move. Once the guys left, the couple got out of the van and walked up to our house. We were terrified, locked all doors, etc., and called police. They knocked on the door. Then they banged on our door, like they wanted to break it down. They yelled, "We know you're in there." Well, yeah, you just watched us walk inside, so. With police on the phone, we opened the door slightly. We had one of those chain locks, so it wasn't completely open, and asked them what they wanted. Apparently, they thought we were harboring their 21-year-old daughter and her baby. They were definitely on some drugs, maybe drunk, because they didn't make a whole lot of sense as they yelled ramblings at us. They didn't believe us when we said we had no idea what they were talking about and that we were just college girls going to school, etc. They demanded to take a look inside and all that. We ended up telling them to leave and shutting the door on them. We made sure to tell them we had men living in our home, too, not true, and that we are good friends with our surrounding neighbors. The police didn't initially make a fuss about it for some reason. But after we all made several calls and requests for security, the police started to make rounds up and down our street. Saw the van a few more times before it finally stopped coming around. Not sure if my intuition saved me in this instance, but the memory never fails to give me chills. I still wonder if that was a bogus story to get inside the house, or if they were really searching for their runaway daughter. I wonder if they'd have eventually broken into our house or hurt one of us if I hadn't been so creeped out and called police. When I was about 15, a friend of mine met an older guy. They had a couple of dates and he invited her round to his apartment and suggested she bring back a cute friend for his friend. That was me, and I was pretty inexperienced with boys at this point, so was excited to go to this cool guy's house and be the grown-up I felt I was. But we got there at the apartment was in a dodgy building in a bad neighborhood, and rather than just him and a friend as my pal was told, it was a whole bunch of guys. When we walked in, they all sat there staring at us. I immediately felt uneasy. My friend's boyfriend was probably 17 to 18 years old, but some of these guys looked over 20. We were given big bottles of Bacardi Breezer, around 700 milliliters each. I know these aren't strong booze, but they can be to a 15-year-old girl who hasn't had much drinking experience. We weren't given glasses, so had to tip these huge bottles in our mouths, which made all the guys chuckle. They kept saying there was as much booze as we wanted. Everything inside me told me this was wrong and bad, and I had a horrible feeling something awful was going to happen. My friend was pulled into the kitchen by her boyfriend, and I was left alone. Two older guys sat on the sofa next to me, telling me how pretty I was, and laughing that I wasn't drinking much. One of them started stroking my hair despite wanting to appear calm and cool, and not mess up my friend's night. I knew I had to get out. I had almost no experience with boys, but I knew this was off. I ended up finding my friend and telling her I felt sick and I had to go, and could she come with me because I wasn't meant to get the bus by myself. She did, and we left. Despite a lot of jeering and protests from the guys, I felt quite embarrassed. I was trying to be cool and fun, and I knew that meant drinking with guys. I felt like a nerd for leaving, and my friend didn't say much, but I felt like she thought the same. Months later, though, the local area was rocked by a story about two teens who had allegedly been gang raped in an apartment. They supposedly had been drinking heavily at a party, got separated and passed out in bedrooms, only to both wake up to being sexually assaulted by several men. They printed a photograph of the building it all supposedly happened in, and of course, it was the same one we had both been in on that night. This is not about me, but about my mother. When she was about 6 months pregnant, twins, in February 2006, she had a weird feeling, like something was going to happen. She felt really uncomfortable. Now you have to know that my mother never let the cat Felix in her bedroom while sleeping in her pregnancy because she was scared something might happen. Because she felt uncomfortable and her baby daddy was working, she decided to have cuddle times with her cat in bed. Eventually she fell asleep, and with cat guarding her. It happened at around 2 AM when she suddenly started bleeding really badly. She didn't notice anything at all in her deep sleep. Felix however did notice something, and was really upset when she didn't wake up. He scratched her softly on her face, and got harder when she didn't wake up. After some meowing and scratching she woke up. Seeing the blanket being all bloody she immediately called the baby daddy, who without a second thought, called the ambulance. Unfortunately my newborn brother's twin died, but it is a miracle that he did even survive. The doctor said that even just 1 hour later, and both would have died, and my mother with them. Without Felix's help my mom wouldn't have woke up, and Felix will always be in our heart for saving 2 people. Unfortunately he died in 2011 because of an car accident, but I'm sure he has gone to heaven and is playing with all the other felines. Early 80s, driving home from working a late shift at the mall in Houston. Got on 45 headed north about 6 miles to my exit when I noticed a man in a car to my left waving his hands and trying to get my attention. I slowed a little and he pointed to my back tire over and over again. He made the universal sign to roll down my window. When I did, he shouted that my tire was flat. Then he made a sign with his hand that I should stop. I just nodded my head and kept driving. Home was a few miles away, and it didn't feel like there was a problem with the car. It made him angry that I didn't follow directions and he pulled behind me and flashed his lights several times. Then came back around to my left and started moving into my lane to force me to the side of the freeway. His next move was to pull in front of me and slow down, again trying to force a stop. Every time I made eye contact with him, my stomach dropped. I kept hearing evil repeated in my head. His eyes were a bit wonky and his movements when driving and trying to communicate were over exaggerated. It looked like he had a bad eye in the eye closest to me, right, and that he had to turn his head farther to be able to see me completely. He continued to follow me, and I raced my little Mazda as fast as I could trying to lose him. I didn't want him to be able to take my exit, so I got him to follow me into the fast lane, and when I got to my exit, I zipped across the lanes and lost him. Everyone was asleep when I got home. I didn't get to sleep for hours after all the adrenaline, but in the morning I told my mom and dad about what had happened. They sort of shrugged their shoulders and said, "Well, we are glad you're okay." Fast forward a week or two, and on the news they arrested the guy that tried to help me with my bad tire. They said his name was Henry Lee Lucas, and that he was a serial killer. That voice you hear, listen to it. It could save your life. P.S. Other than my parents, only a couple of people have heard this story. Myself and 3 friends were out bowling one night when we were about 14 years old. 3 males, myself included, and 1 female. My female friend told us that she invited her religion teacher up to the bowling alley to hang out. I thought it was kind of weird, but didn't think too much of it, since we were in a crowded bowling alley. He gets there and hangs out while we bowl, and seemed like a nice enough guy. We get done bowling, and he asks if we wanted him to buy us some alcohol, and he knows a cool spot where we can go drink. He said there were others there having a party. Luckily my mom let me have her cell phone that night and I called my parents and told them to come pick us up. I explained what this guy said and they got to the bowling alley super fast. They got us all in the car and my female friend started getting belligerent and cursing out my dad and his friend who came to get us. She was calling them every name in the book for ruining her good time. She had issues. She got dropped off and home. Me and my other friends got back to the house and my parents explained how lucky we are that I called. I didn't even think that this guy could have tried to harm us. I just had a weird feeling about it. Looking back now, if I was in my father's shoes, I would have kicked the guy's ass for good measure. Turns out about 6 months after that the dude got fired and arrested for sleeping with a student at the school he taught at. I'm 30 now with 3 kids, and I hope I do just as good a job with my kids as my parents did teaching me to be mindful of my surroundings. When I was in the 4th grade, I got sick out of nowhere. but it was just a cough and runny nose. I stayed home for a day, my mom had me take some cold meds, and I was back in school the next day with the symptoms seemingly on their way out. Fast forward about 4 days, and I wake up with only one working eye. The other wouldn't open. I freaked the fuck out and so did my parents, but the immediate care doctor said it was just allergies, and that I needed compresses on it. Both my mom and I were skeptical, but at the same time, she seemed to think it was plausible enough. Soon after I noticed a lot of pressure in my closed eye, and I knew something was way off. I bugged the shit out of my mom, until she agreed to take me to the pediatrician for a second opinion. Once we got there, it only took him about 5 minutes to recommend that we go to an eye specialist. He said it could be allergies, but given my history, it all seemed pretty out of the blue. When we finally got to the eye specialist, she came through the door, saw my eye, grabbed my mom by the arm, and closed the door shut. 9-year-old me felt so validated, but also so scared at the same time. The specialist told my mom to bolt me to the hospital, not to stop for red lights, and to not obey the speed limit. Turns out the flu I caught didn't leave my system and started going up throughout my sinuses, heading for my brain. The doctors at the hospital said if we had waited till the next morning, I would have been dead. Went out drinking in Antigua, Guatemala. When I was there, stayed until the bar closed at 2 a.m. It started raining, and the alcohol plus rain got me so turned around I couldn't remember where my house was. And stupid me didn't write down the address. I'm walking along and notice a 30-ish-year-old man about a block behind me with a ponytail walking on the opposite side of the street, but in the same direction. Was already a little panicky, so I didn't give much credence to the gut feeling something wasn't right. Kept walking several more blocks. Decided to make a turn to get him to stop following. He turned too, so I did 3 more turns in the same direction to confirm my suspicion. Sure enough, he followed me. Having done 4 right-hand turns in a row, I decided I needed to either start running or confront the guy. Being a little larger than him, I decided to do both. I stopped in a place where there was a street light, made eye contact, and jogged across the rainy street up to him. Nervous as hell and my Spanish went right out of my brain. Went straight to cussing him out in English and asking him why the fuck he was following me. He got defensive and said in Spanish that he was worried I was lost. I told him to fuck off, and then I ran. No idea what he was planning or how long he would have needed to work up the courage or find a place to attack me. I ended up flagging down police half an hour later, and they helped me find my house. By the time I got back it was around 4 a.m. and I was drenched. On the bright side, I wasn't robbed or left in a ditch, so I had that going for me. Not as terrifying as some of these other stories, but back when I was mid-20s I was apartment hunting in a new city where I was going to be starting school. A soon-to-be broke student working part-time, I couldn't afford to live in a nicer apartment/area, and in this new city you got what you paid for, meaning my little rent budget cast me into neighborhoods where at the time a single petite female didn't quite feel safe enough living. In a hoe, I find a promising ad in Craigslist for an older vintage charmer of an apartment, get in contact with the landlord, and meet with him later that day. The building was in fact older, in okay condition at best, and the neighborhood was full of Section 8 housing, something I grew up around and all too familiar with. Already wasn't impressed, but whatever, needed to find a place soon, and my expectations had already been slapped in the face. Plus, the lines was already there to greet me. The initial apartment viewing actually went okay, as the lines seemed very professional, charismatic, and genuinely seemed happy that was making the effort to go back to school. I already started to trust that he'd be a great lines as we randomly chatted about other things. Then out of nowhere he decided to show me the unit he was temporarily living in, since that unit was going to become available later on. Okay, sure, as it sounded like a better unit. That's when the good old gut feeling that something was a bit off kicked in. Right then I took note of his unit and living situation. And all the boxes from brand new items including a really nice big TV, nice kitchen electrics, things that were too expensive for this type of apartment in this type of neighborhood. Plus, tall white dude in nice business clothes, as the lines definitely did not fit in the persona of the neighborhood, especially as someone living in that shithole of an apartment with all those nice shiny new items. In a ho, we finished the viewing, told the lines I'd be contact later after I viewed other apartments, and proceeded to move on, crossing that place off my list. Months later, while working on homework, I decided to turn the news on my TV, something I rarely ever did, with my head deep in concentration. The reporter's words "apartment and scam" suddenly snapped me out of focus. Just as I jerked my head up, I was met with the mugshot of that charismatic lines plastered across my TV. My faking jaw dropped. That dude ended up being Scam Artist, where they find vacant/abandoned properties and pretend they're the lines. Basically take your $sign and act like they'll take a view as a tenant, but when the real lines or property owner comes around, you as a tenant are screwed. But here's the kicker. Had that dude never shown me his unit he was temporarily living in, I never would have had that gut feeling. Dude had me fooled hardcore. And if anyone really cares, I ended up finding a really awesome unit also on Craigslist in a gentrified neighborhood with a really cool lines. All worked out well in the end. My ex-wife and I were going through a rough time. We were sleeping in separate beds, but still getting along pretty well. She was getting a worse temper, and, me being the patient one, had lost my patience for being yelled at all the time. We'd decided to take some time to work on ourselves, and decided some space was needed, but we're still married, and I thought we were both making efforts. She went out of town while her sister was giving birth. I texted to ask how things were going. I'm still close with her family, and consider my former sister-in-law to be a sister, so I felt left out. She didn't respond for a long time, so I had an uneasy feeling. From her wanting to stay at a hotel rather than with family, to her not wanting me to come along, it all felt wrong. I told myself that the baby had probably come sooner than expected, and she was just busy with our new nephew. Finally, I opened up her Google Photos. We shared a PC and had linked accounts to see if there were any pics of the baby, or just her and her sister at the hospital together. Nope, no pics of any of that, just her and her. He's just a friend. I don't have feelings for him. Coworker having sex in a hotel room. I saved the picture in case I needed it for court, then confronted her the next time she said she was going out with friends. She denied it, and I said I wanted a divorce. On the day of our divorce, she asked why I'd pushed for a divorce when I'd been all about saving the marriage before, and I brought it up again. She lied and said he'd been in Dallas that weekend, and I said I'd seen the pictures. She said that never happened, and she definitely wouldn't have taken pictures if it did. I showed her the picture, and her response was, "You were never supposed to have seen that." She then went on a rant about me invading her privacy on our shared computer, where we shared accounts, then switched tactics to, "It's not like it was a big deal or anything. We weren't going to fix things anyway. You're probably just using it as an excuse." The motto of a narcissist. So bit of a long story, but maybe someone will learn from my experience. One night, when I was 16, I was in the downstairs bathroom when I heard my mom and stepfather come home fighting in the driveway. I heard my mom yelling in pain and siblings crying in the door. Her guy had a history of drunken aggression that I was familiar with. Fed up and concerned for my mom given her declining health, I flung the door open and screamed, "Don't you dare touch my faking mother again." After making myself clear, I went to storm past my stepfather and check on my mom when I was blindsided, having my head smashed into the ground. I was at most 100 pounds at the time and now half conscious. I watched my mom get body slammed. After coming to my defense, I must have got up and he went to shove me back down. For some reason I remembered one of the military moves my dad taught me as a kid. When I went down, I pushed myself away from him, kicking back as hard as I could at his knee. He leaned forward to try and stop me, but at that point he was too late. I broke his leg and dislocated his hip. When he scuffled above me trying to get a grip, I grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him to my fist as many times as I could before my mom broke it up, and my stepfather managed to flee the scene in spite of his injuries. Or so we had thought. Here is where the gut feeling comes in. My mom grabbed my brother out of the car, and I told her I was calling 911. When we got in the house, she locked the doors and took my phone. She told me that I was not going to be calling 911 because she did not want the kids to be taken. I wasn't one to call 911, and I did not want the kids to be taken either. I knew my stepfather was nowhere in sight, but I looked around and felt uneasy by the glass sliding door and giant windows all over the first floor of the house. I hated myself in that moment for doing it, but I grabbed the phone when she wasn't looking and made the call. My mom and older brother were pissed and made me feel like I had just tore the family apart for some more drama. My family had always frowned against calling the cops and raised me to believe it wasn't an option. But I knew that the possibilities of what could go wrong from there outweighed anything PD might do. Well, as it turned out, my stepfather had grabbed a gun and was hiding in the front yard under his trunk in clear sight of the living room window. Oh, I've been waiting for a thread like this. For backstory, my grandma was carjacked, kidnapped, raped, and left to die in the trunk of her car when my dad was in his late teens. Thankfully she was rescued by a passing couple, but according to him, she was never quite the same. She died when I was about 6 months old, and he always said she had a connection with me, despite meeting me exactly once. Cut to when I started college, some 17.5 years later. I never quite hit off in college with that huge group of friends who I sat on the green with. So let's cue a nice warm weekend, the last one for a while. I had gone out on the town with my roommate right about the time I realized she was using me. She ditched me at the club we somehow got into, and I decided to walk home. Despite never really going out on the town, and thus having very little ideas of how to get to my dorm from where we were at, I didn't use my phone because it was dead. It fell several feet out an open window a few days prior. This isn't a r/creepypasta. They started to notice that I was passing a lot of darkened, rundown, possibly abandoned buildings. Being an urbexer, I was somewhat fascinated and not the least bit worried. I looked around for a landmark so I could come back here in the daytime. Maybe convince my roomie, who knows. I spotted a church, which wasn't abandoned, but still looked hella creepy in the streetlight. I realized, with some confusion, that I didn't recognize this area at all. I had been looking for another landmark, and it was nowhere in sight. I continued walking, trying to convince myself I'd round the church and see something familiar off in the distance. I was just passing the church when I had this overwhelming emotion wash over me. I can barely describe it because I've never felt anything like that before or since. I froze, suddenly unwilling to continue on my path. I swear I heard a voice, my own subconscious, but louder than usual, and, oddly enough, it sounded different. It sounded like it was screaming in my head something along the lines of run. Cross the street and run. Get out of here. Just go. Don't look back. Don't stop. I decided it best to follow that panicked advice, and I took off running. I didn't stop running until I nearly fell over a cop car, just coming out of a parking garage for the community college that had been original landmark. I definitely freaked them out a bit. Once everyone calmed down and I had explained my situation, they gave me a ride back to my dorm. They lectured me about responsibility, and believe me, I listened. They made sure I got into my building before they took off. I don't know if they went back to the church, but I do know what I saw the next day when I went into the dining hall for brunch. I had put it out of my memory and was trying to give my roommate the cold shoulder while she acted like she hadn't violated the girl code. I had gotten my food and sat down to eat it where I could watch a collection of different TVs. Just because sometimes, if I timed this right, I could catch supernatural reruns on TNT. Instead, I was drawn to the local news. A certain news story was briefly covered, but I gleaned enough to send a shiver down my spine. There was a story about a mugging and rap the night before, right next to the church, where I'd had the premonition to start running. I freaked the fuck out, and that's an understatement. I wonder if it was my grandma trying to avoid a repeat of family tragedy. Years ago, I was leaving my girlfriend's house and heading down the road to a mutual friend's for the night. I had to pass over a hill and next to a parked red car with two people inside of said car, inside lights on. I had a suspicion that something shady was taking place within that vehicle, so I decided that the best course of action to take was to lightly jog past while looking in the other way, a kind of way to say, hey, this is none of my business, so I'm leaving, and I'm not going to witness anything going on. As I reached the bottom of the hill, I heard the car start and peel the fuck out towards me, so I moved over towards the right. My stomach was getting tight now, as I had a very uncomfortable suspicion that I passed by a drug deal. The very same red car slowed next to me and began to roll down the window. This in itself isn't necessarily a suspicious action, but considering the circumstances, I was on edge. My worries were confirmed in the next few seconds when another car began to approach from the front. The red car began rolling the window back up as they sped off, took a left, and parked in the closest driving way, idling while the third-party vehicle passed. At that point, I ran. Whatever they wanted to do to me, they didn't want witnesses. That's sign enough for me. I began running hard in the direction the third-party vehicle was leaving, charging uphill as hard as I could, and behind some large trees. The area in front of me was nothing but a 500-foot open field leading towards my friend's house, and I neither wanted to be caught or bring these people to said friend's house. As soon as I made it behind the trees, I heard the car's engine roar as they raced down the road, past the trees I was behind, and stopped at the intersection in front of the house. The two people seriously got out, scanned the area, and drove off. They were legit looking for me. After a minute of them leaving, I sprinted towards the house, ran inside, locked everything, drew all the curtains, turned off all the lights, and remained awake until the next day. So, this happened recently, about a month ago. I was coming back from school. I had my phone in my pocket. When I was waiting for the bus, two guys that exhaled a very discomforting vibe went around the stop. One of them looked straight at me. At that point I was already getting mentally prepared to say goodbye to my phone, even though we were at a very populated place. Both get in the stop. One of them asks me where is the mall, after paying to enter a bus stop. That wouldn't take him anywhere near that mall, so it didn't make any sense. I say I don't know. He backs out and starts talking to his partner. Around 1 minute later he comes back and starts talking in a menacing tone, saying that I took pictures of him and his partner the day before in that exact place. In that day I went home in a Uber. I just said no, avoiding conversation. He then opens up his jacket and starts pretending to have a gun or a knife. I didn't want to know, and telling me to give him my phone or else I'd die. I was super nervous, but talked very calmly, and that made the guy get angry. He thought I wasn't believing him, and talked more aggressively. I handed him my phone, as he said I needed to get in the next bus, which wasn't the one I was going to take, and that there was gonna be a guy looking at me. To make sure I wouldn't do anything, I got in the bus. There was a weird guy. He wore sunglasses and carried 3 backpacks, and it seemed like he was looking at me. Can't be sure because of the sunglasses. I waited to get close to a very crowded stop and started screaming that a man was pursuing me and that he was gonna kidnap me. The man that's staring at me went to the back of the bus. 3 women helped me and everything turned out right after that. 2 years ago my mom was on the latest on what was at the time an endless string of diets that did nothing for her health. The latest was Isagenix, and she had been on it for around 2 months. When she started to feel sick, she thought it was just something like constipation or the oncoming flu or any other number of things, and did nothing about it. It was July, and my family had been planning a trip to the Appalachian Mountains for months, and we still went. The entire time we were there, my mom was basically holed up in her room of our cabin, or resting while we were out, and was constantly holding her stomach and trying not to cry out of pain. Finally, after a week we got back, and my mom felt worse. My dad had a bad feeling about my mom's mystery illness. My grandmother just said it was cramps, and that she needed to get over it with housework, but my dad took her to the hospital anyway. I'm so glad he did, because 10 days in the hospital and a surgery later my mom came home and told us she cold died due to a cyst on her ovary. The doctors said she would if she'd waited another day to go to the hospital. My grandmother never apologized, and my mom missed my 16th birthday and first day of college because she almost died. Those 10 days were so long, but also not very stressful because my older brother was watching over me and my 2 younger siblings. Our family would check in on us and bring us food every other day or so, and my brother didn't tell us what was going on. I remember my brother took me out to lunch for my birthday and told me in confidence that it was serious, but that mom was gonna be okay. To this day she swears Isagenix caused it because my aunt had suffered similar symptoms after using it, but quit it after 2 weeks. TLDR, my mom almost died, but my dad decided to ignore my mom and grandmother saying she was fine and took her to the hospital. When I was 12 I was on the swim team. This one day I forgot my bathing suit and so had to just go home 2 hours early instead. I walk in and my mom looks sick. She said she hasn't slept well past few days and was going to try to take a nap. I bring her a glass of water and she lays down. I go downstairs to change into my after school clothes and I hear a small thud noise from upstairs. Kinda sounded like my mom missed putting her glass on the nightstand and it fell on the floor. Happened before. But I got this feeling. And it felt like something told me run. The next thing I remember I see my mom on the floor on her back having a seizure. She is thrashing, and eyes wide open and foam coming from her mouth. I scream her name but her thrashing doesn't stop. And then I get the feeling again, and it says get help. So I run downstairs and call my grandpa who lives up the street. His wife, the nurse, tells me to call 911 and lucky our town was full of volunteer EMTs, so in less than 2 minutes my neighbors and an ambulance from the fire station a block away come and take my mom away. It was only after this that I realized I was only partially dressed because I stopped everything I was doing to run upstairs. And I also realized that my mom's glass was still on the table, so that soft noise I heard, was it her falling on the floor? How would I have known to run and get help? I don't know if it was my inner voice or another voice I heard that made me act, but what are the chances of me forgetting the bathing suit that day too? To be home 2 hours early? She turned out to be okay, and thankfully this has never happened again. Whenever it comes to my animals, I just always know when something is off. My first guinea pig, Mark for short, had a small bump on him I discovered in January of last year. First vet I ever took him to said it'd go away. Something told me it wouldn't. In a few months it grew to the diameter of a quarter. Took him to an actual exotic only vet and they said it needed to be removed because it was a cyst that if just drained would regrow. Fast forward to after his surgery and I just feel something is off. As odd as it is, I noticed his ears were very warm, the area around the incision site was warm, and that he wasn't his normal self. I legitimately didn't think he'd make it through the night because something just told me he was dying. Took him to the exotic vet as on emergency appointment. They confirmed that despite the cleaning of the incision site with what I was given, it had gotten badly infected and was spreading, causing a fever, which is what caused the heat in the ears and around the site. Another instance is with my dog Hero. My mom, with the best of intentions, put a towel in his crate because she thought he was cold. He wasn't, but when I got home from school, half the towel had been eaten. I watch a lot of vet shows, so I was hoping it would pass through his system and everything would be okay. 2 days later, I come home to vomit in his crate. I take him to the porch with his bed so I can clean it, and he continues to vomit. My dad thinks he's thrown it all up, but I had a feeling he hadn't. Took him to the vet and they x-rated him. He still had a fat ton of towel in his stomach that wasn't moving. Luckily, thanks to the vet team and Hero being the trooper he is, it eventually moved and passed. With the only repercussions being that it kinda messed up his GI tract. He's okay now. I have two that come to mind. One involves sleeping in and avoiding getting stabbed in the head, and the other involves finding out that I have blood clots shortly before a planned drive halfway across the country. At the time, I had been on the weight loss train for a while, never missed an early morning workout, but that morning, despite feeling a-okay, I decided I would sleep in that day. It wasn't a feeling of dread or anything that kept me from leaving the apartment that day, but it was a strong I should sleep another hour. Well, at the intersection I would have been at the time that I would have been there, someone was randomly stabbed in the head. Rogers Park in Chicago. I learned of the stabbing a couple days later. Stabbings and shootings were not uncommon in that neighborhood, but they were typically targeted. So, I counted my lucky stars that I decided to sleep in that day. I started walking to the other train station for my early morning workouts from that point on. The blood clot story. I've shared this story a couple of times on here and Facebook. This is still very vivid in my mind despite it happening nearly 4 years ago. So, I was big into powerlifting. I trained 4 days per week. I was active in general. I was also 29. Not exactly the poster child for blood clots. On Monday, I noticed that my right leg felt off during my squat workout. It was like something wasn't engaging correctly, my balance felt a bit off, and that leg was taking a while to recover. I went through a bench press workout on Tuesday with my leg still feeling a bit off. Wednesday was normal besides my ankle starting to hurt. Thursday it started to feel like I was walking on a tack. Friday deadlift day, I knew something was wrong, and it felt different than any injury that I ever had. I felt like I couldn't activate the muscles surrounding my right ankle. I was really stubborn about going to medical back then, but as soon as I realized it felt different than any other injury that I've had, I made a same-day appointment with medical. I get there, the doc, I still remember her name, is a bit perplexed, so she sends me for X-rays to rule out some sort of fracture, and then to rule out blood clots sent me to the blood lab. It was a Friday afternoon, so not a whole lot would get done the rest of the day. They took blood and told me they'd call if they find anything. That was a Friday. The following Tuesday, I was at the smoke pit at work on a break. I vape, and I noticed I had a ton of missed calls and voicemails from medical. Each one said, a variation of Petty Officer Mac 86. When you get this, report to the ER immediately. P.O. Mac, I hope you're still in the area. When you get this, immediately report to the ER, they will be expecting you. It was around 10 AM. My stomach dropped. It is never a good feeling to be told that the ER will be expecting you, and then the tone of their voices made me think this is another scenario. I didn't leave the hospital until 5 PM that day. They ran more blood work, did an ultrasound on my leg. Surprise to me, it was from ankle to groin, gave me my first injection, and then I was going back and forth between the ER, pharmacy, and my main doctor's office to be counseled on how to give myself the injection, as well as what the side effects are, what the allergic reaction or reactions would look like, and what to expect. They asked me what I would have done if I wouldn't have gotten checked out, so I said, well, I was supposed to PCS, transfer duty stations, at the end of the month, so I was going to drive to the East Coast. I won't ever forget the nurse's response, it is a good thing that you came in. If you would have driven that far with undiagnosed blood clots in your leg, you could have died on the drive. TLDR, got blood clots, got checked out, probably would have died on I-94 otherwise. When my oldest son was 3 weeks old, his belly button was oozing a yellowish clear fluid and was red and irritated looking. I called the pediatrician's office and the receptionist said it was normal and not to worry about it. When I explained what was going on, I told her I would like an appointment, and she told me I was just being a worried first-time mom. At first I believed her, but I just couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. I called back an hour later, and she said the same thing. I asked her to please schedule me in anyway, because I'm willing to pay to have my son looked at, even if it is nothing, just to put my mind at ease. It's a good thing I pushed for an appointment, because I went in, and the nurse looked at it, and said it looked fine. But when the doctor came in, he took one look, and said I see 500 belly buttons a year, and this one isn't normal, and admitted my son to the hospital on the spot. He had a neurachal cyst, which is a cyst between his belly button and his bladder, and he had a staph infection inside the cyst. He was hospitalized on broad-spectrum 4th antibiotics for 4 days. If I hadn't pushed for that appointment, he most likely would have died. Trigger warning, infant death. My sister actually knew a woman whose son had the same thing a few months before mine. And by the time he got medical attention, he had to have several surgeries and his bowels were basically in a bag outside of his body, and he ultimately did die. I can't imagine a more painful and slow way to go, and the fact that an innocent baby had to endure that, and that my own son almost met the same fate, still shakes me. Parents, don't discount your intuition when it comes to your kids. We have to be an advocate for them, because our voices are louder than theirs. This happened when I was 12, I think. Maybe 11. We live in a very urban neighborhood, only about a meter in between houses and most of the places apartments. The whole area is still quite new and a lot of construction was happening. There was a massive open field right behind our house that they were eventually going to build houses on. There were also a couple roads that went through it because it was partly attached to another neighborhood. So we, my siblings and some friends, were running around in this big open dirt field playing with our makeshift flails, swords and shields one day. There were some cars driving by here and there, but we were too focused on playing to really pay any attention to them. A few hours pass when a car drives through one of their roads, very slowly. It was a dark red pickup truck, a Chevy I think, and it was just cruising along, until it suddenly stops, and starts driving through the field, like, off the road. We don't think much of it, probably just a construction worker or someone of the sort, but something about this truck seems off, and we all start to pay a bit more attention to it. A bit more time passes and the truck starts to drive closer and closer towards us, and then starts driving at us. At this point we knew this guy was up to no good, and we start freaking out. We jump in a ditch and crouch down for some stupid faking reason, until we hear the sound of an engine approaching us and then stop. None of us were looking up. One of whispers that we should hightail it out of there, and we did. We ran straight through the thorny bushes and muddy water, and make it back to our house, which was not that far away. We could see the field from the house, and when we look back, the truck is stopped about 3 feet from the ditch and 2 guys are getting back in the truck. One of them has something in their hand which none of us figure out. They drove away really fast. 3 to 4 years later we still joke about the red truck man. Fortunately, or unfortunately, they have built houses throughout most of the field. Edit. Spelling. Growing up, I lived in a pretty safe town. I routinely walked home from school starting in 5th grade. It was about 2 miles from my school to my house, and I never felt the slightest bit uneasy. Walking through back alleys and rundown neighborhoods was normal to me. The town wasn't pretty, but it was safe. Idaho. One day I'm walking home in 8th grade. At this point, I was already about 6 feet tall, 180 pounds, and looked much older than I actually was. I decide on my walk home to cut through a park in the middle of town. This was the one place in town where sketchy things were known to go down, but from what I'd heard, the sketchy stuff went down at night and the park was fine during the day. Almost immediately after setting foot into the park, I see 2 large high school students standing side by side from across the park. There was nothing out of the ordinary here. All the schools in the town got out within 10 or so minutes of each other, so you always saw high school and elementary school students on your walk home. Regardless, something doesn't feel right. My brain is practically screaming at me to turn the other way and walk back into town towards the dollar store. I had walked by high schoolers in the park numerous times before, but in that moment I remember suddenly feeling incredibly scared. In a panic, I decide to start power walking towards the town, which requires me to walk on the outside of the park rather than through it. My feet continue picking up pace to the point where I'm practically jogging. When I finally gathered the courage to look back at the 2 guys, I saw they had thrown their backpacks on the ground and were now running at me. Thankfully, my decision to walk away from them had built up enough distance to allow me to dash into town and into the dollar store about a block or 2 away. Once I hit the main road, they gave up chasing me and started moving back towards the park. I proceeded to call my cousin from the dollar store phone. Shout out to the employee who let me use their phone to come pick me up. A couple weeks later, a high schooler was jumped in the very same park and hospitalized. Gut feelings, man. Trust them. TLDR. In middle school, was walking through a park I always walked through. Suddenly got a bad feeling and decided to turn around. Turns out 2 high school kids were planning to jump me. I outran them to a nearby store and called for help. When I was little, my dad was an alcoholic. I remember one day in 3rd grade, I think, anyway, my little brother had been in kindergarten and I was 3 years older than him. That day, while I waited for my mom to come pick my brother and I up from our little charter school, I got a very bad feeling. and sure enough, in the door came out father, very obviously, for lack of a better word, sheet-faced, instead of mom. Even back then I remember thinking this isn't good, but I knew the lady at the front desk would notice his red in the faceness, his slurring words, his stumbling. Nope. She let him take us. I couldn't do anything, and my dad grabbed my brother and I by our wrists and took us out the door and into the car. He didn't bother with my brother's car seat, so I scrambled to buckle him in before my dad started driving. He didn't go the route home, and he was driving too fast. My brother started crying when my dad pushed 60 in a subdivision nowhere near home, and I attempted to comfort him to keep dad from getting angry. I looked out the windows and realized where we were. In an attempt to get my dad to please stop driving, I said, "Hey daddy, can we go to the park?" He stopped driving, and I unbuckled my brother and myself to get out. Eventually my dad got antsy, but I said no, I wanted to stay here longer, hoping mom would find us and take us home. One of the women from mom's work, she was a waitress, and we couldn't always get a babysitter, so I just kind of hung out around the restaurant a lot of the time, came up and scooped us up, and I swear I almost cried out of relief. She drove us home, where our mom waited anxiously. Apparently she had been running a few minutes late from work. She was a waitress at the time, and when she got to the school she was told we weren't there. She knew what had happened basically instantly. She called and texted all of her friends and basically begged everyone she knew to go help look for us, while she waited at home to see if dad came back anytime soon. She kicked our dad out the following day when he came back home, and I haven't really seen him since. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't noticed where we were and asked to go to the park, or if I hadn't stalled and stayed there as long as possible. Woo, this ended up long, sorry. TLDR, at the end point I was a young teenager, probably about 13 at the time. I grew up in a Christian family and was homeschooled, so pretty naive at that point in my life. My family and I had just moved to a new town and we were struggling, so when we heard that a local church had a soup kitchen we decided to check it out. My dad was working pretty long hours at this point, so it would be just my mom, my sister and I going for dinner one night a week. The pastor of the church was a pleasant guy, middle-aged, balding, married with kids. And he showed a significant interest in me. He introduced himself the first time we went, and then made it a point to come talk to me every time after that. He would ask me about school and offer to tutor me in math, because that's the subject I was struggling with. My mom thought it was a great idea. I didn't know how to explain to her that my entire being revolted against this idea. I just would try to laugh and change the subject. He invited me to the youth group, and I started attending because I wanted friends. He would come up behind me and pat my head or my shoulder all the time and started giving me lingering hugs. I was so uncomfortable, but I thought I had no real reason to be. This was mid-2000s, so #metoo was definitely not a thing yet, and plenty of adults, including my mom, watched his behavior towards me happen and didn't feel anything wrong about it or say anything. Also, all the other teens loved him. He was like the favorite pastor. Kids would tell him they wanted to be just like him. I got so uncomfortable that I stopped showing up to that youth group, and thankfully we didn't need the soup kitchen as much after a while. A year later I ran into an old acquaintance from the church, and she told me that the pastor had been caught having sex with a young girl from the group inside of the church. It came out that he had molested/assaulted several girls over the years and tried to cover it up. He was kicked out of the church and I know some of the girls pressed charges, but I have no idea what happened to him after that. TLDR, as a young teen I was uncomfortable with the pastor's attention towards me, and my gut feeling stopped me from going back to his church. Turns out he's a child molester. My friend was driving me home. He took the wrong turn to my building, but you can still get to it. It just takes a little longer to get to point. As we are driving down the back road I see a truck ahead doing donuts, then appears to be parking next to one of the buildings. My friend proceeds, "I feel as if this guy hasn't noticed us, cause no one ever really goes down this road." So I yell stop, and once my friend stops the car and looks at me, I just keep repeating, "Back up now. Back up right now." After what seems to be an eternity, he finally backs up the car, and then all of a sudden this truck does a 180 and appeared to have literally went pedal to the metal while doing it and just misses his car. My body was clenching, waiting for the impact of that huge lifted truck. He was happy we weren't hit. I was just annoyed at how many times I had to repeat myself to my sister and I were having a movie night at her place. We walked to the convenience store, and upon walking out I noticed this girl who looked like came from the club being followed by a car. We seen her shaking her head and looking absolutely frazzled by this person. I get a bad feeling and ask to put movies on hold and see if this girl needs help. We approach her and act like we're friends, saying OMG, is that you? We haven't seen you in forever, while hugging etc. My sister proceeds to tell the car we are good here and that the guy can leave. He looks absolutely furious and this girl is standing behind us is holding back tears. The guy drives off and she starts saying how he's been following her for a few blocks since she split up with her friends, begging her to get in his car. She said her phone died, so she didn't have a way to contact anyone at home or talk with while she walked home. She started crying and thanking us for helping her. We walked her all the way home, and that same car kept driving down the street until my sister yelled we'd call the police. Don't remember her name or anything, but I do think she could have been abducted him in her drunken state, and it didn't help the area was dimly lit and had low traffic either. This will probably get buried in the comments, but in the off chance this is read, I'm not the best storyteller. I'm pretty certain I was almost a victim of sex trafficking. I grew up in an area where sex trafficking was still is very high. I was 14 and in a bookstore looking for something to read. I was sitting on the ground looking at some books on the bottom shelf when I just happened to look up and caught eyes with a guy passing the aisle. He passed the same aisle about 3 times, each time looking right at me when he finally walked down the aisle and sat a few feet away. He wasn't looking at any of the books, just sitting there. I remember feeling really uneasy. I kept telling myself to not look at him so he couldn't see my face. Out of nowhere, he suddenly started asking me questions. My name, my age, where I went to school, where my parents were. Every answer I told him was a lie. I specifically remember that I was carrying a purse that had my initials embroidered on it, so when he asked my name, I discreetly grabbed it and put it on the other side of me so he wouldn't know I was lying about my name. After asking me questions, he said in a very low voice, you know, you should be very careful about who you tell all this information about you. You really shouldn't talk to strangers. Luckily, I'm not dangerous, and you can trust me. I felt absolutely sick to my stomach when he said that. I just wanted to scream for someone to come down that aisle, so I wasn't alone with this weirdo anymore. I didn't say anything. I didn't move. I just pretended to look at the back of the book that was in my hands. He eventually got up and left. I immediately called my dad and told him to come into the bookstore so I didn't have to walk to his truck by myself. I was so scared he was watching me. I could feel him still watching me. I told my dad what happened, but I don't think he really understood the magnitude of the situation. After my dad came inside and I paid for my book, we walked back to his truck. I was on high alert for this guy, thinking he was just waiting for an opportunity to kidnap me. As we were pulling out of the parking lot, I saw him. He was in a green SUV, watching me in the truck with me dad. He pulled out behind us, followed us for a couple turns, then disappeared. The whole time, I was telling my dad it was the guy. My dad stayed cautious, but didn't end up doing anything, since he stopped following us. Luckily, I never told him my name, where I actually went to school, what my age really was, or anything for him to possibly track me down. It was the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. I knew from the moment that I locked eyes with him for a brief second that there was something terribly wrong with him. My last pregnancy was an epic shitstorm. I've posted a TLDR at the end. My daughter was almost aborted at 9 weeks. I had been told my uterus was empty multiple times. A week after that I had an epic bleed and miscarried her twin. I didn't know you could miscarry and still stay pregnant. She tested high for DS. My water broke at 21.3 weeks and I was hospitalized. Worst Valentine's Day ever. We decided it was a last pregnancy, and I was going to let her choose her birth date, and essentially her death date, as she was initially given 0% chance of survival. I had chose to drive her vaginally as it was my last pregnancy, and I felt it would be a way to control what little I could in this pregnancy. Since I was already hospitalized, everyone supported that. Again, she wasn't given a chance of survival at first. I wanted every second I could get with her, not wasting time being sewn up from another C-section. I stayed pregnant for a lot longer than anyone thought, eventually delivering her at 33.1 weeks. She survived the delivery room after we were given a 50-50 shot, as no one knew what condition her lungs would be in, and turns 2 in a couple weeks. All my doctors were supportive of a vaginal delivery, and I was too. I had a partial abruption, but I was still reassured that it would be okay to labor and deliver naturally. About 2 weeks before her birth, I struggling to sleep and had this general uneasy feeling. Told my husband and my team that I was no longer confident in my ability to birth her naturally. Everyone chalked it up to being nervous. I repeatedly said I no longer wanted a natural birth and wanted a C-section. I had to fight for the C-section, and the doctors said it's a hope you go into labor naturally. I told my husband I was going to die and we had made a mistake. I was convinced I would not survive that delivery. I had ultrasounds done and was told my daughter was head down. She wouldn't flip without fluid and everything looked great. My induction date was scheduled for May 15th, as I was told they'd try induction, and if I needed a C-section I would get one, as they don't do elective C-sections. Well, we switched doctors every week on Sundays. It was generally the same 4 doctors, just rotated. The doctor I got on May 7th wasn't my normal doctor, just someone covering. Decided they didn't like the bleeding I was having, and decided my daughter was going to be born that day. I told them I wasn't comfortable with an induction and a C-section was needed. The doctor was like, okay. And that was that. A couple days prior I had an ultrasound done, and she was head down. They said locked and loaded. Told me babies with no fluid don't flip. TLDR. My daughter flipped breech. When they opened me up, they discovered her placenta was in terrible condition. I still haven't fully read the report, was just told she's lucky she survived, as long as she did, and is as healthy as she was. Had I went with the natural delivery, they said I most likely would have fully abrupted, and could have lost us both. I lost so much blood, and it took a really long time to see me back up due to the blood loss and damage done. I'm fairly confident there's no way we would have both survived that delivery. Listen to your bodies. Don't let anyone tell you that you are overreacting. I'm sure I've told this before, but what the hell, point back, when I was still in elementary school I would catch the bus in the mornings at the front of my neighborhood. The way the bus route ran, my school bus stopped on the right side of the road, meaning that we had to cross the street to board. The road I lived off of wasn't necessarily busy, but people had a habit of flying down at point that morning. The bus stopped, put out its stop sign, and the small group of us began to cross. For whatever reason I stopped and decided to look both ways despite the bus's stop sign and that arm thing they have on the front that swings out. Right as I stopped, a white sub blew past the bus's stop sign doing what could easily have been 70 miles per hour. For reference, the road speed limit at the time was, I believe, 35 miles per hour. I felt the wind coming off this car as it sped past. The bus driver laid down on the horn and the handful of parents sitting up at the stop with us started screaming. I just crossed the street and got on the bus. When I got home that afternoon I found out that my mom, who was sitting up at the bus stop in her car, tore out of the neighborhood and followed the car that came close to hitting me. Turns out we knew the driver. She was the mom of one of my younger siblings' classmates. She decided to run the bus sign because they had been running behind and didn't want her daughter to be late for school. Said woman tried to give me a gift card to the mall as an apology. My mom gave it back to her and told her to fuck off. Once when I was about 16 years old, my aunt, who we never really talked to, offered to take me with my cousins, her kids, to Lake Erie for 2 weeks. Already it had seemed odd to me she had asked, but I had never been, so I said sure. Plus she said it would be a fun girls getaway. I was a little worried because I had always noticed my aunt was a little extra, but I vowed I was going to have fun. So the day comes and I get in the car with her oldest daughter, 13, and her youngest daughter, 10. We hit the road. Everyone was having a blast, and for some reason we got talking on things we did when we were really little. I told them of the time I once peed myself on an airplane while I was asleep. I was 6 and was not fully night trained. I also tell them that as well. The kids laugh it off and roast me about not being totally toilet trained till I was 7, but hey, I notice their mom stares at me from the mirror. About 10 minutes later we pull up to a Walmart. I figure it's almost 7, so we are going to eat dinner then hit the road again for the next 12 hours ahead of us. We walk into Walmart and she tells us to go get snacks. She then tells me to meet her by the bathroom in 10 minutes. So in 10 minutes I see her standing in front of the bathroom. I walk over to her. She tells the other kids to go to the car and for me to come with her. I notice she's holding a bag, which I should have known was a red flag. She leads me to the big stall and proceeds to tell me that she's going to have me wear diapers for when we are on the road. I laughed but noticed she was serious. At that moment I knew I faked up telling my aunt about my accidents when I was 6, mind you. I knew that this was not right and oh god, she must be kidding, but this is not where the story ends. She tells me to do it or else. So I oblige and put the attend adult diapers on. Of course she had to buy the tape on once, so she tapes it for me. I go back to the car ashamed and embarrassed as I hear the crinkling. I sit in the car and don't say a word. I go to sleep, only to wake up the next morning to someone asking me if I was wet. I fully awake, and we are still in the car, and about 3 hours from Mary. She asks me if I'm wet in front of her kids that then burst into giggles. I shook my head, and we pull into a gas station. I start to get out, so I can go use the bathroom, but she doesn't let me, and tells me to use my diaper, and she didn't pay money for nothing. So for the rest of the 2 weeks trip and the drive home I'm confined to using diapers. Then finally I'm home and can't wait to tell my mom what her crazy faking sister did to me. But of course my mom and dad had already heard from her that I had started having accidents, so she put me in diapers. My parents then also made me wear diapers because they thought it was for the best. And the sad thing was I had to wear diapers my entire junior and senior year. All because I told my aunt about my accidents when I was 6. True story point. I was walking to my mom's store after school was done. I'm 13 and I don't take the bus at all, and this is the first year I have not taken the bus. But anyway, I crossed the street on Main Street and saw this guy try to cross Main Street, turning left. And I looked to my right and noticed a guy jump over a tiny fence which had an opening 2 feet over. He ran behind me and crossed from where I came from. I was highly suspicious of why he would jump that fence, so I was looking at him, and while I looked back I saw a white van pull right beside me. The guy who hopped the fence had started tuning up behind me, and I never get this spooked, and I started running. I live in a tiny town of about 6,000 people and packed together. I always thought something like this would happen. Since I'm the past, I had a dream about wearing green running shoes and getting kidnapped not far from where this happened at, and I was wearing green shoes. But I ran to the fire department which was 3 blocks away. I sprinted my hardest and never looked back. And just saying, I don't do sports. I did last year, but I'm a little chubby now. My dad is a lieutenant on the fire department and the fire department has a locked door on it, and I knew the code. I saw the fire chief's vehicle when I arrived and knew I could knock on the door if I needed. I was catching my breath thinking it was nothing. I was now only a block away from my mom's store and I crossed the street. I see the same van turning toward the fire department and I ran back there. I hid behind a wall that had a door with a lock on it, and I saw the van approach the corner I was recently at. It turned in the other direction and I'll never forget what I saw in the passenger seat. There was a guy who looked around, and I instantly panicked and tried unlocking the doors. It didn't work both times I tried, and I entered the exact code. They apparently changed it recently, but I ran to the door where the chief's office was inside and was banging on the door. I told him to call my dad and told him everything that had happened. He drove me to my mom's store and I told her what happened, and she called the police. Point the past days after that I always ask my dad to pick me up after school, and I'm going to start riding my bicycle. Point the cops don't know if it was an attempted abduction, but I'd never used my gut more in my life. I always wondered what would have happened if I would never ran. I didn't save myself, but my sister did. One night, after a local baseball game, I was just hanging out with the people who were there after the game. My parents were on the board for the park, so we were always the last to leave because we'd have to clean up point this night. I was about 13 I think, and my sister would have been around 14 to 15. It was around midnight to 1 AM, so it was dark out and there were only a few people left at the park. My mom, dad, me, my sister, my parents' friends and this old man who went to the game sometimes. I think my mom was drunk and my dad was having a conversation and wasn't watching me or my sister. Suddenly, I feel hands on my neck and this old voice telling me I've got pretty hair, how I'm so pretty. I'd been eyeing this old man all night. I had a bad feeling about him, but I immediately froze as soon as he grabbed me. I don't know how long he was massaging my neck, but as soon as my sister saw what was happening, she grabbed me and jerked me away from the guy. He left point a few nights later. Old guy does the same thing. I freeze again. My sister pulls me off again. It didn't happen anymore after that, but I'm glad someone there knew to keep an eye on that guy. My parents never cared, said he does that to everyone. They never decided they'd warn their young girls about a creepy old man who lurked in the dark with us after games, for some reason. When I was really young, my single mom and I lived in a not so safe city. It was nighttime, and I had my friend over. She was a lot older than me. She was the daughter of my mom's friend, but we liked to hang out. At the time of this incident, I was around 6 or 7, and she was maybe 12. The three of us were going out to do something, not sure what it was, but my friend and I had rushed out of the apartment and ran to the car, street parking so it was around the corner. My mom lagged behind, yelling for us, while trying to lock the door. I remember we got to the car, and were idling by the locked back seat, when I felt this weird tingly feeling in my back. I looked behind us and saw a white van with sliding doors. I couldn't see anything inside of it. I remember half of me wanted to look away because it just looked like an empty car, but it really creeped me out for some reason. I looked down for a split second, I think to get the hair out of my eyes, and I heard the sound of a car door sliding open. I immediately looked back at the van and saw 3 men inside of it, all of them watching me with this weird intensity in their eyes. As soon as they saw me, the guy in the back who had opened the door shut it immediately, but the indoor cabin light stayed on, so I could see their faces. The guy in the driver's seat had curly hair. I remember I panicked and I ran, which was kind of a dick move, because I left my friend behind. I don't think that they were interested in her, though, because they were looking at me the entire time, and when I had finally dragged my mom back to the car, the van had driven off. My friend said, without understanding why I was upset, that it sped down the road from its parking spot. I honestly feel like I would have been kidnapped that night if it hadn't been for that strange feeling surrounding that van. Who knows what they could have done if I hadn't spotted them. Couple of years ago, me and my friends went to Time Warp in Argentina. It's a big techno festival. The event took place inside a big sort of sheds, and it was at the beginning of autumn, but the weather that day was really hot and kind of humid. As soon as I walk in I feel this incredible weird feeling, like I couldn't breathe, and I felt like something was going to happen. The air was feeling heavy, so I decided I need to keep well hydrated, especially that night. In the middle of the night we go to buy more water, but it was very difficult to get to the bar, because it was so crowded and everyone was pushing. When I finally get close I hear people at the bar saying they didn't have more water, just alcohol. Again, this is a techno festival with everything it implies. It was crowded and extremely hot inside, and still 3 hours left before the end of the show. I start to get anxious, and we decide to go to the other bar that did have water and buy as many water bottles as we need, and we give some to people next to us who were feeling extremely dehydrated. The show ends, and we get back home. The next day I wake up to find out more than 10 people died that night, product of dehydration, and apparently someone selling a very dangerous drug inside. They were selling PMA pills, as if they were MD. The event had been oversold and there was not enough water to supply. The organizers tried to cover everything. I'm still very shocked about that night. Not sure if this fits title or how your gut sloth saved you better, but once I attended to a conference at my university organized by the club of my friend. Back then I didn't have a driver's license, so my regular way home was through subway plus bus. After the event my friend there offered to drop me off as his house was quite close to mine, but I'd have to wait an hour and a half for him to wrap the conference room up. Normally I don't accept such offers, because I'm terrible with killing time, and using public transportation was just very practical for me. But that day for some reason I uncharacteristically didn't want to use the subway, and took him on his offer. It was a rainy Sunday, so the campus was practically death, and I had a really hard time spending the first 30 minutes sitting on the building point. But then my WhatsApp started to go crazy. Almost all the group chats, even the dead ones, became active. Started receiving questions on Facebook about my safety from people I didn't even talk much. This was in 2016, the middle of the spillover of ISIS terrorism from Syria, and that day just happened to be one of the darkest days for my city. As just 40 minutes after the conference was over, a bomb car, WBIED, exploded in the middle of the city, right next to my bus stop. I repeated this calculation a lot of times and checked that day's bus and subway records to reassure myself that I wouldn't be harmed anyway, but there's no way around it. It's highly probable that if I had used my usual route home, I'd either be waiting in my bus stop when the explosion happened or somewhere in the vicinity. Either my gut feeling or my inner sloth saved my life back there, or at least the fact that my friend offered me a ride. TLDR, uncharacteristically choosing not to travel with public transportation saves my life from terrorism. A few months ago I was at home. I'm not old enough to live alone, so my parents and sister were there. I wasn't alone, but it was around 10 PM. I was taking a shower, and I don't take that long in the shower anyway, but something was telling me to get out sooner than normal. I got out, got dressed and went to my room. After a few minutes I felt the urge to go to the kitchen. I wasn't thirsty or hungry, but I needed to go to the kitchen. I'm going to explain this the best I can, but my room is on one side of the house on the top floor, and on the other side of the house is the kitchen and living room. Now there's two doors to go into the kitchen, one from the hallway, and then there's a doorway right next to that one on the wall, like they're both next to the corner and are next to each other on different walls. That goes into the living room, and a doorway from the LV into the kitchen. Again, doorways are near corners next to each other, but the door from the LV to the kitchen is next to a door that goes outside. For some reason as I got closer to the door in the hallway I started getting scared and anxious. So I went through the living room. As I'm about to go through the other side into the kitchen right next to the door, meaning outside, I just freeze up in fear and I can't move. I'm usually persistent on keeping the door locked after dark, but this was blind fear instead of regular anxiety. I lock the door and go back to my room. As soon as I do I hear the doorbell to the side door leading into the kitchen ring. I text my mom and ask her who it was, assuming she answered the door. It could have been my uncle or a family friend. It's not that unusual for them to come over later at night to just hang out. Apparently nobody else heard the doorbell, but when they went to check there was a guy hiding between my mum's car and Dad's truck, saying someone was after him and he needed a weapon. He tried to open the door then. It's just scary to think, if I hadn't locked the door he would have gotten inside and probably found a knife or something. Then if someone surprised him by going into the kitchen, who knows what could have happened. TDLR, got a bad feeling out of nowhere. Went to check to see if the door was locked. Minutes later someone tried breaking in looking for a weapon. A few months ago I was at home. I'm not old enough to live alone, so my parents and sister were there. I wasn't alone, but it was around 10 PM. I was taking a shower, and I don't take that long in the shower anyway, but something was telling me to get out sooner than normal. I got out, got dressed and went to my room. After a few minutes I felt the urge to go to the kitchen. I wasn't thirsty or hungry, but I needed to go to the kitchen. I'm going to explain this the best I can, but my room is on one side of the house on the top floor, and on the other side of the house is the kitchen and living room. Two separate instances under the same bridge. Used to walk through a park in Bournemouth, UK, near a golf course. This was a large field which led to a road that was entrapped by woods on either side. This road was the entrance to the car park for the field. The road also had a bridge over it where the train would go over. Anyway, one time walking home from work in the height of summer, had my bike, but was walking it as I'd just done a 12-hour shift and was exhausted. I'd got to the part of the park that narrowed into this road and heard rustling from the woods. I noticed but didn't think much of it as there were always a lot of dog walkers. Carried on and passed under the bridge and got the feeling someone was stalking me. Turned around and a man had appeared and was walking fast towards me and staring straight at me intently. I immediately got on my bike and heard him shout at me, "Don't you faking move." Needless to say, I cycled the F out to there and all the way home. Got home and immediately called the police. They informed me they had received other complaints and would follow it up. A couple weeks later, 2 police turned up at my house for a statement cause someone had been rapped. Second time I was going to go through that park for a run. I'd avoided the area for quite a while, but decided I'd brave it again. It was a safe area where people would often play group sports, families, etc. I started to jog down to where the bridge was, and 2 dodgy looking guys about 20 to 30 rode by on bikes staring at me. One had a teardrop tattoo, I shit you not. Anyway, I stopped running and casually walked a little further until I could see under the bridge. They were both waiting there and looking at me. I just turned straight around and ran back up the road as fast as I could. Kind of late to the party here, but 8 years ago or so I was out with my girlfriend and we stopped by a grocery store, maybe 10 PM, and we were getting ice cream or something. There was a guy, maybe 3 or 4 years younger than me, hanging out outside, just standing there, watching us walk by. A few minutes later I saw him inside, in our aisle. Then again the next aisle over. My radar went off when I saw him slowly browsing, but had no cart and no items. So we kept shopping, and I'd catch a glimpse of him from time to time at an end cap looking down at us. This place had otherwise maybe 3 customers and 2 employees in the whole place, so we went to pay, and he got in line behind us, again with no groceries. The hair on the back of my neck was up, and my heart was pounding. My GF, thank goodness, was completely unaware, because she is the kind of girl who will panic and freeze up completely. We left the store and a few seconds later, he followed us outside. I went to the passenger side of my truck and opened the door, put my girlfriend inside with the groceries and the keys, and locked the door. It was then she realized something was wrong. I turned on the dude who was still walking toward us and pulled my belt knife out and walked to the back of my truck and just looked at him. He stopped, stared at me a few seconds, then pulled his phone out and started pretending he was talking to someone before walking back into the store. I got in my truck and we drove down a ways before my girlfriend asked me what happened. I told her, and we called the non-emergency police line to tell them about it and how strange it was. A few days later on Facebook, the local police department posted a captured picture of with his info. He had several warrants for assault and robbery. When I was 17, my family and I, along with my then BF, went on a holiday to Europe. We had just arrived at the Gare du Nord train station when 2 men approached our taxis and helped to unload our copious amounts of luggage. They were super friendly and helpful, so when they finished helping us unload, my mum tried to tip them. 2 police officers who were standing nearby intervened and wouldn't let my mum tip them. None of us could speak French, so we had no idea what was going on. Eventually, after lots of back and forth between the police and the 2 men, the police left and the men offered to escort us to our train, to help show us the way and to help carry our bags. I'm not even really sure how it happened as it was 13 years ago, but I ended up being separated from my entire family and boyfriend and ended up alone with one of the men. He started to lead me away from the trains to an elevator, and I distinctly remember the feeling in my stomach that told me not to go with him. He tried to usher me into the elevator, but I refused and kept insisting to find my family first. That's when I heard shouting at the end of the hall and the 2 police officers from earlier came running towards us. I was escorted back to my family at the trains, who were surrounded by more police officers, and I remember seeing my mother in hysterical tears and the pure relief that flooded her face when she saw me. At the time I thought it was nothing sinister, that I had become lost in a foreign country and my mum was overacting. but a few months back I was talking to my older brother about it and laughed about how upset mum had been, and that's when he had told me that the men had been grooming my family and had attempted to take me. It then makes sense why so many police were involved. One time I was walking my dogs, Staffordshire Bull Terrier /S, to the corner store with my next door neighbor. We were both young and our parents didn't like us walking by ourselves without the dogs because they thought the dogs would protect us. One was white, his name was Cookie Boy, and the other one was black, her name was Chelsea. So we got money from our parents, and since it was close, they let us walk by ourselves with the dogs. We saw this homeless looking man sitting by the door and the dogs weren't let inside, so I had to wait outside while my friend got all the snacks. The man started to talk to me and said stuff like, "Wow, nice zebras you've got there. Can I touch them? They're firm. Lem hold the leash and help you walk home." I kinda just stood there telling him what breed they are, and my friend comes back outside, so we start to walk back, and he asks again if we can walk us home, and we both say no. He kinda just looks like he didn't understand what we said and watched us walk down the road. Once we get near the corner to turn into our neighborhood, I see him in the car turning into our neighborhood, kinda going slowly, so I decided to see if he lives near us, but he waits by the corner. I tell my friend that I feel weird about the guy, and she tells me not to worry about it, but I tell her that we should walk to the neighborhood park to let the dogs get more time to run around. We walk to the little grass area and his car starts to stop next to it, so we both give each other a look of we gotta leave and we didn't want him to know where our house is. We run through the grass to the other side of the neighborhood while his car tries to turn around to go the way we are going. We hide between two houses and wait for a couple minutes trying to breathe before we go home. We never told our parents what happened because we still wanted to get snacks from the store. When my brother and I were probably 7 or 8, a girl who lived down the block from us invited us over to play after school. She lived on a farm, a small farm. It was in Orlando lol, but her family had sheep, goats, horses, and obviously that was rad. So we went home, dropped our backpacks off, and headed across the neighborhood to her house. She'd told us to meet her behind her house, and as we came to the backyard, she yelled for us to come to where she was, which was pretty far into the yard. We made it halfway there when I started having this insane instinct to run like something was chasing me, but I had no idea why, so I just kept walking. The feeling got more and more intense until I saw something out of the corner of my eye a decent ways away in a field, but coming closer at an alarming rate. It was their LGD, and I immediately turned and bolted back to my bike, which was in the front yard. I don't even know why. He wasn't barking or anything, and surely she wouldn't have invited us back there if he was going to attack us. Plus it's not like we were back there alone, she was there too. And I wasn't afraid of dogs. My mom bred German Shepherds at the time. I didn't even really offer an explanation as to why I was running. I just said something to the effect of "oh shit." I don't know what transpired between me running away and when I turned back around, but there was screaming from both the girl and my brother, and I turned around to see the LSG holding my brother by the ass in the side yard, shaking him as hard as he could. He ended up having to have reconstructive surgery on his butt cheeks because they were horribly disfigured, but thank God I felt the urge to run long before I even knew that dog was on its way. That dog was not happy to have visitors. When I was about 12, I think, my family and I were at a Florida beach for vacation. I discovered, with the help of goggles, that there's a certain species of fish that like to nibble on my feet. I think they were eating the sunscreen, but I honestly have no idea. I also don't know what species of fish it was, but I think they were grey with yellow stripes, and were definitely no bigger than my hand. Whatever the reason, it didn't hurt, and honestly kind of tickled. So I kind of just drifted around for a little, while letting the fish continue to nibble on my feet. It was entertaining enough for me to just watch them. Then, all of a sudden, the water around me is filled with dark brown seaweed or something. All of the fish, about 5 or 6 I think, swim away as if something was chasing them. I was sad to see them go, but something else didn't feel quite right. I turn around, that is literally rotate in place with my head still underwater, and see a large jellyfish right in front of me with what seemed like 2 feet of trailing tentacles. I carefully, yet quickly, began backing away from it, while keeping it in my sight. Then I trace a wide arc around it, and walk back to the beach. I did some googling before typing this. Of the species native to Florida, known to frequent shallow waters, I'm most convinced it was a striped Atlantic sea nettle. According to Wikipedia, these creatures can deliver a painful sting to humans, but are usually far from lethal, except when they trigger allergic reactions. So apparently my life was never at risk, just my back and pain receptors. In my late teens, I was visiting my cousins in a rural part of the state. We were sitting around deciding what to do for the evening. Normally we'd go find a local party, or go out and hang with their friends. The idea was brought up to go hang out at their cousins, from their dad's side of the family, place, who was a couple of years older. Apparently they were having a small party. He lived in a trailer a few miles away. My one cousin literally says, I have a bad feeling, let's not go over there. Those guys have been getting into some shit lately. Someone will probably get shot one of these days. I assumed he meant drugs or bad company or some combination thereof. So we decide just to chill, visit, and watch TV for the night and stay put. A few hours later we see flashing red lights of a police car go flying by on the highway down the road. Now this is a very rural area, so it's definitely unusual to see this even once in a while. Then it happens again, then again and again, multiple times. We looked at each baffled, wondering what had happened and where. Turns out their cousin had started seeing this new girl who had recently gone through a bad breakup. Her ex-boyfriend got super drunk at a local bar and was telling people he was going to kill her. Unfortunately nobody takes him seriously. He shows up at their cousin's house, gun in hand, shoots the ex-girlfriend dead, shoots their older cousin in the neck. Suddenly his younger brother jumps out from around the corner and wrestles the gun away from the attacker and shoots him dead, ultimately saving his brother's life and several others at the house. The older brother ultimately survives, but is paralyzed from the neck down the rest of his life. To this day, every time I visit my cousin's house I have to drive by their cousin's place first, as it's on the way, and I see the built handicapped ramp and specialized transport van out front. Folks, if someone says they are going kill someone, even if they are drunk and rambling, take them seriously. Hopefully my sister doesn't mind me sharing this one on her behalf. TLDR below. Family trip through Italy. We're in Tuscany and just spent the day in Florence, but our lodging is a small villa in the countryside 20 minutes from Florence. We are dropped from Florence back to the villa by an arranged driver, so our car has been parked in the lot all day. One of 3 cars, not a busy place, it's off season, so we were one of 2 to 3 parties staying at the villa. There's hardly any activity. My little sister is sleeping in the kitchen area on a pull-out couch after making a bigger stink than normal, insisting that she does not want to sleep out there alone, as she was feeling scared. My older sister and I are sharing a room. I have earplugs in and am dead to the world. My parents are in a room beside us. It's a quiet night. We have been told there is surveillance and gates are closed at night. I wake up the next morning to my family in confusion. The lock has been sawed out of the door. My little sister, 21 at the time, couldn't sleep at all that night. She said she had a weird feeling. Around 1 AM she heard fiddling with the lock, the second of 2 doors, to get into our place. She feels a knot in her stomach, unsure of what to do. Instead of waking up and getting my parents, she just assumed it was someone with a key to the wrong door. When the door slowly swings open, she sees a large man with a flashlight, scanning the room. He sees her, she sees him. She fake sleeps, holds her breath, and lays very still. After about a minute, he slowly closes the door. She hears footsteps running away. She doesn't remember hearing a car, and the nearest road is 2 kilometers away, meaning he may have walked to us. My sister gets up after an indiscernible amount of time and pushes the door shut. She said she thought she was dreaming. She stayed awake for a while texting a friend, until she somehow went to sleep. The owner of the hotel blamed us for flaunting wealth. We don't act flashy with jewelry or other possessions while on vacation to avoid this very situation, so it was an odd claim. The hotel's defensiveness along with their reluctance to call the police caused us to believe they were possibly involved and thought we were still in Florence since our car hadn't left all day. Turns out my sister's freeze response was somehow the right thing to do. Thank God nothing happened to her. TLDR, in Tuscany with family, villa broken into at night. My sister sees the intruder and he sees her. He slowly leaves. She thought she was dreaming. When I was 11 or 12, I walked to and from school every day. My elementary school was across the street, about a 10-minute walk from my house. Besides morning and afternoon rush hour, the area was generally quiet and safe. When walking to school, there would always be other kids, some with parents, in front or behind you on the street. One morning I was running late, and when I was out the door, the street was already empty, and I could see no one else walking to school. I walked a bit faster than usual, but wasn't hurrying or anything. As I was approaching the crosswalk, a car pulled up to the sidewalk and stopped next to me. Being the innocent/stupid kid I was, I thought maybe they needed help or instructions, so I stopped walking. Instead of seeing the window getting rolled down, the guy inside had reached his arm out to open the passenger door. Inside at the driver's seat was this mid-aged man. He gestured with his hand and said to me, in Cantonese, to get inside and that he would drive me to school. I told him no, it was okay. He went on to say that he was my dad's friend, and for a brief moment, I actually considered that he might be telling the truth. My gut kicked in, and I shook my head and declined. After that, he closed the door and drove off. I don't know if it was because he gave up, but I swear another car was coming, and that must have contributed to him leaving. I continued walk to school and proceeded with my day as usual. Didn't think much of it after that. Never told my teachers or my parents about it either for some reason. Several years later, it hit me that I could have been kidnapped that day. Something that has always bothered me about this was that he spoke to me in Cantonese. During the time, my city had a low Asian population, but many of them were Cantonese speakers. That was the reason why my brain briefly considered that maybe he really did know my dad. I wonder, did he deliberately target me because I was Chinese? If I were another ethnicity, would he have pulled up? For some reason, whenever I recall this encounter, even right now as I'm typing this, a part of me questions if this really happened, but there's this nagging voice in the back of my head that is absolutely certain it did. Might have judged a book by its cover, but, hey, I'm still here. I was 11 at the time. My mother and me normally went to church on Sundays. We were usually just in time for it to start, but that day we were a bit late. We were just arriving on the block when it struck us as odd that all the church doors, quite heavy by the way, were closed. Mother said go and check if the side doors are open. I'll check the front. I was quite unsure of separating myself from her, because her logic wasn't always the best, and because just as we were parting ways a strange van was coming up and making a stop at the red light on the corner of the block. Just from the same direction to where I was going. Great big bushes blocked the view my mother had on me and vice versa. I was unsure of proceeding any further, but my mother is a very scolding person if one does not do the bidding she asks. So, I continued walking without taking my eyes off the van. Apparently the two men inside the van didn't take their eyes off me either. They didn't have a very friendly looking appearance, very sketchy tbh. I got uncomfortable at the direct eye contact, so I averted my eyes to where I was supposed to be heading and kept walking, while still keeping a watch out of the corner of my eye. I was getting a gut feeling of get the heck out of here, but briefly ignored it until I thought I sensed movement from the van. I turned my complete head to see both men still observing me and the co-pilot guy opening up his door to step down. I didn't hesitate at that moment and just sprint up the church side steps like an Olympic runner, and with all the strength I could gather, pushed one of the doors open. Kept running through the side corridors until I reached the other entrance, where I found my mom. Why'd you take so long? And why are you running? You know you shouldn't run inside the church. I was too overtaken by what I was feeling at the moment to even respond. I was also surprised that she didn't ask why I looked so shaken, or if I was even okay. She still doesn't know about that day. So our college requires students to have a certain amount of volunteer credits each year. One of the easiest ways to get the credit is volunteering in the haunted house the college hosts every year. One year I made friendly with another girl on the bus to the location, and so we stuck together for the most part, but we were assigned different areas. I noticed the people she was assigned to work with, and one of the guys gave me a creepy feeling. Being that we were working on a haunted house, I figured the atmosphere was just getting to me. When the night ended, she found me and just kinda clung to me without saying much. It seemed like she wasn't feeling well, so I let her hang on to me and gave her a water bottle to drink. Easy to get dehydrated at these things. I did notice the big guy who gave me the creeps was keeping close to us, but not approaching point we got on the bus. After getting the final announcements and she isn't saying much, the guy is sitting right behind us. I got the feeling that he wanted to follow her to her dorm, so I made a plan to get off the bus at the last second at a spot not near any dorms. It was a bit of a walk, but very well lit, public and frequently patrolled by campus police. Plus he seemed unwilling to make a move with me close by. I'm a woman, but a rather tall woman, and at the time, muscular, so at the last second we quickly get off the bus at this stop and start walking. As we walk, she cries and tells me about how the guy kept cornering her and groping her. Without saying too much, all her attempts to get someone else's attention failed, and this happened to her all night. Point we didn't see him on the walk back. He probably gave up when we jumped bus. I got her back to her dorm before going to mine, and we exchanged numbers before I left. Point from what I'm told, she reported him to the school and they did nothing. He even kept the volunteer hours for that night. She went to a campus counselor and the counselor tried pushing the blame on her for leading him on. She was so tired of it all at that point she didn't want to go to the police. Point she became a hermit and transferred. He graduated with no consequences. I truly believe that if we hadn't left the bus when we did, he would have followed her to her dorm, and I don't even want to think about what would have happened. Not my best plan admittedly, but it worked. To preface, I have never had any strong gut feelings before this, but had been in sketchy situations. I always figured they didn't work. Point last February, my boyfriend and I went to New Orleans for Mardi Gras. Everyone kind of stays in the same tourist area for the celebrations, but we decided to head to a different part of the city far from the tourist area to try out a brewery. Point we ended up getting stuck in traffic and both had to pee, so we stopped at a liquor store. When we got out of the car, I noticed a woman in her mid-30s in a bizarre costume sitting on the side of the road using her cell phone. It's Mardi Gras and people are a mess, so I didn't give it much thought, but did think it was weird she was all dressed up, alone, and not by Bourbon Street. Point we go into the store, come back out 20 minutes later, and the woman is in the same spot, still on her cell phone. Point we get into the car and start configuring the GPS when I suddenly felt really anxious. I looked out of the window and the woman was standing there watching us. My boyfriend rolled down the window and asked what was up. She said she had gotten split up from her group of friends and needed a ride to where they were staying because her phone had died hours ago and she couldn't get in touch with them. My stomach immediately went into knots. I had just seen her on her phone. I remember her saying, "I know I look crazy. I wouldn't give me a ride either if I were you." My boyfriend flew off without saying anything. He had gotten the same feeling I had too. I don't know what would have happened to us had she gotten into the car, but I don't think it would have been good. To clarify, I'm a girl. When I was about 7 and my sister was 3, we were playing around in our trampoline. I felt something wasn't right there, some weird feeling of someone watching us. It was terrifying. I grabbed my sister and ran like crazy up the balcony stairs and into the house. It turned out I had opened the zip of the trampoline just in time and ran into the house just in time. Because had I waited a second more, had been a second shorter, there was a 100% chance I would have been shot and probably died. I realized this when we were inside and I looked outside and saw a bullet hole in the trampoline net. Took me months to go outside again. I saw a guy there too. Shock we were gone. You know who the guy was. The same entitled parent of the kid who'd been racially bullying me. I was the only brown Muslim in a school of white Christians, so a lot of bullying for a while, until I moved to Illinois. He had gone crying to his daddy after I finally stood up to him, who beat me up after school until I accidentally kicked him in the balls and ran away. he'd returned to kill. It was shocking in such a small and innocent place. Since there was no proof it was him, he didn't get in trouble. There was only my word. And a 7-year-old word isn't enough. A big mistake people make. Really slaughtered my forgiveness of my bullies, assuming they just didn't understand and were scared. Terrifying though, and horrendous someone would go to such measures. I remember a few good times my gut feeling saved my life, and I to this day think I'm rather lucky. That being said, here are the top 5 I remember. First one, I remember when I was younger growing up, me and my sister went out for a late walk. I think it was around 2 in the morning. While we were crossing the main highway from one housing area to another, we saw a cop car drive past us. It got all the way down to the bridge before its brake lights came on, and for some reason I had this voice in my head screaming to run. So I grabbed my sister's hand, she was about 14, and we ran as fast as we could 3 blocks to the nearest park. Right as we ran around the corner into this park area, we ran along the wall as fast as we could and hid behind the trees. Seconds later the cop car spotlight turned on looking for us. My sister and I have never had any trouble with the law, but that night I was terrified for my life. We found out about 4 weeks later that a person who was cruising around late at night in a car that looked like a cop car was pulling over underage people walking, only to kidnap and trap them. To this day I'm sure that was the car we saw. Second time, me and my girlfriend of 10 years now were down in California visiting my family, and we were on an old backcountry road with no lights that I had driven growing up all the time, just driving along at 55 mph. Then out of the blue I just got this tightness in my chest, like I was in danger, so I took my foot off the gas and hit the brakes while my girlfriend was asking what's going on. Then seconds later, before I could respond, a deer jumped over a fence and into the road, and had I not slowed down moments before, that we would have hit the deer in midair and it would have gone into our front window. To this day I won't drive anything but my truck now. Third time, when I was younger I had a few times where I would miss the bus home from school, so I had to walk home. Not a huge deal, we lived in a small quiet country town where you more or less knew everyone. So I was walking home with a group of friends one day, because we had missed the bus, and normally we would walk down a dirt road and down a few canals to get home, mostly to avoid traffic and dogs. Well, this day we decided to go another route home because we wanted to stop at one of the stores and get some snacks. We were about halfway home when we came up to a crossing, and we stopped for traffic and waited for the light to change, and it was safe to walk. Right as the light changed I froze and yelled stop, no idea why to this day. However, seconds after that, if we would have started crossing we would have been halfway into the cross walk at that point. It was about this time a semi hauling dirt had blown through the light because the driver had fallen asleep and took out a few cars and poles. However, if we would have been crossing we would have been right in the line of the semi at the time. Fourth time, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, me and my girlfriend were driving home from a friend's house after a late night party, and at the time I was driving a 1969 Ford F-150. Will make sense later. So as we start driving home it starts to rain, and out of no place it just started to dump rain. Then as we are driving I notice a car coming towards us. Not a huge deal, we live not too far out from Seattle, so you always expect traffic. However, I felt like something was wrong, so I slowed down a bit, not too much because they were in their own lane, but enough to make sure they were through the intersection before I got to it. Then as we come up to the intersection a drunk driver decided he was going to turn in front of my truck while I'm doing about 50. At this moment I slam on the brakes as you would do. However, because my truck was so old it didn't have anti-lock braking, so all my tires lock up, and because of the rain I lose all control of my truck and was forced to hit the gas to try and regain control. However, had I been in the intersection any sooner the car from before would have hit us at 50. Lucky for us, I slowed down enough to make sure the other car went through the intersection, so when we made a hard left we just ended up in the side street within only a few inches of the curb. 5 time. Best for last, right, and this is hard because it's between almost being struck by lightning and this one. So my mom loved to go on trips when we were younger, and I remember one of our trips we were driving to go visit some family and we were getting ready to check out of the hotel, and I remember telling my mom, hey, we can't leave yet. She asked me why. I said I don't think we should leave yet. At the time she didn't think much of it and kept packing. About an hour into it the van was loaded and we were getting ready to check out, and I again said no, we can't leave yet. She again asked me why, and I looked her straight in the eyes and said if we leave now we are all going to die, we can't go yet, and ran and locked myself in the bathroom. Honestly to this day I don't remember saying it, but my mother and grandmother tell me that's what I said word for word and they were in total shock. I spent 2 hours locked in the bathroom before I came out, and my mom was really mad at me because we had to pay for another night, so we ended up staying another night. The next morning she put me in the van while I was asleep so I wouldn't put up another fight. She thought I wanted to stay because of the pool. About 2 hours into the trip we come up to a bunch of cops who had the road blocked. When they came over to our van my mom asked what was going on, that we had to go that way. Turns out the day before, about 2 hours after we should have checked out, the hillside gave way due to heavy rain and took out a huge part of the road, and a few people even lost their lives because of it pushing them over the hillside. Had we left on time the day before we would have been on the road the time of the slide. We ended up turning around and spent 4 days at the hotel waiting for them to clear the road of dirt and trees. I was about 10 or so. I'm at a local pub with my mum and dad when this man just sits down next to me stroking our dog. Dad's at the bar and mum's has briefly popped out shopping for dinner later. He starts acting like properly weird and goes, "Hey, what's your name, kid?" And I'm like, sarcasm. And he goes, that's a nice name. Then he says, "So, what school do you go to?" Now this is when my gut feeling, even though I'm little, is just telling me that something isn't right here. So I go, UHH, not quite sure what to say. He's like, "Don't worry sarcasmo, you can talk to me, it's fine. I'm not gonna hurt you." So I'm like, "I'm sorry, but I don't know. I can't remember. My memory's really bad." This seems like a lame excuse, but I didn't know what else to say at this point. So he's like, "Alright, but do you live around here or far away?" And I go, "Really sorry, I'll be back, just really need the toilet." And bolt off to the men's. After about 10 minutes, my dad pokes his head in and goes, "Sarcasmal, are you in there?" And I'm like, "Yes." So he's like, "Okay, you can come out now." My mum came back from shopping shortly after I ran, and my parents explained what happened afterwards, and turns out shit really went down from then on. After I ran away, my dad had seen my movements and confronted the man. He says that he doesn't want the man speaking to me, even though the man insists he was asking questions about our dog. I confirmed to my parents that this wasn't the case, but him lying about it says a lot about his intentions. Either way, he tells the man to go away. He looks to my mum and says to her in the calmest possible voice, "Your husband is an absolute wanker." From their guesses, he must have had a mental issue, as this isn't exactly normal behavior, not even for creeps. So after a heated verbal brawl, the guys chucked out. Turns out he had been scaring the other patrons too, as he had been creeping out a couple by asking very detailed questions about their infant twins. If I had actually told the guy what he wanted to hear, who knows what the hell would have happened. After a concert I tried to find a cab to bring me to my nearby hotel, but the ones waiting were already gone. So I asked a girl that was waiting if she'd have a cab number. She told me she already called one, but is now waiting pretty long already. She passed me the number she dialed. I dialed and they picked up. Said they are only a few meters from where I stand. Eventually I found them, a group of men, sitting outside a store and smoking. Then, probably, the boss walks out and refers me to a guy, who then stood up. I then thought the girl who gave me the number is waiting for a while now. Why does I got a cab so fast? But I followed the guy back to the side of the venue. There were a few black orders parked, but no sign of a cab sign. I out one and one together and found it very sketchy. I asked him to show me some kind of ID and authorization that he is allowed to transport people. He couldn't. I immediately turned around and tried to walk as fast as I could. Went back to look for the girl who luckily was still waiting. Went up to her and told her not to get in the cab since they appear to be sketchy. I still don't know if they were legit or were just trying to rip off people after concerts. But I'm proud I reacted so proud and got out of the situation because my gut feeling was telling me that something is very off. TLTR. After a concert all cabs were gone and the one I dialed had no official cab cars and the driver couldn't show me any ID or official authorization. So I ran away. Note, it technically did not save me, but it did warn me of what was going to happen, and I had a gut feeling all throughout the week. I was at an annual summer camp with my family last year and I encountered a new guy who didn't come before. He tagged along with a good friend of his. This friend come to the camp in previous years. One evening, I joined the guy, his friend and some other people in a simple game in the middle of the campsite point. When I first saw him at that moment, I felt very uncomfortable around him and had that gut feeling that something was wrong with him. I still had that feeling around him during the week. On the last night, we had a big open mic night and party and everyone is enjoying themselves. At one moment I was sat with a little girl and another older girl, just having a conversation. The guy, who I was feeling weird about, come up behind the little girl, hugged her tightly, and whispered something in her ear. She leaned away from him and looked very uncomfortable. I gave a fuck off face to him, saving her in a way. Luckily she went to her parents and told them about the incident later that night. Later, during a performance, I hear a "you faking dick. You gonna faking get me?" and a lot of fuck offs. The guy shouted very loud, interrupting the performance. This guy was making vicious movements, literally running across the hall to punch another person, but luckily he was tackled by another guy and dragged outside to be dealt with. Turns out he had a mental illness and reacted wildly and threatening to alcohol, making him seem dangerous. I know this seems like a weird reason, but that's all I heard. On the next day, when everyone is packing up, mostly everyone is at a final meeting. I watched the guy carefully at the meeting to check if he was to make another threat and I watched him exit the hall. After the meeting we were told to stay in the hall due to danger. The guy had been drinking again and run around the campsite with a knife. He ended up tearing someone's tent and leaving it with red stains. He had been dealt with again and luckily we were all able to exit without any more danger from this man. Overall, that gut feeling prepared me for those dangers. This guy terrified us all at the camp and I presume the organizers are dealing with this issue and hopefully next year will be safer. One cloudy day in 5th grade. It was a field day. I wanted to ditch out, but it was the last day of school and I needed to collect the things I had there, so I went. I have this field day curse which should be an entirely different post I should make. Unfortunately, I couldn't sit out on field day, despite wearing boots on purpose, to exempt myself out of physical activities. A partner I didn't really get to choose, because everyone else in my grade bullied me or had friends. I did have unfortunate things like crying out of having such a horrible time, and my snow cone fell and hit my head on a metal bridge thing while doing so, but this situation is what saved me. There was this tree in our schoolyard that was super tall. I once remember the school banned us from attempting to climb it, since a hit got badly injured falling. This field day they needed more ideas for games, so they made a game where you had to climb using a rope up to the tree about 15ish feet up. Grab the flag, you win. You had to stick the flag back at the same spot. It was only a 1v1 game, so only one partner would go up. Then the next, I don't know what they did if we had a tie, because I forgot. This was a popular game and the lines were pretty busy, but in order to get our snow cones, you had to complete a certain amount of games. I think it was around 30 games we completed. I got my snow cone that I later dropped, and we needed 5 more games to get another one. 34 games, 1 more, and there were only about 2 left. By this time, the line for the tree game had vanished, and my partner says, "Hey, we should do that one." I'm a wussy and I didn't trust this school's safety plans at all. I knew I can't win that game, and I was gonna get a rope burn. I said we should do another game. I think it was a pool noodle game, but I can't remember. I said would take less time. BS, there was a little more of a line, but my partner had a deal with enough of my sheet, so she complied. A couple of minutes later, ZZZZZ pang screams of horror. Immediately we look to see the tree shed and collapse, some sparks, and as the branches fall, some staff and a group of kids ducking. Few were running into the school. A lot of people ran for the school door. The rain started to fall. Our clothes were getting wet. Some staff helped at the scene, but I was one of the people who wanted to get through the door. As there was an entire school full of people trying to get through a metal double door, I kind of waited for everyone else to go in. I tried to look back, but saw barely anything because of playground equipment. I went inside. Everyone was talking and chatting up. Teacher blew the whistle to shut us all up and explained to us that we shouldn't be freaked out. Everyone is fine and do not seek shelter under trees. Some kids were crying. Some were calling their parents on their iPhone 4s. I was just shocked and hoped the kid at that tree was one of my bullies. I don't know what happened later, since it was the last day of school, but days I drive by the school and remember the tree that used to be at the playground. I worked at a store that was the median between a decent part of town and its shitty counterpart. I had been putting out some discounted merchandise. I was probably only down the aisle maybe 20 minutes. At some point during that time I noticed a guy kind of pacing back and forth, looking at merchandise, glancing at me, and then putting whatever he had just picked up back. He threw off an odd vibe, but I didn't really pay him any mind because I figured he was just looking for some things to steal, which is hardly uncommon. After a few moments of him pacing, he finally asked me, "Is this the clearance section?" I told him it was. It's very clearly marked several times as clearance. This again raised red flags to him being a shoplifter, albeit not a very good one. I looked to my right to try and see if he in fact was trying to pocket anything, and instead I was met with his pants down past his knees, exposing himself. I quickly looked away trying to make sure he didn't see me see him and also come to terms with what I just saw. I start to look around after finishing up packing things out, and the guy's nowhere to be found. Thank God. I start to talk with a coworker about what I put out, and I begin to feel super uneasy. As I'm still talking to this coworker, I begin to clean up. As I was doing so, I noticed the guy hiding behind some shippers just staring at me. The uneasy feeling was intensified, and I couldn't shake it. I ended up excusing myself from the conversation and hid in the employee only area for a half hour. As creepy as the encounter was, it only became creepier when I had to sit with security the next day. We had both made jokes about the incident initially, but things ended up getting more serious as security reviewed the footage. Although the cameras didn't catch the guy exposing himself, it did catch him lurking between displays adjusting himself. As the footage keeps rolling, it shows me leaving the aisle, after which the guy tries to follow me. The footage showed him walking up and down a few aisles looking around before finally leaving. It made me super paranoid for a few weeks, but I was just thankful I listened to my gut and bounced when I did. I sometimes believe that I'm like a psychic or something related, because this has happened multiple times. Thizalat to say, but I'ma tell you all this one cause it happened recently. I have some friends that I hang out with a lot, and we mostly hang out at my place because everyone finds my house more comfortable and welcoming. Not relevant, but just some extra info for better understanding. Now, back to topic. My friends and I were hanging out at my place on a Saturday afternoon, and we were getting bored of just sitting around doing nothing, so my friend, let's call her A, had the idea to head to the park near my house and play truth or dare there, since there's a spot where you can't see into from afar, so that meant we could do more intense stuff when it came to dares. We all agreed, so we started heading there. We arrived and we sat down at a table that was nearby, and this was out in the open. Now, I soon began to get a bad vibe, and when that happens, I get a small cramp in my abdomen. I told me friends about the feeling, and they said I was being paranoid and to just calm down. I told them I was calm, but I wasn't, and I held on to this feeling. I forgot to mention that a lot of drug deals go off in this park. Now, we played truth or dare like planned, and we played for about an hour. After that hour passed, one of my other friends who was there mentioned that there was a suspicious guy standing in playing area. I looked, and sure enough, he was there. I told my friends, and I told them to go back to my house. because I began to have a bad feeling, even stronger than before, and so we all agreed and we started heading back. We began to walk and I got a strange feeling and I turn around and sure enough, the suspicious guy was following us. Only part was, I saw him holding something in his hoodie and I looked a bit more carefully and realized it was a gun. I had a few friends who were friends. Before you continue, no, I wasn't being sexist or nothing. I simply cared for my female friends and bit more, since I knew them longer, and I wanted them to be safe. I told my female friends to speed walk to my house, while my male friends stayed back, but I told my female friends to take an alternative route, so they don't show the guy where I live. I told them which street and I knew they would be safe in that route, since it was mostly quiet, and if anything happened, their screaming would be effective. In a ho, me and my other male friend stayed back. We realized it would be stupid to just confront him, so what we did is go to one of my neighbors who happens to be in the military, and we told him, so he came out and confronted the guy. The guy pulled out his gun and my neighbor disarmed him and slammed him on the ground. We called the cops and my neighbor stayed on top of him until the police came. They arrested the guy and I texted A to see if they made it alright, and they did. The police questioned the guy and turns out he wanted to mug us. He just wanted us to be separated, since we could all gang up on him if he tried anything. As soon as we got home, everyone asked me how did I know this guy was trouble if I didn't see the gun at the park. I simply responded, remember the feeling I got and how I told y'all? Please go easy. I typed this on my phone. Thank you for your time. I had decided to get pads at 10:30 p.m. since I got my period suddenly and I wasn't about to spend the whole night in a makeshift pad made out of toilet paper. Too detailed? Sorry. It's relatively safe in my country around this time, although it does depend on where it is that you're going. The grocery store is only a 5-minute walk from my house and there are usually some people still walking around at this time. I had felt safe because whilst heading to the grocery store I saw 1 or 2 people around and there was even someone on their balcony who had a clear view of the whole street, but even so, I was still alert. I always am. I ended being assaulted once due to ignoring my gut feeling. As I was nearing the main street that I needed to cross in order to get to the grocery stores, I was passing a high school that's on the left side of the sidewalk, and to right of the sidewalk, there was a bunch of cars parked. All of a sudden I had heard someone getting out of a car in a rush, which made no sense since it's 10:30, and I remember thinking, why the hell would someone be rushing at 10:30 p.m? So I subtly turned around and saw this guy fast walking behind me. However, he wasn't directly behind me, he was on the other end of the sidewalk. I kept walking and pretended like everything is okay. I turned around for the second time and this guy was now walking directly behind me. Here's when I realized that I should definitely be scared, because if you are in a rush, the logical thing to do is go around the person on the sidewalk rather than directly behind them. I started walking a bit faster, and I was nearing the main street, so if I were to scream I knew someone would hear me, and right before I got there was a huge puddle that I had to walk around. Due to being so scared I was like, fuck it, I'm stepping in this puddle, because walking around it will take longer. But my dumbass, which I'm also very grateful for, decided that my shoes weren't worth ruining, and my safety was worth the risk, so I turned around to walk around the puddle and I almost had a damn heart attack right then and there. This guy was straight up in my face with his hand outstretched towards me and a white cloth in it. We'd both just been staring at each other for a few seconds before he turned abruptly and literally ran to his car. I wasn't about to wait around and find out if he was with other people, so I literally ran to the damn store. All I keep thinking is that if I had not trusted my gut feeling that something is wrong, and also had I not been a dumbass who decided to not ruin her new shoes, who knows what he would have done. I had decided to get pads at 10:30 p.m. since I got my period suddenly and I wasn't about to spend the whole night in a makeshift pad made out of toilet paper. Too detailed? Sorry. It's relatively safe in my country around this time, although it does depend on where it is that you're going. The grocery store is only a 5-minute walk from my house and there are usually some people still walking around at this time. I had felt safe because whilst heading to the grocery store I saw one or two people around and there was even someone on their balcony who had a clear view of the whole street, but even so, I was still alert. I always am. I ended being assaulted once due to ignoring my gut feeling. As I was nearing the main street that I needed to cross in order to get to the grocery stores, I was passing a high school that's on the left side of the sidewalk, and to right of the sidewalk, there was a bunch of cars parked. All of a sudden I had heard someone getting out of a car in a rush, which made no sense since it's 10:30, and I remember thinking, why the hell would someone be rushing at 10:30 p.m? So I subtly turned around and saw this guy fast walking behind me. However, he wasn't directly behind me, he was on the other end of the sidewalk. I kept walking and pretended like everything is okay. I turned around for the second time and this guy was now walking directly behind me. Here's when I realized that I should definitely be scared, because if you are in a rush, the logical thing to do is go around the person on the sidewalk rather than directly behind them. I started walking a bit faster, and I was nearing the main street, so if I were to scream I knew someone would hear me, and right before I got there was a huge puddle that I had to walk around. Due to being so scared I was like, fuck it, I'm stepping in this puddle, because walking around it will take longer. But my dumbass, which I'm also very grateful for, decided that my shoes weren't worth ruining, and my safety was worth the risk, so I turned around to walk around the puddle and I almost had a damn heart attack right then and there. This guy was straight up in my face with his hand outstretched towards me and a white cloth in it. We'd both just been staring at each other for a few seconds before he turned abruptly and literally ran to his car. I wasn't about to wait around and find out if he was with other people, so I literally ran to the damn store. All I keep thinking is that if I had not trusted my gut feeling that something is wrong, and also had I not been a dumbass who decided to not ruin her new shoes, who knows what he would have done. This was over 20 years ago on a Saturday. I'm going out for more beer for the party that me and my friends are at. My two friends are in the back seat of the car, and we pull into a busy gas station at 2 a.m. I get out and am immediately approached by a small young man. He's well dressed in black pleated slacks and a light wool sweater with a gold chain around the outside. He asks to sell me discount cologne from his car. I politely say, no thanks, man. He keeps trying to sell me cologne and talks about how many brands he has and how cheap the prices are. I say no a few more times and I'm slowly losing patience with him since he's not taking the hint. He keeps trying to get me to come over and see his cologne in his car and keeps pointing to a large black sedan over at the end of the small parking lot. The parking lot is packed with people parking and coming and going, since this is the only gas station open this late that has a large beer selection. I finally stop him and tell him, whatever you are going to sell me, you can bring it over here for me to look at underneath these security cameras. And I point up to the cameras at the front of the door of the store area. I head inside and grab the beers and make it back to my friend's car. My friend tells me the guy waited for a little bit, watching me, then loudly said, man, fuck this shit, and walked over to someone else. Point as we are backing out of the space, we see some guy wearing a jean jacket walking with the cologne guy over to his large black sedan. Cologne guy pops open the trunk of the sedan and the jean jacket guy looks in, and some other guy that was over in the nearby bushes, no light, so he was standing in the dark where no one could see, walks out of the darkness straight over and behind this guy and cracks jean jacket over the back of his head, and they both shove the jean jacket into the trunk and start punching him over and over. I start honking my horn and my friend yells, just get the hell out of here. I tell him to give me his phone and I call 911 and we take off and give the police a description of the guy in the sedan. Point TLDR, stranger danger tries to sell me stuff from his car trunk at 2 a.m. at a gas station. I say no. He finds a Suka and Suka gets KO'd into stranger danger's car trunk. Not my story, but my stepfather's, RIP, from back when he was a firefighter. We lived in a tourist trap town in Wisconsin at the time, and my stepfather worked for both fire departments, not at the same time, He left one to join the other as he was a recovering alcoholic and the department made it too easy to get drinks, and shortly after joining the second department, he was called to a house fire that was described as a raging inferno that was spreading alarmingly fast. When he and the other firefighters pulled up, they got out and gathered their supplies and headed towards the house, as it was still a raging tower of flames. The garage was on fire as well. As my stepfather ran towards the house, his stomach ached and twisted so much, so he actually stumbled and fell down. As he stood up from his fall, he looked through a window in the garage they were about 10 feet from. His stomach knotted more, and he realized why. There on the other side of the garage, which he could see through the windows as they lined up, was a propane tank, almost engulfed in the flames. He pointed out to it and shouted for everyone to get the hell away from it. Everyone saw what he was pointing at and ran. As they did, the tank exploded. My stepfather couldn't hear as he was one of the people closest to it, and the explosion had temporarily deafened him. As he sat up, ears ringing, he saw the person who'd helped him up standing up, and though he couldn't hear, he didn't need to in order to read lips and the holy shit that his partner was shouting. If they had continued to the house, they would have been even closer to the propane tank, and multiple lives cold been lost. He swore he would never ignore his gut feelings ever again, and he never did until the day he died. He eventually relapsed, slipped into his old drug habits, and had a heart attack. I have a mild form of autism. My disability is pretty minor, however it's difficult for me to judge someone's character, among other things. I rarely get a gut feeling about any one point. There is however one instance I can very clearly remember. I was home alone. It was summer, and I was reading a book on the front porch. All of a sudden I hear someone ask if they could borrow my phone. I was listening to music as I read. I looked up and saw a pickup truck parked in the middle of the street. If any other car had tried to come down the street, they would have had to turn around, because the truck was parked diagonally, and it was a small two-lane road. The driver's side door was opened, and there was a man walking around in the street. He was holding his phone up, like he was searching for a signal. Something about the whole situation seemed off. I stood up, and started to gather my things as quietly as possible. The moment I went to take a step towards the door, the floor creaked, and the guy spins around. He asks if he could borrow my phone. I got seriously creeped out, said no, sorry, and quickly walked inside, locking the door behind me. I turned around, and was face to face with my cat. My normally calm, easygoing, and shy cat is standing there, perfectly still, back arched, tail puffed up, and hackles raised. He looked like was about to attack something. I quickly made my way around the house, making sure every door and window was closed and locked. I walked past the front door and my cat was still there, still posturing. I peeked through a nearby window, and the guy was still parked in the middle of the street. He was just standing there staring at my house. I turned off all of the lights and called my parents. I have a feeling the guy would have met a highly pissed off, highly protective cat had he tried to come in. We rescued him and one other cat from a shelter, and he's one of those cats that sticks by you whenever you're sick and tries to make you feel better. He's practically been glued to my side since the day we got him. There is so many comments, this is probably not going to be seen, but here I go. FYI, my mom told me this because I was just a baby. When I was 2, I used to live in Peru, and we lived in a very dangerous neighborhood. Anyway, it was about 2 AM when I started puking, and my dad said, "Okay, I'm going to go get her some medicine." My mom said no, go with someone, because she had a strange feeling that something bad was going to happen. My dad dismissed her as being paranoid, so he left to go to the pharmacy. My dad back then was on active duty in the military, so he knew how to fight. Anyway, a few minutes later there were 3 people that jumped him. He managed to fight them off, but 5 more people came behind him. There was no possible was he could fight them all, so he got stabbed in the eye, lost his vision, and got beat up really bad, and of course they mugged him. He accidentally killed one, but that's a different story. Anyway, my mom was getting worried because he wasn't coming home, so she called one of our good friends who found him covered in blood and passed out on the sidewalk. And a few feet away from him was the other man that he killed. Again, not relevant. So he got to the he survived because of his friend that found him. Anyway, if my dad would have listened, he wouldn't have lost his vision in one eye and he would have not killed that man and wouldn't have gotten injured so badly. So never dismiss a gut feeling. Edit. Sorry for my bad spelling and grammar, as English is not my first language. I have two stories. Neither are life or death situations, just things that have really stuck with me. Point: the first is not my story, but something my grandma told me a couple of years ago. Point: my grandma's mother was a twin and apparently she and her brother were really close, but when they got older they moved away and didn't see each other a great deal. My grandma had a good relationship with her mother before she passed, and one day, when Gma came home from school, she would have been primary school, early secondary school age, she noticed her mother was looking really melancholy. She said it wasn't a typical way for her mum to be, so she immediately asked her what was wrong. Apparently her mum looked her dead in the eye and said, "I've just said goodbye to my brother." This really freaked her out, but she didn't think much of it. But I think it was only a couple of days later that they found out he'd passed away. This wasn't the only time something like this had happened. Apparently before this incident, Gma's mother had woken up panicked one night, knowing that her brother was in trouble, in danger. He was being admitted to hospital having an operation. When she had that feeling. The second story is mine. When I was 12, my parents decided they'd had enough of English weather and told me that the family was moving halfway across the world to a tropical country in Asia. My mother showed me pictures of the school, plus a few videos they had on their website, and I had this nagging feeling in my gut that something wasn't right. It wasn't anything life-changing, just a small voice in the back of my mind that kept hassling me. For months leading up to the move, I was depressed and anxious. I had been through some pretty traumatic bullying, only verbal, but still, words hurt. For a few years at my first school, I had to move, and for 4 years had been very happy in the school I was enrolled in, and I was utterly convinced that the same thing would happen at this new school. My parents told me that I was being ridiculous paranoid, but still set up a meeting over Skype with the head of the school, so I could tell him this. I had turned 13 by this point. On a side note, I even have a short diary entry from the time where I talk about how I know that there will be bullying. Anyway, I met with the head teacher, and he assured me that my year group grade was lovely. They take bullying very seriously, and he was sure that nothing of the sort would happen to me at his school. To cut a long, complicated story short, it did end up happening, and this time one of the perpetrators was a teacher. We ended up moving city/schools only after a year for other reasons, but to this day, even though this was the best part of 4 years ago, I remind my parents of their big oopsie. I do feel kind of bad, though, as they really wanted everything to work out. They were victims of the school's excellent, it was, marketing, but I wasn't falling for jack shit after my aforementioned experience in my first school, where the marketing was kind of similar. On a happier note, I made a handful of amazing friends at that school that I still keep in touch with to this day, and I can't imagine my life without them. This happens when I was about 8 or 9. I was at my dad's home. He lived in a neighborhood of 2-story buildings at the time, and I was outside playing with my sister, 7, and brother, 5. A man, maybe 50 to 60, comes out of one buildings and comes to talk to us. He is just talking about something, I don't know what, but I had this awful feeling about him. I lived in a city, so my dad made it very clear to me that I shouldn't trust strangers, and I'm so glad he did. He said something to my sister, I don't remember what, but it sure wasn't normal. Then he starts telling me I had pretty eyes, and how I was such a pretty young girl. Then he starts talking to my brother, stating that there was this soccer game that he could take my brother to. My brother, being a 5-year-old boy, gets very excited and wants to go right away. The man says alright, let's go, and gestures for us to come towards his building, and I felt something terrible was about to happen. I took my siblings' hands and said, let me go ask my dad. Just to clarify, he could see our backyard, but he didn't know which apartment we lived in. I went around to the front and went inside to tell my dad, making sure the man wasn't following us. I told my dad, and he went out to look for the man, but didn't find him. Later, when we were playing outside again, the man came over and gave us some candy. I said thanks, but I didn't eat them. I put them in my pocket and went inside again with my siblings. No way I was going to leave them there, and handed my dad the chocolate. It was in a wrapper. My dad noticed that it looked weird. He realizes that the candy was certainly opened earlier and threw it away. That man didn't talk to us again. I think I dodged a bullet. Okay, I know I'm late for this question, but there's something that happened not so long ago. I was coming back from a formal party all nicely dressed up, suit, a nice wool coat, cufflinks etc. It was around 3 AM. So I get off the bus and start heading towards the crosswalk as a man with a hoodie on starts walking in my direction from the opposite side of the road. We pass very close to each other on the crosswalk, and I'm about to enter a narrow passage with no lights, the fastest way to my home. But for some reason, just before I turn towards that passage I decide to look back at the dude that passed me. He faking turned around right behind me and climbed over the waist-high fence trying to get to that passage before I do. As soon as I saw that, I thought to myself, no, fuck that, and started going back to the bus stop where some people were waiting for a Nightline bus. As soon as I do that, he turns around again and starts running towards me. I started running away, ordering an Uber at the same time. Thankfully an Uber was literally one street away, so I started running towards him, jumped in his car, and told him to go fast. He did. I explained everything to him. He got me right under the door of my home and waited until I opened the door, got inside, and closed the door behind me. That gut feeling that told me to turn around and check that hoodie guy literally saved me, as the next day on the news, right at that passage I mentioned earlier, a guy was stabbed 5 times and robbed. If not for that voice telling me to turn around, I would be dead. This happened a few years ago. I was living with my parents and our right side neighbor was an old stoner dude with his adult son, who happens to be schizophrenic. They rented that house for a couple of years and they were both cool people. The son has the same first name as me, but we never really hung out. Then the old dude decided to move to Idaho for some reason, but the son did not want to go. A plan was decided that he would go to Atlanta, Georgia, to live with his sister as he needs supervision. The old dude didn't want to go as that would mean a longer trip and going in the opposite direction. So I was asked to drive the son in a U-Haul truck with his belongings down there, and an airplane ticket would be provided for my return trip. I said I'd think about it, and as they were still packing and selling/giving away stuff not being taken, it was going to be another week before the trip. Had plenty of time, but in the back on my mind something clicked, and I got this gut feeling something was off. Sure enough, while I was at work the next day, the son beat the shit out of his father, old dude, and then ran off down the street. The police and an ambulance were called. I heard some of the details from my father, so not altogether sure what exactly happened as this is third hand. Turns out the son was bugging the crap out of the old dude to get his monthly money, disability check. The old dude said no problem and he would get it the next morning as it was late in the afternoon and starting to get dark. The son said okay, and when the old dude went to bed, that is, when the son grabbed a baseball bat and proceeded to beat the shit out of old dude. The son ran off down the street, no telling how far. Then he called the cops himself and told them he was being beaten by the old dude, even though there's not a mark or scratch on him. By the time he was brought back in the back of the squad car, the old dude was being loaded into the back of the ambulance, and the police got the story from all parties there and proceeded to take the son into custody. Not sure if the son went to jail or mental hospital. The old was okay and got out of the hospital next day. He proceeded to load up all his stuff in his U-Haul and hauled ass. Not sure what happened to the son or the old dude, but I think I dodged the bullet there. I used to skip school every day in high school, usually leaving during lunch before 5th period, if not, at least during 6th or 7th period. My friend was living with my family at the time while in college, and I'd usually meet her at my house and smoke with her. One day she texted me during 5th period seeing when I was coming home. I don't know what it was. On any other day I'd leave during lunch, but I texted her and said I was going to stay 5th period and come home during 6th. After I got out of 5th period, I left school and was about to call my friend as I was pulling out. I lived 10 minutes away to tell her I was on my way. Before I could get that far she was already calling me. She said she didn't know why, but there was multiple cop cars surrounding my house and to not go there. My mom allowed us to smoke weed at my house, so I was terrified that someone was trying to get her in trouble. I decided I'd drive by to see the drama and came to see 2 cop cars, multiple news vans, and a SWAT car. It turns out a couple was wanted for questioning for a murder a few days before, and they decided to steal a vehicle and flee, crashed in a field behind my house, jumped the fence to my backyard, and proceeded to hide from police inside my home. They changed into my family's clothing, gathered any objects that seemed valuable, and were armed with a knife. Luckily a cop had been driving down my street randomly while searching, and his dog barked like crazy at my home. The time that they were in my house was a time span from my lunch till the end of my 5th period. If I had come home at my usual time, I cold walked in on them, or been there as they broke in, and cold been hurt or killed. Crazy shit like this has happened to my family all of my life. Like, so many close calls it's ridiculous. We also had a broken heater last New Year's. My mom bothered my landlord about it countless times because it was freezing, and he just said to keep running it and that he'd get someone to help us after the holidays. We couldn't take the cold anymore, and luckily someone was available to take a look at our heater on New Year's Eve. They basically said that our heater was leaking carbon monoxide every time we ran it, a lot of times, considering the weather. The man that replaced our heater said if we would have listened to our landlord and not called him, we would have suffocated, and none of us would have woken up on New Year's. So basically the cold wasn't that bad once I learned that, and our heater was replaced days later. I used to skip school every day in high school, usually leaving during lunch before 5th period, if not, at least during 6th or 7th period. My friend was living with my family at the time while in college, and I'd usually meet her at my house and smoke with her. One day she texted me during 5th period seeing when I was coming home. I don't know what it was. On any other day I'd leave during lunch, but I texted her and said I was going to stay 5th period and come home during 6th. After I got out of 5th period, I left school and was about to call my friend as I was pulling out. I lived 10 minutes away to tell her I was on my way. Before I could get that far she was already calling me. She said she didn't know why, but there was multiple cop cars surrounding my house and to not go there. My mom allowed us to smoke weed at my house, so I was terrified that someone was trying to get her in trouble. I decided I'd drive by to see the drama and came to see 2 cop cars, multiple news vans, and a SWAT car. It turns out a couple was wanted for questioning for a murder a few days before, and they decided to steal a vehicle and flee, crashed in a field behind my house, jumped the fence to my backyard, and proceeded to hide from police inside my home. They changed into my family's clothing, gathered any objects that seemed valuable, and were armed with a knife. Luckily a cop had been driving down my street randomly while searching, and his dog barked like crazy at my home. The time that they were in my house was a time span from my lunch till the end of my 5th period. If I had come home at my usual time, I cold walked in on them, or been there as they broke in, and cold been hurt or killed. Crazy shit like this has happened to my family all of my life. Like, so many close calls it's ridiculous. We also had a broken heater last New Year's. My mom bothered my landlord about it countless times because it was freezing, and he just said to keep running it and that he'd get someone to help us after the holidays. We couldn't take the cold anymore, and luckily someone was available to take a look at our heater on New Year's Eve. They basically said that our heater was leaking carbon monoxide every time we ran it, a lot of times, considering the weather. The man that replaced our heater said if we would have listened to our landlord and not called him, we would have suffocated, and none of us would have woken up on New Year's. So basically the cold wasn't that bad once I learned that, and our heater was replaced days later. When we were about 14, my best friend and I went to our old elementary school's playground to hang out. This playground is divided into 2 sections. The front half is for younger children and toddlers, and the back half is for older kids. The back area is raised and has a forested area behind it, and the front area is a bit lower down and faces the road. My friend and I park ourselves on the swing set, which is at the very back of the playground, just before the trees start. It's the middle of the afternoon and the playground is filled with toddlers and their parents. We are at the very back, so we just sit and watch the kids run around. At some point we got into an enthralling conversation about TV and didn't realize that hours have gone by and the sun would start setting soon. The kids and parents had slowly been filtering out, and by now there was no one left. No one except us, and a man sitting on the swing next to us. He had been there for a while, but I assumed he was one of the dads watching their kids. He totally blended in. But the kids were gone, and he was not. I was facing my friend, and could see him next to her, but this guy was to her, right, so she basically had her back to him. I leaned in, and whispered to her, I think we have to leave, follow me, and we slowly got up from the swings like nothing's wrong. We start walking towards the front of the playground, and I'm too rattled to look back, but out of the corner of my eye I saw the guy get up, and start walking as well. To this day I swear I saw something reflective glisten in his hand, but it could have been my imagination. My panic mode went off, so I tell my friend to run, and we book it down the playground, across the road, and all the way back to our neighborhood. It was downhill, thank God. Told my friend's cop dad, and never really heard anything else about the guy, but I doubt that encounter would have ended well. Edit, TLDR. Friend and I were stalked by a guy at a playground without us noticing. Ran away from what was probably a kidnapper and or child molester. Alright. This was the question I wanted to read. First of all, I must say that I have never been a believer in paranormal things or that style, and my English suck by the way. But when I was born I was the twin of someone I could never meet, because I died in childbirth because of this. I had many problems growing up. From a chronic asthma to multiple operations. Among one of these operations I had to do a very dangerous. I do not know what it was, since I never asked my mother and I honestly do not remember. But I remember that she went to a city where we live, Chile, and prayed to the saint there, so that everything would go well, and if it was, so then she would come every year, to pray there. Everything went well in the operation, and since then my mother goes every year to pray there. This is where the interesting thing comes in, since then never bad happened again, or rather, for one season each time something bad was going to happen to me, I felt a déjà vu, and I saw, as if they were memories, what was going to happen a few seconds later. This saved me from countless things, but in truth it was quite useless. I never knew what I was going to see, and almost always were images of no more than 1 second. But I also wanted to add that, since then something that should hurt me could not do it. A car hit me when I was young, and although I literally left flying I stood up and touched my body to see if I felt any pain, and did not feel any. Even the driver was worried to see if it was okay, just for me to stop and tell him that I was in perfect condition. There was also once I had a very strong heart pain. I went to go to the hospital, and me were surprised to see that outside what would have been was no longer there, and they filled me with questions about what the pain was like, to which I simply replied that it was like a vein was stuck with a bone, and that each time I breathed it tensed more, which worried me about. I felt that if I breathed too hard, it would be cut. So, from time to time these déjà vu come to me. And I feel that I managed to dodge a death flag, and I have managed to prove it in front of some of my friends. So almost always something bad happens to me. I jokingly tell them that while my mother goes to pray every year I'm damn immortal. I have 2 stories. I'll probably post the other one as a separate post, so I guess this one is 1/2. I was in a different state visiting my dad for the summer and we were shopping at Walmart. We ran into this lady and I can't remember if my dad called her my mom's mom or my mom's stepmom, but I think that he called her my mom's mom. That's important in a second. So she invites us back to her house, but almost immediately meeting her I get a weird feeling, and while we are at her house this feeling is so large and so bad that it's almost sickening. The look of her face and body language just disgust me to a point that it felt demented. It was so bad that I think I remember, in each room of the house, that she would show us, looking around for something to defend myself with, and if there was not much in that room, that I would keep an eye out for a clear line to the exit and a memory of exactly where something in the hall or another room was, that I could get to quickly. We make it through the house but nothing happens, and the whole time I'm trying to talk myself out of this bad feeling. After all, my dad seems to know her from way back and like her. Nevertheless, I'm praying to get out of this house as quickly as possible still. When we finally go to leave, she invites us back for another time. There were a lot of other people there to that time, and the next time it would probably be a smaller group and we could catch up properly. I think no, I don't want to see her again, but say okay and try again some more to talk myself out of the feeling. For whatever reason we just didn't end up seeing her again, and I was happy. Flash forward at the end of the summer. When I got back home to my mom, I tell my mom the events of the summer and mention just that we had ran into what I think my dad said was her mom. My mom says that's impossible, my mom died just after you were born, and ask me to describe her. I tell her what I think her name and describe her, and my mom gets this immediate oh look on her face and said, I can't believe that he let you even talk to her. I don't want you ever seeing or talking to that lady again. It turns out that is her stepmom from childhood, and I won't get into the details, but she was super abusive and not right mentally and did a lot of questionable things, and even held my mom at gunpoint when she was pregnant with me with a gun pointed at her belly and threatened to shoot her over a bird. Long story short, I don't know what she might have been planning, but I'm pretty sure that my gut was right. Creepy, right? For context, I grew up in a small rural country town with a population of roughly 1,200. My grandparents had lived in the area for several decades and were well acquainted with most people. As a result, I was used to being able to trust everyone and had little to no sense of stranger danger. I was also a quiet, rule-abiding child who would believe and trust anything an adult told me. Disclaimer, I'm writing this entirely from memory, so some things may be vague or incorrect. I was around 7 to 8 years old, and my nana and I were on vacation in Adelaide. That particular day we were at the zoo, and as a small child who was, and still is, obsessed with animals and nature, I was having the time of my life. We'd just finished seeing the, then, new pandas, which is an experience I'll never forget. We left the area and my nana was distracted for a split second. In that time I'd managed to wander over to the hippo exhibit. We'd passed by it when coming in, but the hippo had been submerged at the time point. While I was admiring Brutus the hippo, I hadn't realized that Nana wasn't right behind me. It wasn't until I turned to say something to her that I finally noticed. Being a very anxious and clingy autistic child, I immediately panicked and began shaking and tearing up. Within minutes a man approaches me and crouches down. He asks my name and if my mummy or daddy are around. I tell him my name and inform him that I'm there with my nana and don't know where she is. The man manages to calm me down and says, hey, why don't you come with me? He goes on and on about helping me find my nana, buying me food, getting me something to drink, that kinda thing. Normally, I would have immediately accepted at the prospect of reuniting with my nana and getting a free meal, but deep down something just seemed off about this seemingly friendly, grinning man. Suddenly, I hear a voice shouting, Royal Historia, there you are. I don't remember much about that man's face, but I do remember how the smile fell from his paling face as he straightened up. Nana comes over as quickly as her artificial knees will let her, while the man quickly turns tail and rushes off. Nana spent quite a while asking me who that man was and chastising me for running off without her. A couple years back she brought up the incident and told me that she, too, had a bad feeling about the man upon seeing him. I'm 99% sure that man was trying to kidnap me, as the hippo exhibit was near the entrance/exit, and it was so busy he probably cold snuck me out. On the bright side, I got a plushie of Fuenai the panda. I currently have her sitting on my desk. One time I traveled with my dad, an archaeologist that does tours for Americans usually, in an Eastern African country. Parts of the country know him very well, and the locals act as our own bodyguards around town, usually just me, and my dad and brother and mom. They don't really care about the tourists, since my dad has done so much humanitarian work there in remote towns. We were out of our normal village we work with and build schools and refugee centers, since during the paid tours my dad takes the tourists to all the famous cities around the county. I hated being in a tour with annoying Americans who were ignorant. We were in a tourist city that is not safe at night. We had dancers come that were friends of the village to do a traditional dance. This was years ago, when I was like 12. I was an anxious child, but my dad assured me this was a private party in a backyard, and whoever he invited he knew, and I was safe. Well, some guys somehow get in and start asking all of the tourists to help their local soccer team named the Obamas. This was during his first term in America. They slowly asked everyone for donations, and they finally got to me. They asked me for donations, but said it was too noisy and asked me to step to the side. I was super hesitant and knew this was a horribly bad idea. They were intimidating. My anxiety skyrocketed. But at 12, I was a naive white child and totally couldn't be independent and say no to others. I made eye contact with one of the women in my group. A loud, sweet, Midwestern American. They said it was still too loud, and I decided I didn't want to talk to them anymore. We were in a backyard, and there was a large part of the building behind a wall that wasn't lit. As I slowly said I didn't have money, one of the men, there were two, locals, men in their mid-30s, grasped my arm as hard as he could, and started dragging me to the dark side of the building with all his strength. I was in shock, and didn't know what to do. I didn't have the rap whistle I was given on me, and I panicked and let them pull me. The woman saw me and yelled, "Hey! Are you okay? Come back to the party, sweetie." She said this at the exact same time I was almost in the whole darkness. When she said that, multiple people looked, and those men booked it out of there. I fell to the ground and started shaking and crying. My dad came to console my mess of crying, and I told him what happened. He knows this country and immediately jumped up, got his local friend and a bunch of the guys, and ran after them. They were out for a few hours as I sat in my hotel room. They came back 4 hours later, sweaty as hell. My dad hugged me and said they found the guys in the corner of a bar a few miles away, and that the police came. The next day I found out they got 2 years for trying to kidnap me for their sex slavery ring. White young girls are priceless in the sex trade business. I was shocked that my gut instinct of not trusting them was true. I didn't act on it, but that my gut eye contact with woman and holding my gaze for a while saved my life. I was seconds away from being in the dark area that nobody could see. Always act on your gut instincts. Even if you're shy, listen and act on it, or you could be kidnapped for a sex slavery ring. Technically this is an experience my mom and I both had at the same time. This was 2012, I think. My mom was driving me to a ballet class I used to attend, and she signaled to get into the turn lane. Then she asked me if I thought she should turn or go straight. I said straight, and that I had a bad feeling she shouldn't turn. She told me she felt the same way and that's why she asked, because she wanted to know if it was just her, and stayed going straight. A second later, at the exact time we would turned, someone sped through the intersection. If we had turned it would have been a bad accident. Point another time. It didn't save me, but it was a gut feeling. I was going to pick up some pizzas with my dad, and I kept having the feeling we were going to get in a car accident. I brushed it off because I have anxiety about situations like that, and I have things like that happen often when I ride in a car. Well, we were driving along, and it kept getting worse and worse, and I was really anxious. We stopped at a light, and I thought, it's going to happen. When we get through the intersection, we are going to get into an accident. We went through the light, and I was on the verge of a mild anxiety attack, and I was thinking, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And then a woman sideswiped our car. Luckily no one was hurt too bad, just my dad's shoulder from jerking a little, and the only damage to the car was a little traded paint and a few cracks on the bumper. I was more freaked out that my feeling was right more than from the accident itself, I think. This one happened a couple years ago actually. I was about 15 at the time, and I was getting off the bus from school. I started walking up my many hills to my house when I could feel someone behind me. I got a really bad vibe from the situation. Now, I'm a pretty anxious person, but I'll never forget the way my gut just lurched in a way I had never felt before. I came home on that bus every day, and though not personally, I generally knew everyone on that bus. I looked back and there was a guy hanging about 5 meters behind me, just casually walking, but staring right at me. This is when I knew something was wrong. See, I was quite a chubby 15-year-old, and I was also wearing a school uniform in summer. This man looked quite fit and able. He should have been able to get past me, but he didn't. So I did a test that my mum taught me. She grew up in a dodgy area to do when you think someone is following you. Point stop once. Check your phone or do something, but keep them in your peripheral. If they stop, it may be coincidence. Then begin walking again. Point stop a second time. If they stop again, it may be just coincidence, but be on guard. Then begin walking again. Point stop a third time. If they stop again, they're following you. Point I did this, and he stopped every time I did. I got super panicked, and I picked up the pace. My hill is the steepest hill in my town, so it can be quite a shock if you're not used to it. I usually go up the first hill slowly and then power walked up my hill, putting a couple more meters of distance between me and the guy. I powered walked up my hill, but went past my house. Didn't want the creep to know where I lived, and instead went around the corner and ran to the nearest house and hid behind their garage. Couple minutes later I hear footsteps go past and stop. I hear someone grunt angrily and then continue walking. I wait behind the garage for another 10 minutes and then go home. I threw up immediately when I got home out of fright. Point I only told my family about this last year, and it turns out a girl in the suburb over from me was abducted after she got off her bus around about the same time that year. They never found her. Not sure if it was the same guy, but I'll never forget it. I've got one for when I was 9. In I think June, I was at a party for my grandfather. My mother's whole family was there. My 23-year aunt, at the time, was a fairly attractive woman who was very kind to me, and she had to head to Walmart to grab some ingredients for my grandma and grandpa's famous fudge sauce, which was made for the even better lemon cake. I asked if I could run along with her. She smiled and responded with, "Sure thing, bud." I remember it like it was yesterday. As we hopped into her car, we talked about how her and I adored her dog that was there with us. As we entered the store I looked around and joked about buying 5 things of soda. A man caught my eye. I was fairly intelligent for my age and my mother raised as a very vigilant woman. I noticed he glanced at my aunt. As we head to the alcohol aisle to buy some beers, the man gives a very dirty look to my aunt, whom I noticed glanced toward him, and she looked disgusted. I didn't tell my aunt about my encounter with this man, but he did, however, glance at me, not in a dirty way, and after I saw him, he nodded at me. We walked to the aisle with the pantry food, as I like to call it, and he was freaking behind us. Bit of a smartass, acting like he was reading the nutritional facts on gluten-free Oreos. My aunt looked back. She said, "Ah, found it. Let's go, Liam." I respond with, "That isn't it. We don't use whipped cream on it. We're trying it like that today." She smiled. This is where my gut comes in. Listen, it tells me. I get scared. I think I know what is happening. My mother taught me about kidnappings and rapists at an understandable age. I know what is going to transpire if my aunt isn't smart about this. Okay, I say. We now go to the checkout. I asked for Skittles. She said no, which is unusual. She often has no problem as I don't eat many sweets. I groaned, but I didn't care at the same time. We walked out the door. The man followed. I hear my aunt mutter, "Sheet," a couple of times. Language, I say indignantly. Then we sprint to the car and my aunt covers by saying, "Race ya." She goes at my pace and says I'm fast. Not meaning it, I presume. Probably being a good aunt and not letting me be back with the man. She drives immediately and then goes around the parking lot without saying anything. The man, fast as hell by the way, runs to his car and almost immediately jumps into his car and starts it as fast as possible. He goes way above the speed limit and then drives to the exit, where my aunt does a U-turn and breaks his ankles, breaks his tires. And we get to the house as she explains what happened, and I said, "He was looking at you when we went in." "He was inappropriately looking at you, aunt." No name. No, bud, haven't thought about it since. Though I did notice the man carrying something that looked awfully like an oversized pocket knife in his trench coat, which I wisely did not inform my aunt of after the traumatic experience. We never talked about this since. I've got one for when I was 9. In I think June, I was at a party for my grandfather. My mother's whole family was there. My 23-year aunt, at the time, was a fairly attractive woman who was very kind to me, and she had to head to Walmart to grab some ingredients for my grandma and grandpa's famous fudge sauce, which was made for the even better lemon cake. I asked if I could run along with her. She smiled and responded with, "Sure thing, bud." I remember it like it was yesterday as we hopped into her car. We talked about how her and I adored her dog that was there with us. As we entered the store, I looked around and joked about buying 5 things of soda. A man caught my eye. I was fairly intelligent for my age and my mother raised as a very vigilant woman. I noticed he glanced at my aunt. As we head to the alcohol aisle to buy some beers, the man gives a very dirty look to my aunt, whom I noticed glanced toward him, and she looked disgusted. I didn't tell my aunt about my encounter with this man, but he did, however, glance at me, not in a dirty way, and after I saw him, he nodded at me. We walked to the aisle with the pantry food, as I like to call it, and he was freaking behind us. Bit of a smartass, acting like he was reading the nutritional facts on gluten-free Oreos. My aunt looked back. She said, "Ah, found it. Let's go, Liam." I respond with, "That isn't it. We don't use whipped cream on it. We're trying it like that today." She smiled. This is where my gut comes in. Listen, it tells me. I get scared. I think I know what is happening. My mother taught me about kidnappings and rapists at an understandable age. I know what is going to transpire if my aunt isn't smart about this. Okay, I say. We now go to the checkout. I asked for Skittles. She said no, which is unusual. She often has no problem as I don't eat many sweets. I groaned, but I didn't care at the same time. We walked out the door. The man followed. I hear my aunt mutter, "Sheet," a couple of times. Language, I say indignantly. Then we sprint to the car and my aunt covers by saying, "Race ya." She goes at my pace and says I'm fast, not meaning it, I presume. Probably being a good aunt and not letting me be back with the man. She drives immediately and then goes around the parking lot without saying anything. The man, fast as hell by the way, runs to his car and almost immediately jumps into his car and starts it as fast as possible. He goes way above the speed limit and then drives to the exit, where my aunt does a U-turn and breaks his ankles, breaks his tires. And we get to the house as she explains what happened, and I said, "He was looking at you when we went in. He was inappropriately looking at you, aunt." No name. I, "No bud, haven't thought about it since. Though I did notice the man carrying something that looked awfully like an oversized pocket knife in his trench coat, which I wisely did not inform my aunt of after the traumatic experience. We never talked about this since. This is my first post, but here we go. My uncle was member of a motorcycle club near my local area. Nothing extreme like GTA 4's Lost MC, but still one MC gang in our local area. He had been in motorcycle accidents before and left with just a broken arm or leg. The most recent one, however, he wasn't so lucky. My uncle passed away when he hit the ground. A couple of weeks later, his MC gang is having a memorial at their clubhouse and invited most of my family and many other clubhouse gangs. He was friends with a lot of people just to start off the day while me and my brother are getting ready. It's hailing so hard the chunks can be broken into many little chunks. I thought it was pretty cool actually, considering we have never seen this weather ever where we have lived for 14 years of our lives. On the way to the memorial though, the hail turned to light rain, and after driving for a while, a bird rammed right into my brother's windshield right in front of us. Its swing and blood was still on the windshield. Kinda ominous, and my brother and I couldn't forget it till this day. We got over it for that time, however, and continued on our way to the memorial. When we got there I found it really quite awesome to see. First time seeing some actual bikers with official leather jackets with patches and everything. For a while it was a pretty good memorial, everyone was having a good time. That's what my uncle would have wanted. I was even taking videos to send to my friend who's really into stuff like this to make him jealous. There were many different clubs of MCs there, and every time I saw a different grizzled dude with their MC rank on their jacket from president to enforcer, I just got little more cautious. I had no idea why I was acting like this, but I'm very pessimistic, so I just thought I was freaking out. A couple of speeches go by, People start hanging out some more, loud music playing, just an overall good time. When I asked my brother if we could ask early because the bad feeling I had, my brother suggested I was tired and go to sleep on a couch they have in a sort of lounge area. We were asleep for about 10 minutes when I just suddenly woke up with this horrible feeling. I sit there for a while scanning for a family member, any family member, just in case. Then suddenly bang bang bang. Some people think somebody just dropped something. Mind you, this is a warehouse type place filled with people with no space to move. I start slapping my brother to wake up. He's a heavy sleeper, so he obviously gets mad at me until another bang bang. Then everyone knew something was wrong. Everyone starting panicking and trying to squeeze through the tiny doorway to the front doors, where me and my brother are. We wait to see what we should do, then everyone caroled out the front doors. However, we then hear from the direction we are all heading bang bang bang. Everyone turns right back around and squeezes back inside. The last thing I remember is drywall falling on me from bullets hitting tight above the doorway we are all in, and then our saviors, ironically, the angels of death, forced the other gang to leave by chasing them out. Mind you, there are children ranging from 8 to 18 here. Luckily no one was hurt. My dad was at the place where it all started and told my brother and I that two gangs started to brawl and one shot in the air to stop the fight, but all that did was escalate it. Idiots. Since then I always trust my gut. It didn't save me, but 3 kittens I had very recently. I foster kittens, and in my rural UK area, we have hundreds of kittens dumped and born feral, especially in the summer. On a walk with my dogs, I heard 3 2-week-old kittens shouting from a hedge, and, under the advice of the more senior fosterers in my area, I took them in and left the trap out to capture the mother to reunite them. Literally half an hour after we had them in our house, feeding and cleaning, a neighbor of ours, who has never visited before, came around talking about her lost Maine Coon and was convinced the kittens were sired by her cat and was insistent on taking them. Which is unusual. Nobody ever asks for 3 kittens who aren't weaned unless they're up to something. Gut feeling kicks in. I tell her I couldn't give kittens who are still not weaned, as the cat charity I volunteer for would throw a fit. I told her that the kittens would be going to a fosterer who specializes in young kittens. Strict but lovely 82-year-old lady. I stupidly gave her the number, and since the kittens have moved on to the specialist, she's been harassing the foster lady to get the kittens. Why? The kittens are at least half Maine Coon, so valued at £300 plus. She wanted them just to sell them on point. The kittens are growing strong, and there's no way the woman getting those kittens. The charity I'm with can't sell the cats, only ask for a donation, so they won't be used for profit. TLDR, gut instinct stops me from giving tiny kittens I found to an IRL crueler devil. Kittens are safe now. When I was still pretty new to Boy Scouts, about 11 or 12, my stepbrother and stepfather and me were heading to a camp out, with my stepfather driving, of course. This is a pretty rural area, so there's a lot dirt roads and farm equipment, etc. It had rained the night before and quite a bit during the week, and it was most likely going to rain that night, so it was even darker out than usual. We accidentally made a wrong turn onto an old dirt road that we thought was right, and we kept driving down it a bit through a decent amount of mud, before dead-ending into a small patch of grass and mud with some tractors and other equipment scattered around. At this point we realized something wasn't right and started to turn around by doing something like an 8-point turn, and after about 2 to 3 turns we got stuck in mud. After a bit of struggling with going back and forth, we eventually managed to get going backwards, when I got a gut feeling and just told him not to back up anymore in about as serious a tone I could muster at that age. He looked back at me and asked why, and I responded with something feels off, don't back up any farther, and he looked at me and said okay and put it in drive and did as hard of a turn as he could to get back on the dirt path, and we made it to camp without any more problems. When we left Sunday morning he decided to turn down it and see where we were, and we saw our tire tracks in the mud. Had we gone back even another inch we would have been sent down a massive 20 to 30 foot deep ravine and probably died. Posted this a few places before, but here we go again. I guess it's a long one. I was a 10-year-old girl getting changed for PE in the cloakroom because my old primary school refused to pay for changing rooms, either locks because all our staff are trustworthy, yeah, right. Thanks Mrs. A, you piece of shit. Excuse of a head teacher who only cared about herself and her reputation. But don't worry, this isn't about you. This is about your trustworthy employee, Mr. P. Anyway, I took my top off and had that feeling of I'm not alone. Turn around to see my about 30-year-old teacher staring at me with that sort of sickening grin on his face, his eyes fixated on my bed chest. I was the only one in the cloakroom as I was late for school because of an appointment or something, so when I saw him just staring at me, I was understandably freaked out. I pulled my shirt over my body and froze, completely terrified. After a little while after, he starts moving towards me and tried to grab my hand. I ran into one of the bathroom stalls and locked the door. I waited to hear him go, about 5 minutes, but it felt like an hour, while shaking, trying, and failing to fight off an attack. I have asthma, and crying silently. When I was certain he was gone, I ran out to my bag and took my inhaler as I was about to pass out. I calmed down as quick as possible and went to the nurse saying I had just been sick. She rang my dad, and I went straight home. My dad knew something was wrong as he could tell I had been panicking and crying, and I finally told him all of it apart from what had happened earlier, as this sort of thing had been happening for most of the year, as well as verbal abuse during lessons, math especially. I couldn't tell him what had happened that day as I was still terrified, but I told him that on a regular day when all the girls would get changed at the same time, he would do what he did earlier. It was incredibly hard to tell him this, but I just couldn't bring myself to tell him that it had been just me on my own, as I knew that was far more dangerous than when we were all together. We would watch out for each other, take turns in changing, while the others stood around one of us to somewhat block his view, and he never tried to get close to us when we were together. That's why I was so scared when I was alone, as I knew no one else was there to help me. I still can't go into much detail without feeling all the emotions I did when it was happening. It's like reliving it. My dad hugged and consoled me and took me out of the school that day. I moved to the school my bully of a cousin went to and had a fairly rough time there, but I was just glad to be out of the other school. I was willing to put up with her to get away from my teacher. His words and actions hurt more than all of her punches combined. Nobody knows the whole story, and so many people told me I overreacted, but the look in his eyes, the bulge in his trousers, it was just wrong. It's left me with so much mental damage that I struggle with every single day. I cannot express how mentally draining it is to be constantly terrified of everything, little noise, or being in public, where I feel anyone could be there, to be constantly alert and never truly feel safe. It's exhausting. I have extreme anxiety and paranoia, depression, severe self-hatred issues, suicidal thoughts, and have self-harmed because of this, and multiple other incidents that this teacher put me and my friends through. I was told I was not good enough and a waste of air every single day for months, and that sort of stuff sticks with an impressionable child with already low self-esteem. Not a day goes by where I don't think about it, and it's just as terrifying as when it happened. Even writing this is making me shake and cry over 3 years later. I also suffer from flashbacks of this and other times with that teacher, and I can't express how petrifying it is. I still get chills every time I think about it. I trust my gut feeling every time since then. It's gotten me out of multiple situations, but this is the most chilling for me. Therapy is helping, but it's an agonizingly slow process. Disclaimer, this happened almost 2 years ago, so some stuff might be fuzzy. A year since I started my menstrual cycle, I would get sick almost every month. However, it wasn't a normal sickness. It would keep me out of school for 3 days to a full week, always awful intense symptoms. No doctors knew what it was, and it remained non-diagnosable for years, still not diagnosed to this day. So, it was around September and the first month of school. I was only 12 at the time and didn't really have an understanding of what my real symptoms were or when I'm actually sick. I started my period when I was 10. I had just gotten over my monthly sickness and was ready to go back to school when suddenly I woke up with a terribly strong feeling to stay home one more day. I was so terrified of the feeling that I began to cry and begged my mom to keep me home cause I had a fever, which I faked. She was angry had I already missed 4 days and God forbid I miss another, but she called me out. By this point I was completely fine with no symptoms, not even a stuffy nose, which was very common after my run with the sickness, but something was off. My mom later came into my room and gave me two options. 1. Go to the urgent care and get checked out, or 2. I go back to school. After an argument, me not wanting to leave the house, we decided we would run to the urgent care to quickly get checked out. Most of the visit was normal, getting my weight, height, blood pressure, etc. But something still felt off. I got this nervous feeling again when my doctor came into the room. Immediately, I started telling her about my previously harsh battle with the monthly ailment and how I hadn't been feeling any symptoms for a while, but to me something wasn't right. My doctor understood, and the first thing she did was check my throat. I heard her gasp and inspected closer, making an odd face. My mom asked what was wrong, but my doctor ignored her. Doctor, you're sure you aren't in any pain? Me, yeah, I haven't felt it for a while now. Doctor, you have a good sized infection in the back of your throat. This concerned her enough that she decided to get me an x-ray of my chest. Soon enough, it was revealed that I had month-old pneumonia in my chest and throat. Turns out, if I had waited any longer to go see a doctor, I would have gotten extremely sick and been in the hospital for God knows how long trying to get over the pneumonia. She also had no idea how I had gone this long with pneumonia without noticing any obvious symptoms. My mom scoffed, smacked me on the arm, and said told you so, though. I wasn't happy with being as embarrassed as I was. I still shocked by the realization that by staying out of school and going to the urgent care, my mom and I may have really kept me out of medical danger. I have way more stories similar to that, ones that have even almost resulted in death. So if you wanna hear them, just say so. This didn't happen to me, but to my aunt and my dad. Back then, when my dad was like a toddler about 5ish years old and my aunt was 11 to 12 years old, they lived on a farm with all 6 members of their family. My dad, his 2 brothers, his mum, dad and sister. Grandpa at the time was a butcher, and when he gutted the animals he told his kids to go down to the creek a little walk away and throw away the scraps for the eels to feed on. Remember that, my grandpa's friends came over and they brought their kids with them, but my aunt had this weird feeling about one of them and felt like they weren't really on planet Earth in a way, so she kept an eye on him. My grandpa had just gutted a cow that day, so they were all going to the creek to drop off its huts to the eel. After they dumped it in, my dad wanted to see where the eels were, so my aunt showed him where they were and told him about how they ate. After that she wanted to go and talk to the other girl that had came over, but she had a feeling that the guy was going to do something, so she kept him in her sight. The guy then went up to my dad and this was an alarm bell in my aunt's head, so she started pacing to my dad. At that moment her instinct told her to sprint, and when she started running the guy had just pushed my dad and was almost falling into the creek. At the time my dad could not swim, and my aunt and her brothers could swim, but they probably couldn't hold my dad up and themselves. Luckily my aunt grabbed onto my dad and threw him onto the ground, while then jumping on the guy and proceeding to punch him in the face repeatedly until my uncles had to literally drag her off the poor guy. I think he went to a mental hospital, or he was diagnosed with something, but my aunt still remembers the event till this day. CK was staring right at my chest while he was talking to me. He never even made eye contact and was clearly staring at my chest. He was shorter than me, and he definitely wasn't looking up at me to make eye contact, so it was really obvious. I started getting even more uncomfortable. I've had a few people show interest in me before, but nothing like this. He also started clinging on to me, following me places, talking non-stop, and even introduced me to his grandfather, who looked about as uncomfortable as I probably looked. I eventually started feeling my anxiety starting to build up. I took this as a sign to get out. I planned my escape, sought out companionship with a few of my friends who were participating, including Elle, and I just broke down. I started having a panic attack, and my friends were consoling me while I looked around frantically trying to avoid this kid who I was sure was following me. He eventually found me and started talking to me again, sitting extremely close to me while my friends tried to brush him off, trying to get him to leave. I eventually told my friends I had to go, and one of them accompanied me. I explained to her what was going on and how uncomfortable that kid made me feel. She was very understanding and agreed to help me avoid CK as much as possible. Point to my luck, I hadn't run into him for the rest of the evening and hadn't seen him since then. Point until school started again, at least. I had the entire summer to forget. I was going through another period of depression, which lasted from about the beginning of the second semester of my junior year, all throughout the summer, and a few weeks into this year. It sucked, but I was trying my best to seek out as much help as I could get, even letting go of a few toxic friends along the way. But I forgot that I'd be seeing this kid as a freshman in my high school. Point it came as a shock to me. My sister was starting her freshman year as well, so I told her about him. Even after all this time, I still had that gut feeling of something's not quite right with that kid, and a feeling of fear to accompany it. I'm doing much better in terms of my mental health, but I still have many panic attacks every time I see that kid in the halls. For a while, I managed to avoid him entirely, and I hoped he had forgotten about me. But he didn't. Point I found out last month that there was a bomb threat against the school, and after hearing about the one before that, I was terrified. But they already caught both kids for the two threats. Turns out that the kid they caught for the bomb threat was CK. Point that's when my stomach flipped and I knew my gut had been right this whole time. Point what I didn't understand is that they only suspended him for a week. Knowing all of this information and knowing he was back in school after his week-long suspension ended was all it took for me to start being paranoid. And even worse, he knows I'm here in school. He remembers me. He called out to me, and I just said a quick dismissive hi and ran out the doors. I'm afraid for my safety. This kid is probably mentally unstable. I've thought about telling him to F off and not talk to me, but I don't want him to make another threat and target me or my sister. I'm reporting whatever I have to the social worker at my school. She knows me well and will definitely help me. I don't really have any idea of how to handle this situation any other way. I don't want to have to go to school knowing there's someone in the halls that could possibly threaten to attack me or my sister. If he even knows who she is, I'm trying to handle this situation as best I can without pissing him off or knowing what I'm telling the school staff. I've already set up a meeting and I'm going to tell my social worker everything I just posted here. Point what I'll definitely remember from this is to always trust that gut feeling. People are absolutely insane, and I'm glad my gut told me to stay away. From now on, I will always pay attention to what my sensitive gut tells me that my logical mind does not. TLDR, I met a creepy kid at the history fair who threatened to bomb my school and is probably obsessed with me, and I'm afraid he might target me if I tell him off. I was visiting a friend in Finland who lived in a small town called Vasa. In order to get there we had to fly to a town called Tallinn and then catch 2 buses. The last that would finally take us to Vasa would arrive at a bus stop called Kaliva at 1 AM. We struggled figuring out how to get to Kaliva bus stop, and we are kinda lost, so we ask some locals. The locals tell us that we would have to catch another bus to get there, so we hop on this bus and patiently watch the teleprompter waiting for it to say Kaliva. Point needless to say, it never reads Kaliva, and we figure we are either on the wrong bus or have missed our stop. Mind you, this is the last bus, and it is midnight. So we get off the bus desperately looking for a way to call a cab, because our phones don't work as we are in a foreign country. The place is dark and remote without any houses around, and lots of trees. We walk for about 10 minutes and see this secluded diner and think awesome. We just can ask the owner if we can use his phone. Point as we enter the diner some guy drives up in a white Audi. We think he is another customer. Inside there are only 2 people there, one who is the guy who just drove up. He sits at the back at a table for some time while we wait at the counter for someone to serve us. Eventually the dude at the back gets up to go behind the register. Now I'm low-key weirded out because I'm wondering why he just sat there and stared at us for so long. But hey, I'm desperate for a phone, so I'm going to play nice. We ask if I can use his phone, which he completely ignores and instead starts asking us questions like where we are from and what we are doing here. We tell him we are from Australia and are visiting some friends, and my friend decides to tell him why we need the phone and where we are going, to Kaliva. I knew this was a bad idea, but we just continued and asked him again for his phone. Now this is when I got chills down my spine. He lowered his voice and said, "I can drive you there. I know where it is, and plus I'm already on my way in that direction." We politely decline and say, "No please, we just need your phone." In that moment his face changed from warm to stone cold, and he said in a monotonous tone, "We do not offer that service." I looked at him and said, "What, to call a cab?" He replied, "It is an expensive call." I then offered to pay him, which he outright said no, and then went back to sit at his back table again. This is where my friend and I redeem ourselves in the street smart department. We automatically start having a pretend conversation about how we will just go to our friends, who we made sure to mention were men who are waiting for us at the bus stop, and how my phone looked like it may work again, and that we will call them to get us. Weak, I know, but we just had to throw in a little doubt there. Outside the diner, and defeated, we sit by the side of the road, and as though it was divine intervention, a taxi cab drives past us in this remote forest looking road. I run after the cab like the guy at the end of some rom-com, chasing the love of his life, before they catch a cab to the airport. Just as I think he didn't see us, he brakes and comes around to pick us up. Now we are driving to Kaliva bus stop and going to make it in time for our 1 AM bus. The bus stop, if you could call it, that was basically a pole in the middle of a factory road. The way the road looks is that the side of the road sloped downhill, kinda like this. Backslash. Something told me that day that we should take our bags and slide down the hill about 20 or so meters away to the left of the bus stop until our bus is just about to arrive, so that we are not directly on the road. We have about half an hour, so we slide down and look out. Within 15 minutes, surprise, surprise, the exact same white Audi drives past slowly and surveys the bus stop. He then drives back around, gets out of his car and looks around. It is the same guy from the diner. When he couldn't find us, he gets back in his car and drives off. We lay there shaking for another solid 10 minutes just in complete disbelief. I had 000 emergency number in Australia. Should work in Finland. Ready to dial. When our bus finally came, I have never been so happy to see something arrive in my life. Based on what happened, I just knew that he did not have good things in store for us that night. What he would have done, I have no idea. One thing I do know is that the small amount of extra caution we exercised that day probably saved our lives. So yeah, we did a stupid thing in the beginning by disclosing so much information, but went with our intuition in the end. Till this day I never ignore my intuition. The way I see it is, I could be wrong, but what is the cost if I'm right? I'd rather be cautious 100 times and be wrong all those times than be incautious 100 times and be right once.